market for loanable funds. The model treats the net capital outflow as part of the demand for loanable funds. Yet instead of writing S equals I plus NCO, we could just as easily have written S NCO equals I. When the equation is rewritten in this way, a capital outflow looks like a reduction in the supply of loanable funds. Either way would have worked. The first interpretation emphasizes loanable funds generated domestically whether used at home or abroad. The second interpretation emphasizes loanable funds available for domestic investment whether generated at home or abroad. The difference is more semantic than substantive. Similarly, consider the market for foreign currency exchange. In our model, net exports are the source of the demand for dollars, and net capital outflow is the source of the supply. Thus, when a U.S. resident imports a car made in Japan, our model treats that transaction as a decrease in the quantity of dollars demanded rather than an increase in the quantity of dollars supplied. Similarly, when a Japanese citizen buys a U.S. government bond, our model treats that transaction as a decrease in the quantity of dollars supplied rather than an increase in the quantity of dollars demanded. This definition of terms may seem somewhat unnatural at first, but it will prove useful when analyzing the effects of various policies. FYI. 32-3 How policies and events affect an open economy. 693. Saving and shifts the supply curve for loanable funds to the left. This is shown as the shift from S1 to S2 in panel of figure 5. Our third and final step is to compare the old and new equilibria. Panel shows the impact of a U.S. budget deficit on the U.S. market for loanable funds. With fewer funds available for borrowers in U.S. financial markets, the interest rate rises from R1 to R2 to balance supply and demand. Faced with a higher interest rate, borrowers in the market for loanable funds choose to borrow less. This change is represented in the figure as the movement from point A to point B along the demand curve for loanable funds. In particular, households and firms reduce their purchases of capital goods. As in a closed economy, budget deficits crowd out domestic investment. In an open economy, however, the reduced supply of loanable funds has additional effects. Panel shows that the increase in the interest rate from R1 to R2 reduces net capital outflow. Because saving kept at home now earns higher rates of return, investing abroad is less attractive, and domestic residents buy fewer foreign assets. Higher interest rates also attract foreign investors, who want to earn the higher returns on U.S. assets. Thus, when budget deficits raise interest rates, both domestic and foreign behavior cause U.S. net capital outflow to fall. Panel shows how budget deficits affect the market for foreign currency exchange. Because net capital outflow is reduced, Americans need less foreign currency to buy foreign assets and, therefore, supply fewer dollars in the market for foreign currency exchange. The supply curve for dollars shifts leftward from S1 to S2. The reduced supply of dollars causes the real exchange rate to appreciate from E1 to E2. That is, the dollar becomes more valuable compared to foreign currencies. This appreciation, in turn, makes U.S. goods more expensive compared to foreign goods. Because people both in the United States and abroad switch their purchases away from the more expensive U.S. goods, exports from the United States fall, and imports into the United States rise. For both reasons, U.S. net exports fall. Hence, in an open economy, government budget deficits raise real interest rates, crowd out domestic investment, cause the currency to appreciate, and push the trade balance toward deficit. An important example of this lesson occurred in the United States in the 1980s. Shortly after Ronald Reagan was elected president in 1980, the fiscal policy of the U.S. federal government changed dramatically. The president and Congress enacted large cuts in taxes, but they did not cut government spending by nearly as much. The result was a large budget deficit. Our model of the open economy predicts that such a policy should have led to a trade deficit, and in fact it did, as we saw in a case study in the preceding chapter. Because the budget deficit and trade deficit during this period were so closely related in both theory and practice, they were nicknamed the twin deficits. We should not, however, view these twins as identical, for many factors beyond fiscal policy can influence the trade deficit. 32-3b Trade Policy. A trade policy is a government policy that directly influences the quantity of goods and services that a country imports or exports. Trade policy takes various forms, usually with the purpose of supporting a particular domestic industry. One common trade policy is a tariff, a tax on imported goods. Another is an import quota, a limit on the quantity of a good produced abroad that can be sold domestically. Trade policies are common throughout the world, although sometimes they are disguised. For example, the US government has sometimes pressured Japanese automakers to reduce the number of cars they sell in the United States. These so-called voluntary export restrictions are not really voluntary and, in essence, are a form of import quota. Let's consider the macroeconomic impact of trade policy. Suppose that the US auto industry, concerned about competition from Japanese automakers, convinces the US government to impose a quota on the number of cars that can be imported from Japan. In making their case, lobbyists for the auto industry assert that the trade restriction would shrink the size of the US trade deficit. Are they right? Our model, as illustrated in Figure 6, offers an answer. The first step in analyzing the trade policy is to determine which curve shifts. The initial impact of the import restriction is, not surprisingly, on imports. Because net exports equal exports minus imports, the policy also affects net exports. And because net exports are the source of demand for dollars in the market for foreign currency exchange, the policy affects the demand curve in this market. The second step is to determine which way this demand curve shifts. Because the quota restricts the number of Japanese cars sold in the United States, it reduces imports at any given real exchange rate. Net exports, which equal exports minus imports, will therefore rise for any given real exchange rate. Because foreigners need dollars to buy US net exports, there is an increased demand for dollars in the market for foreign currency exchange. This increase in the demand for dollars is shown in panel of Figure 6 as the shift from D1 to D2. The third step is to compare the old and new equilibria. As we can see in panel, the increase in the demand for dollars causes the real exchange rate to appreciate from E1 to E2. Because nothing has happened in the market for loanable funds in panel, there is no change in the real interest rate. Because there is no change in the real interest rate, there is also no change in net capital outflow, shown in panel. And because there is no change in net capital outflow, there can be no change in net exports, even though the import quota has reduced imports. It might seem puzzling that net exports stay the same while imports fall. This puzzle is resolved by noting the change in the real exchange rate. When the dollar appreciates in value in the market for foreign currency exchange, domestic goods become more expensive relative to foreign goods. This appreciation encourages imports and discourages exports, and both of these changes work to offset the direct increase in net exports due to the import quota. In the end, an import quota reduces both imports and exports, but net exports are unchanged. We have thus come to a surprising implication: trade policies do not affect the trade balance. That is, policies that directly influence exports or imports do not alter net exports. This conclusion seems less surprising if one recalls the accounting identity. NX equals NCO equals SI. Net exports equal net capital outflow, which equals national saving minus domestic investment. Trade policies do not alter the trade balance because they do not alter national saving or domestic investment. For given levels of national saving and domestic investment, the real exchange rate adjusts to keep the trade balance the same, regardless of the trade policies the government puts in place. Although trade policies do not affect a country's overall trade balance, these policies do affect specific firms, industries, and countries. When the US government imposes an import quota on Japanese cars, General Motors has less competition from abroad and will sell more cars. At the same time, because the dollar has appreciated in value, Boeing, the US aircraft maker, will find it harder to compete with Airbus, the European aircraft maker. US exports of aircraft will fall, and US imports of aircraft will rise. In this case, the import quota on Japanese cars will increase net exports of cars and decrease net exports of planes. In addition, it will increase net exports from the United States to Japan and decrease net exports from the United States to Europe. The overall trade balance of the US economy, however, stays the same. The effects of trade policies are, therefore, more microeconomic than macroeconomic. Although advocates of trade policies sometimes claim that these policies can alter a country's trade balance, they are usually more motivated by concerns about particular firms or industries. One should not be surprised, for instance, to hear an executive from General Motors advocating import quotas for Japanese cars. Economists usually oppose such trade policies. Free trade allows economies to specialize in doing what they do best, making residents of all 697 countries better off. Trade restrictions interfere with these gains from trade and, thus, reduce overall economic well-being. 32-3 Political instability and capital flight in 1994, political instability in Mexico, including the assassination of a prominent political leader, made world financial markets nervous. People began to view Mexico as a much less stable country than they had previously thought. They decided to pull some of their assets out of Mexico to move these funds to the United States and other safe havens. Such a large and sudden movement of funds out of a country is called capital flight. To see the implications of capital flight for the Mexican economy, we again follow our 3 steps for analyzing a change in equilibrium, but this time, we apply our model of the open economy from the perspective of Mexico rather than the United States. Consider first which curves in our model capital flight affects. When investors around the world observe political problems in Mexico, they decide to sell some of their Mexican assets and use the proceeds to buy US assets. This act increases Mexican net capital outflow and, therefore, affects both markets in our model. Most obviously, it affects the net capital outflow curve, and this in turn influences the supply of pesos in the market for foreign currency exchange. In addition, because the demand for loanable funds comes from both domestic investment and net capital outflow, capital flight affects the demand curve in the market for loanable funds. Now consider which way these curves shift. When net capital outflow increases, there is greater demand for loanable funds to finance these purchases of capital assets abroad. Thus, as panel of figure 7 shows, the demand curve for loanable funds shifts to the right from D1 to D2. In addition, because net capital outflow is higher for any interest rate, the net capital outflow curve also shifts to the right from NCO1 to NCO2, as in panel. To see the effects of capital flight on the Mexican economy, we compare the old and new equilibria. Panel of figure 7 shows that the increased demand for loanable funds causes the interest rate in Mexico to rise from R1 to R2. Panel shows that Mexican net capital outflow increases. Panel shows that the increase in net capital outflow raises the supply of pesos in the market for foreign currency exchange from S1 to S2. That is, as people try to get out of Mexican assets, there is a large supply of pesos to be converted into dollars. This increase in supply causes the peso to depreciate from E1 to E2. Thus, capital flight from Mexico increases Mexican interest rates and decreases the value of the Mexican peso in the market for foreign currency exchange. This is exactly what was observed in 1994. From November 1994 to March 1995, the interest rate on short-term Mexican government bonds rose from 14% to 70%, and the peso depreciated in value from 29 to 15 US cents per peso. These price changes that result from capital flight influence some key macroeconomic quantities. The depreciation of the currency makes exports cheaper and imports more expensive, pushing the trade balance towards surplus. At the same time, the increase in the interest rate reduces domestic investment, which slows capital accumulation and economic growth. Capital flight has its largest impact on the country from which capital is fleeing, but it also affects other countries. When capital flows out of Mexico into the United States, for instance, it has the opposite effect on the U.S. economy as it has on the Mexican economy. In particular, the rise in Mexican net capital outflow coincides with a fall in U.S. net capital outflow. As the peso depreciates in value and Mexican interest rates rise, the dollar appreciates in value and U.S. interest rates fall. The size of this impact on the U.S. economy is small, however, because the economy of the United States is so large compared to that of Mexico. The events that we have been describing in Mexico could happen to any economy in the world, and, in fact, they do from time to time. In 1997, the world learned that the banking systems of several Asian economies, including Thailand, South Korea, and Indonesia, were at or near the point of bankruptcy, and this news induced capital to flee from these nations. In 1998, the Russian government defaulted on its debt, inducing international investors to take whatever money they could and run. A similar set of events unfolded in Argentina in 2002. In each of these cases of capital flight, the results were much as our model predicts: rising interest rates and a falling currency. Capital flows from China. According to our analysis of capital flight, a nation that experiences an outflow of capital sees its currency weaken in foreign exchange markets, and this depreciation in turn increases the nation's net exports. The country into which the capital is flowing sees its currency strengthen, and this appreciation pushes its trade balance toward deficit. With these lessons in mind, consider this question: suppose a nation's government, as a matter of policy, encourages capital to flow to another country, perhaps by making foreign investments itself. What effects would this policy have? The answer is much the same: other things being equal, it leads to a weaker currency and a trade surplus for the nation encouraging the capital outflows, and a stronger currency and a trade deficit for the recipient of those capital flows. This analysis sheds light on one of the ongoing policy disputes between the United States and China. In recent years, the Chinese government has tried to depress the value of its currency, the renminbi, in foreign exchange markets to promote its export industries. It does this by accumulating foreign assets, including substantial amounts of U.S. government bonds. As of the end of 2012, China's total reserves of foreign assets were about $3 trillion. The U.S. government has at times objected to China's interventions in foreign exchange markets. By holding down the value of the renminbi, the policy makes Chinese goods less expensive, which in turn contributes to the U.S. trade deficit and hurts American producers who make products that compete with imports from China. Because of these effects, the U.S. government has encouraged China to stop influencing the exchange value of its currency with government-sponsored capital flows. Some members of Congress have even gone so far as to advocate tariffs on Chinese imports unless China ceases its currency manipulation. Yet the impact of the Chinese policy on the U.S. economy is not all bad. American consumers of Chinese imports benefit from lower prices. In addition, the inflow of capital from China lowers U.S. interest rates, which in turn increases investment in the U.S. economy. To some extent, the Chinese government is financing U.S. economic growth. The Chinese policy of investing in the U.S. economy creates winners and losers among Americans. All things considered, the net impact on the U.S. economy is probably small. The harder question concerns the motives behind the policy. Why are the Chinese leaders interested in producing for export and investing abroad, rather than producing for domestic consumption and investing at home? There is no obvious answer. One possibility is that China wants to accumulate a reserve of foreign assets on which it can draw in emergencies, a kind of national rainy day fund. Another possibility is that the policy is simply misguided. Is a strong currency always in a nation's interest? An economist tries to decode the political rhetoric about the exchange rate. In the news. 32-4 Conclusion: International economics is a topic of increasing importance. More and more, American citizens are buying goods produced abroad and producing goods to be sold overseas. Through mutual funds and other financial institutions, they borrow and lend in world financial markets. As a result, a full analysis of the U.S. economy requires an understanding of how the U.S. economy interacts with other economies in the world. This chapter has provided a basic model for thinking about the macroeconomics of open economies. The study of international economics is valuable, but we should be careful not to exaggerate its importance. Policymakers and commentators are often quick. Needed, plain talk. About the dollar. By Christina D. Romer. At a recent news conference, Ben S. Bernanke, the Federal Reserve Chairman, was asked about the falling dollar. He parried the question, saying that the Treasury Secretary was the government's spokesman on the exchange rate and, of course, that the United States favors a strong dollar. Listening to that statement, I flashed back to one of my first experiences as an advisor to Barack Obama. In November 2008, I was sharing a cab in Chicago with Larry Summers, the former Treasury Secretary and a fellow economic advisor to the President-elect. To help prepare me for the interviews and the hearings to come, Larry graciously asked me questions and critiqued my answers. When he asked about the exchange rate for the dollar, I began, "The exchange rate is a price much like any other price, and is determined by market forces." "Wrong." Larry boomed. "The exchange rate is the purview of the Treasury. The United States is in favor of a strong dollar." For the record, my initial answer was much more reasonable. Our exchange rate is just a price, the price of the dollar in terms of other currencies. It is not controlled by anyone. And a high price for the dollar, which is what we mean by a strong dollar, is not always desirable. Some countries, like China, essentially fix the price of their currency. But since the early 1970s, the United States has let the dollar's value move in response to changes in the supply and demand of dollars in the foreign exchange market. The Treasury no more determines the price of the dollar than the Department of Energy determines the price of gasoline. Both departments have a small reserve that they can use to combat market instability, but neither has the resources or the mandate to hold the relevant price away from its market equilibrium value for very long. In practice, all that the exchange rate is the purview of the Treasury means is that no official other than the Treasury Secretary is supposed to talk about it. That strikes me as a shame. Perhaps if government officials could talk about the exchange rate forthrightly, there would be more understanding of the issues and more rational policy discussions. Such discussions would start with some basic economics. The desire to trade with other countries or invest in them is what gives rise to the market for foreign exchange. You need euros to travel in Spain or to buy a German government bond, so you need a way to exchange currencies. The supply of dollars to the foreign exchange market comes from Americans who want to buy goods, services, or assets from abroad. The demand for dollars comes from foreigners who want to buy from the United States. Anything that increases the demand for dollars or reduces the supply drives up the dollar's price. Anything that lowers the demand for dollars or raises the supply causes the dollar to weaken. Consider two examples. Suppose American entrepreneurs create many products that foreigners want to buy, and start many companies they want to invest in. That will increase the demand for dollars and so cause the dollar's price to rise. Such innovation will also make Americans want to buy more goods and assets in the United States and fewer abroad. The supply of dollars to the foreign exchange market will fall, further strengthening the dollar. This example describes very 701. Well, the conditions of the late 1990s when the dollar was indeed strong. Now suppose the United States runs a large budget deficit that causes domestic interest rates to rise. Higher American interest rates make both foreigners and Americans want to buy more American bonds and fewer foreign bonds. Thus the demand for dollars increases and the supply decreases. The price of the dollar will again rise. This example describes conditions in the early 1980s, when President Ronald Reagan's tax cuts and military buildup led to large deficits. Those deficits, along with the anti-inflationary policies of the Fed, where Paul A. Volcker was then the chairman, led to high American interest rates. The dollar was very strong in this period. Both developments, brilliant American innovation and troublesome American budget deficits, caused the dollar to strengthen. Yet one is clearly a positive for the American economy, the other a negative. The point is that there is no universal good or bad direction for the dollar to move. The desirability of any shift in the exchange rate depends on why the dollar is moving. It also depends on the state of the economy. At full employment, a strong dollar is good for standards of living. A high price for the dollar means that our currency buys a lot in foreign countries. But in a depressed economy, it isn't so clear that a strong dollar is desirable. A weaker dollar means that our goods are cheaper relative to foreign goods. That stimulates our exports and reduces our imports. Higher net exports raise domestic production and employment. Foreign goods are more expensive, but more Americans are working. Given the desperate need for jobs, on net we are almost surely better off with a weaker dollar for a while. Fed policy is determined by inflation and unemployment in the United States. But if Mr. Bernanke could discuss the exchange rate openly, he would probably tell you that one way any monetary expansion helps a distressed economy is by weakening the dollar. That is taught in every introductory economics course, yet the Fed is asked to pretend it isn't true. Likewise, fiscal policy is determined by domestic considerations. But trimming our budget deficit, as we should over the coming years, would also weaken the dollar. And that, in turn, would blunt the negative impact of deficit reduction on employment and output in the short run. Strangely, every politician seems to understand that it would be desirable for the dollar to weaken against one particular currency, the Chinese renminbi. For years, China has deliberately accumulated United States Treasury bonds to keep the dollar's value high in renminbi terms. The United States would export more and grow faster if China allowed the dollar's price to fall. Congress routinely threatens retaliation if China doesn't take steps that amount to weakening the dollar. But in the very next breath, the same members of Congress shout about the importance of a strong dollar. If a decline in its value relative to the renminbi would be beneficial, a fall relative to the currency of many countries would help even more in the current situation. To say this openly risks being branded not just an extremist but possibly un-American. Perhaps it is time for a more adult conversation. The exchange rate is the purview of market economics, not of the Treasury or strong dollar ideologues. Ms. Romer is an economics professor at University of California at Berkeley and was chair of the President Obama's Council of Economic Advisers from 2009 to 2010. To blame foreigners for problems facing the U.S. economy. By contrast, economists more often view these problems as homegrown. For example, politicians often discuss foreign competition as a threat to American living standards, while economists are more likely to lament the low level of national saving. Low saving impedes growth in capital, productivity, and living standards, regardless of whether the economy is open or closed. Foreigners are a convenient target for politicians because blaming foreigners provides a way to avoid responsibility without insulting any domestic constituency. Whenever you hear popular discussions of international trade and finance, therefore, it is especially important to try to separate myth from reality. The tools you have learned in the past 2 chapters should help in that endeavor. Christina Romer. Bloomberg/Getty. Images. 702. 2 markets are central to the macroeconomics of open economies, the market for loanable funds and the market for foreign currency exchange. In the market for loanable funds, the real interest rate adjusts to balance the supply of loanable funds and the demand for loanable funds. In the market for foreign currency exchange, the real exchange rate adjusts to balance the supply of dollars and the demand for dollars. Because net capital outflow is part of the demand for loanable funds and because it provides the supply of dollars for foreign currency exchange, it is the variable that connects these 2 markets. A policy that reduces national saving, such as a government budget deficit, reduces the supply of loanable funds and drives up the interest rate. The higher interest rate reduces net capital outflow, which reduces the supply of dollars in the market for foreign currency exchange. The dollar appreciates, and net exports fall. Although restrictive trade policies, such as tariffs or quotas on imports, are sometimes advocated as a way to alter the trade balance, they do not necessarily have that effect. A trade restriction increases net exports for any given exchange rate and, therefore, increases the demand for dollars in the market for foreign currency exchange. As a result, the dollar appreciates in value, making domestic goods more expensive relative to foreign goods. This appreciation offsets the initial impact of the trade restriction on net exports. When investors change their attitudes about holding assets of a country, the ramifications for the country's economy can be profound. In particular, political instability can lead to capital flight, which tends to increase interest rates and cause the currency to depreciate. Summary. Trade policy, p. 694 Capital flight, p. 697 Key concepts. 1. Describe supply and demand in the market for loanable funds and the market for foreign currency exchange. How are these markets linked? 2. Why are budget deficits and trade deficits sometimes called the twin deficits? 3. Suppose that a textile workers' union encourages people to buy only American-made clothes. What would this policy do to the trade balance and the real exchange rate? What is the impact on the textile industry? What is the impact on the auto industry? 4. What is capital flight? When a country experiences capital flight, what is the effect on its interest rate and exchange rate? Questions for review. 1. Holding other things constant, an increase in a nation's interest rate reduces a national saving and domestic investment. B. National saving and the net capital outflow. C. Domestic investment and the net capital outflow. D. National saving only. 2. Holding other things constant, an appreciation of a nation's currency causes A. Exports to rise and imports to fall. B. Exports to fall and imports to rise. C. Both exports and imports to rise. D. Both exports and imports to fall. 3. The government in an open economy cuts spending to reduce the budget deficit. As a result, the interest rate leading to a capital and a real exchange rate A falls, outflow, appreciation. B falls, outflow, depreciation. C falls, inflow, appreciation. D rises, inflow, appreciation. Quick check multiple choice. 703. 1. Japan generally runs a significant trade surplus. Do you think this is most related to high foreign demand for Japanese goods, low Japanese demand for foreign goods, a high Japanese saving rate relative to Japanese investment, or structural barriers against imports into Japan? Explain your answer. 2. Suppose that Congress is considering an investment tax credit, which subsidizes domestic investment. A. How does this policy affect national saving, domestic investment, net capital outflow, the interest rate, the exchange rate, and the trade balance? B. Representatives of several large exporters oppose the policy. Why might that be the case? 3. The chapter notes that the rise in the U.S. trade deficit during the 1980s was due largely to the rise in the U.S. budget deficit. On the other hand, the popular press sometimes claims that the increased trade deficit resulted from a decline in the quality of U.S. products relative to foreign products. A. Assume that U.S. products did decline in relative quality during the 1980s. How did this affect net exports at any given exchange rate? B. Draw a 3-panel diagram to show the effect of this shift in net exports on the U.S. real exchange rate and trade balance. C. Is the claim in the popular press consistent with the model in this chapter? Does a decline in the quality of U.S. products have any effect on our standard of living? 4. An economist discussing trade policy in the New Republic wrote, one of the benefits of the United States removing its trade restrictions the gain to U.S. industries that produce goods for export. Export industries would find it easier to sell their goods abroad even if other countries didn't follow our example and reduce their trade barriers. Explain in words why U.S. export industries would benefit from a reduction in restrictions on imports to the United States. 5. Suppose the French suddenly develop a strong taste for California wines. Answer the following questions in words and with a diagram. A. What happens to the demand for dollars in the market for foreign currency exchange? B. What happens to the value of dollars in the market for foreign currency exchange? C. What happens to the quantity of net exports? 6. A senator renounces his past support for protectionism. The U.S. trade deficit must be reduced, but import quotas only annoy our trading partners. If we subsidize U.S. exports instead, we can reduce the deficit by increasing our competitiveness. Using a 3-panel diagram, show the effect of an export subsidy on net exports and the real exchange rate. Do you agree with the senator? 7. Suppose the United States decides to subsidize the export of U.S. agricultural products, but it does not increase taxes or decrease any other government spending to offset this expenditure. Using a 3-panel diagram, show what happens to national saving, domestic investment, net capital outflow, the interest rate, the exchange rate, and the trade balance. Also explain in words how this U.S. policy affects the amount of imports, exports, and net exports. Problems and applications. 4. The nation of Actenia has long banned the export of its highly prized puka shells. A newly elected president, however, removes the export ban. This change in policy will cause the nation's currency to making the goods Actenia imports expensive. A. Appreciate, less B. Appreciate, more C. Depreciate, less D. Depreciate, more. 5. A civil war abroad causes foreign investors to seek a safe haven for their funds in the United States, leading to US interest rates and US dollar. A. Higher, weaker. B. Higher, stronger. C. Lower, weaker. D. Lower, stronger. 6. If business leaders in Great Britain become more confident in their economy, their optimism will induce them to increase investment, causing the British pound to and pushing the British trade balance toward A. Appreciate, deficit. B. Appreciate, surplus. C. Depreciate, deficit. D. Depreciate, surplus. 704. 8. Suppose that real interest rates increase across Europe. Explain how this development will affect U.S. net capital outflow. Then explain how it will affect U.S. net exports by using a formula from the chapter and by drawing a diagram. What will happen to the U.S. real interest rate and real exchange rate? 9. Suppose that Americans decide to increase their saving. A. If the elasticity of U.S. net capital outflow with respect to the real interest rate is very high, will this increase in private saving have a large or small effect on U.S. domestic investment? B. If the elasticity of U.S. exports with respect to the real exchange rate is very low, will this increase in private saving have a large or small effect on the U.S. real exchange rate? Go to CEngageBrain.com to purchase access to the proven, critical study guide to accompany this text, which features additional notes and context, practice tests, and much more. Short-run economic fluctuations. Part 12. 707. Aggregate demand and aggregate supply. Economic activity fluctuates from year to year. In most years, the production of goods and services rises. Because of increases in the labor force, increases in the capital stock, and advances in technological knowledge, the economy can produce more and more over time. This growth allows everyone to enjoy a higher standard of living. On average, over the past half-century, the production of the U.S. economy as measured by real GDP has grown by about 3% per year. In some years, however, the economy experiences contraction rather than growth. Firms find themselves unable to sell all the goods and services they have to offer, so they cut back on production. Workers are laid off, unemployment rises, and factories are left idle. With the economy producing fewer goods and services, real GDP and other measures of income fall. Such a period of falling incomes and rising unemployment is called a recession if it is relatively mild and a depression if it is more severe. An example of such a downturn occurred in 2008 and 2009. From the fourth quarter of 2007 to the second quarter of 2009, real GDP for the U.S. economy fell by 4.7%. The rate of unemployment rose from 4.4% in May 2007 to 10% in October 2009, the highest level in more than a quarter century. Not surprisingly, students graduating during this time found that desirable jobs were hard to find. What causes short-run fluctuations in economic activity? What, if anything, can public policy do to prevent periods of falling incomes and rising unemployment? When recessions and depressions occur, how can policymakers reduce their length and severity? These are the questions we take up now. The variables that we study are largely those we have seen in previous chapters. They include GDP, unemployment, interest rates, and the price level. Also familiar are the policy instruments of government spending, taxes, and the money supply. What differs from our earlier analysis is the time horizon. So far, our goal has been to explain the behavior of these variables in the long run. Our goal now is to explain their short-run deviations from long-run trends. In other words, instead of focusing on the forces that explain economic growth from generation to generation, we are now interested in the forces that explain economic fluctuations from year to year. There remains some debate among economists about how best to analyze short-run fluctuations, but most economists use the model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply. Learning how to use this model for analyzing the short-run effects of various events and policies is the primary task ahead. This chapter introduces the model's two pieces, the aggregate demand curve and the aggregate supply curve. Before turning to the model, however, let's look at some of the key facts that describe the ups and downs of the economy. 33-13 Key facts about economic fluctuations. Short-run fluctuations in economic activity have occurred in all countries throughout history. As a starting point for understanding these year-to-year fluctuations, let's discuss some of their most important properties. 33-1 A Fact 1. Economic fluctuations are irregular and unpredictable fluctuations in the economy are often called the business cycle. As this term suggests, economic fluctuations correspond to changes in business conditions. When real GDP grows rapidly, business is good. During such periods of economic expansion, most firms find that customers are plentiful and that profits are growing. When real GDP falls during recessions, businesses have trouble. During such periods of economic contraction, most firms experience declining sales and dwindling profits. The term business cycle is somewhat misleading because it suggests that economic fluctuations follow a regular, predictable pattern. In fact, economic fluctuations are not at all regular, and they are almost impossible to predict with much accuracy. Panel of Figure 1 shows the real GDP of the U.S. economy since 1965. The shaded areas represent times of recession. As the figure shows, recessions do not come at regular intervals. Sometimes recessions are close together, such as the recessions of 1980 and 1982. Sometimes the economy goes many years without a recession. The longest period in U.S. history without a recession was the economic expansion from 1991 to 2001. 33-1b Fact 2, most macroeconomic quantities fluctuate together. Real GDP is the variable most commonly used to monitor short-run changes in the economy because it is the most comprehensive measure of economic activity. Real GDP measures the value of all final goods and services produced within a given period of time. It also measures the total income of everyone in the economy. It turns out, however, that for monitoring short-run fluctuations, it does not really matter which measure of economic activity one looks at. Most macroeconomic variables that measure some type of income, spending, or production fluctuate closely together. When real GDP falls in a recession, so do personal income, corporate profits, consumer spending, investment spending, industrial production, retail sales, home sales, auto sales, and so on. Because recessions are economy-wide phenomena, they show up in many sources of macroeconomic data. Although many macroeconomic variables fluctuate together, they fluctuate by different amounts. In particular, as panel of Figure 1 shows, investment spending varies greatly over the business cycle. Even though investment averages about 1/7 of GDP, declines in investment account for about 2/3 of the declines in GDP during recessions. In other words, when economic conditions deteriorate, much of the decline is attributable to reductions in spending on new factories, housing, and inventories. 33-1c Fact 3, as output falls, unemployment rises. Changes in the economy's output of goods and services are strongly correlated with changes in the economy's utilization of its labor force. In other words, when real GDP declines, the rate of unemployment rises. This fact is hardly surprising. When firms choose to produce a smaller quantity of goods and services, they lay off workers, expanding the pool of unemployed. Panel of Figure 1 shows the unemployment rate in the U.S. economy since 1965. Once again, the shaded areas in the figure indicate periods of recession. The figure shows clearly the impact of recessions on unemployment. In each of the recessions, the unemployment rate rises substantially. When the recession ends and real GDP starts to expand, the unemployment rate gradually declines. The unemployment rate never approaches zero. Instead, it fluctuates around its natural rate of about 5 or 6%. You're fired. Pass it on. Describing what happens to economies as they fluctuate over time is easy. Explaining what causes these fluctuations is more difficult. Indeed, compared to the topics we have studied in previous chapters, the theory of economic fluctuations remains controversial. In this chapter, we begin to develop the model that most economists use to explain short-run fluctuations in economic activity. 33-2 of the assumptions of classical economics. In previous chapters, we developed theories to explain what determines most important macroeconomic variables in the long run. Chapter 25 explained the financial system works and how the real interest rate adjusts to balance saving and investment. Chapter 28 explained why there is always some unemployment in the economy. Chapters 29 and 30 explain the monetary system and how changes in the money supply affect the price level, the inflation rate, and the nominal interest rate. Chapters 31 and 32 extended this analysis to open economies to explain the trade balance and the exchange rate. All of this previous analysis was based on two related ideas: the classical dichotomy and monetary neutrality. Recall that the classical dichotomy is the separation of variables into real variables and nominal variables. According to classical macroeconomic theory, changes in the money supply affect nominal variables but not real variables. As a result of this monetary neutrality, chapters 25 through 28 were able to examine the determinants of real variables without introducing nominal variables. In a sense, money does not matter in a classical world. If the quantity of money in the economy were to double, everything would cost twice as much, and everyone's income would be twice as high. But so what? The change would be nominal. The things that people really care about, whether they have a job, how many goods and services they can afford, and so on, would be exactly the same. This classical view is sometimes described by the saying, money is a veil. That is, nominal variables may be the first things we see when we observe an economy because economic variables are often expressed in units of money. But what's important are the real variables and the economic forces that determine them. According to classical theory, to understand these real variables, we need to look behind the veil. 33-2b The reality of short-run fluctuations. Do these assumptions of classical macroeconomic theory apply to the world in which we live? The answer to this question is of central importance to understanding how the economy works. Most economists believe that classical theory describes the world in the long run but not in the short run. Consider again the impact of money on the economy. Most economists believe that, beyond a period of several years, changes in the money supply affect prices and other nominal variables but do not affect real GDP, unemployment, or other real variables, just as classical theory says. When studying year-to-year changes in the economy, however, the assumption of monetary neutrality is no longer appropriate. In the short run, real and nominal variables are highly intertwined, and changes in the money supply can temporarily push real GDP away from its long-run trend. Even the classical economists themselves, such as David Hume, realized that classical economic theory did not hold in the short run. From his vantage point in 18th century England, Hume observed that when the money supply expanded after gold discoveries, it took some time for prices to rise, and in the meantime, the economy enjoyed higher employment and production. To understand how the economy works in the short run, we need a new model. This new model can be built using many of the tools we developed in previous chapters, but it must abandon the classical dichotomy and the neutrality of money. We can no longer separate our analysis of real variables such as level and growth of productivity and real GDP. Chapters 26 and 27 explained how. 712. Recession can change a way of life. By Tyler Cowen. As job losses mount and bailout costs run into the trillions, the social costs of the economic downturn become clearer. The primary question, to be sure, is what can be done to shorten or alleviate these bad times. But there is also a broader set of questions about how this downturn is changing our lives, in ways beyond strict economics. All recessions have cultural and social effects, but in major downturns the changes can be profound. The Great Depression, for example, may be regarded as a social and cultural era as well as an economic one. And the current crisis is also likely to enact changes in various areas, from our entertainment habits to our health. First, consider entertainment. Many studies have shown that when a job is harder to find or less lucrative, people spend more time on self-improvement and relatively inexpensive amusements. During the Depression of the 1930s, that meant listening to the radio and playing parlor and board games, sometimes in lieu of a glamorous night on the town. These stay-at-home tendencies persisted through at least the 1950s. In today's recession, we can also expect to turn to less expensive activities and maybe to keep those habits for years. They may take the form of greater interest in free content on the internet and the simple pleasures of a daily walk, instead of expensive vacations and NBA box seats. In any recession, the poor suffer the most pain. But in cultural influence, it may well be the rich who lose the most in the current crisis. This downturn is bringing a larger than usual decline in consumption by the wealthy. The shift has been documented by Jonathan A. Parker and Annette Vissing-Jorgensen, finance professors at Northwestern University, in their recent paper, Who Bears Aggregate Fluctuations and How, Estimates and Implications for Consumption Inequality. Of course, people who held much wealth in real estate or stocks have taken heavy losses. But most important, the paper says, the labor incomes of high earners have declined more than in past recessions, as seen in the financial sector. Popular cultures catering to the wealthy may also decline in this downturn. The social influences of economic downturns. The U.S. economy experienced a deep recession in 2008 and 2009. This event led some observers to ask how such events affect society more broadly. In the news, output and employment from our analysis of nominal variables such as money and the price level. Our new model focuses on how real and nominal variables interact. 33-2C The model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply. Our model of short-run economic fluctuations focuses on the behavior of two variables. The first variable is the economy's output of goods and services, as measured by real GDP. The second is the average level of prices, as measured by the CPI or the GDP deflator. Notice that output is a real variable, whereas the price level is a nominal variable. By focusing on the relationship between these two variables, we are departing from the classical assumption that real and nominal variables can be studied separately. We analyze fluctuations in the economy as a whole with the model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply, which is illustrated in Figure 2. On the vertical axis is the overall price level in the economy. On the horizontal axis is the overall quantity of goods and services produced in the economy. The aggregate demand curve shows the quantity of goods and services that. Model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply. The model that most economists use to explain short-run fluctuations in economic activity around its long-run trend. Aggregate demand curve. A curve that shows the quantity of goods and services that households, firms, the government, and customers abroad want to buy at each price level. 713. Expect a shift away from the lionizing of fancy restaurants, for example, and toward more use of public libraries. Such changes tend to occur in downturns, but this time they may be especially pronounced. Recessions and depressions, of course, are not good for mental health. But it is less widely known that in the United States and other affluent countries, physical health seems to improve, on average, during a downturn. Sure, it's stressful to miss a paycheck, but eliminating the stresses of a job may have some beneficial effects. Perhaps more important, people may take fewer car trips, thus lowering the risk of accidents, and spend less on alcohol and tobacco. They also have more time for exercise and sleep, and tend to choose home cooking over fast food. In a 2003 paper, Healthy Living in Hard Times, Christopher J. Room, an economist at the University of North Carolina at Greensboro, found that the death rate falls as unemployment rises. In the United States, he found, a 1% increase in the unemployment rate, on average, decreases the death rate by 0.5%. David Potts studied the social history of Australia in the 1930s in his 2006 book, The Myth of the Great Depression. Australia's suicide rate spiked in 1930, but overall health improved and death rates declined. After 1930, suicide rates declined as well. While he found in interviews that many people reminisced fondly about those depression years, we shouldn't rush to conclude that depressions are happy times. Many of their reports are likely illusory, as documented by the Harvard psychologist Daniel Gilbert in his best-selling book Stumbling on Happiness. According to Professor Gilbert, people often have rosy memories of very trying periods, which may include extreme poverty or fighting in a war. In today's context, we are also suffering fear and anxiety for the rather dubious consolation of having some interesting memories for the distant future. But this downturn will likely mean a more prudent generation to come. That is implied by the work of two professors, Ulrich Malmendier of the University of California, Berkeley, and Stefan Nagel of the Stanford Business School, in a 2007 paper, Depression Babies, Do Macroeconomic Experiences Affect Risk-Taking? A generation that grows up in a period of low stock returns is likely to take an unusually cautious approach to investing, even decades later, the paper found. Similarly, a generation that grows up with high inflation will be more cautious about buying bonds decades later. In other words, today's teenagers stand less chance of making foolish decisions in the stock market down the road. They are likely to forego some good business opportunities, but also to make fewer mistakes. When all is said and done, something terrible has happened in the United States economy, and no one should wish for such an event. But a deeper look at the downturn, and the social changes it is bringing, shows a more complex picture. In addition to trying to get out of the recession, our first priority, many of us will be making do with less and relying more on ourselves and our families. The social changes may well be the next big story of this recession. Mr. Cowan is an economics professor at George Mason University. Households, firms, the government, and customers abroad want to buy at each price level. The aggregate supply curve shows the quantity of goods and services that firms produce and sell at each price level. According to this model, the price level and the quantity of output adjust to bring aggregate demand and aggregate supply into balance. It is tempting to view the model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply as nothing more than a large version of the model of market demand and market supply introduced in Chapter 4. In fact, this model is quite different. When we consider demand and supply in a specific market, ice cream, for instance, the behavior of buyers and sellers depends on the ability of resources to move from one market to another. When the price of ice cream rises, the quantity demanded falls because buyers will use their incomes to buy products other than ice cream. Similarly, a higher price of ice cream raises the quantity supplied because firms that produce ice cream can increase production by hiring workers away from other parts of the economy. This microeconomic substitution from one market to another is impossible for the economy as a whole. After all, the quantity that our model is trying to explain, real GDP, measures the total quantity of goods and services produced by all firms in all markets. To understand why the aggregate demand, aggregate supply curve, a curve that shows the quantity of goods and services that firms choose to produce and sell at each price level. 714. Curve slopes downward, and why the aggregate supply curve slopes upward. We need a macroeconomic theory that explains the total quantity of goods and services demanded and the total quantity of goods and services supplied. Developing such a theory is our next task. The aggregate demand curve tells us the quantity of all goods and services demanded in the economy at any given price level. As Figure 3 illustrates, the aggregate demand curve slopes downward. This means that, other things being equal, a decrease in the economy's overall level of prices raises the quantity of goods and services demanded. Conversely, an increase in the price level reduces the quantity of goods and services demanded. 33-3. Why the aggregate demand curve slopes downward. Why does a change in the price level move the quantity of goods and services demanded in the opposite direction? To answer this question, it is useful to recall that an economy's GDP is the sum of its consumption, investment, government purchases, and net exports. Y equals C plus I plus G plus NX. 715. Each of these four components contributes to the aggregate demand for goods and services. For now, we assume that government spending is fixed by policy. The other three components of spending, consumption, investment, and net exports, depend on economic conditions and, in particular, on the price level. Therefore, to understand the downward slope of the aggregate demand curve, we must examine how the price level affects the quantity of goods and services demanded for consumption, investment, and net exports. The price level and consumption, the wealth effect. Consider the money that you hold in your wallet and your bank account. The nominal value of this money is fixed. $1 is always worth $1. Yet the real value of $1 is not fixed. If a candy bar costs $1, then $1 is worth 1 candy bar. If the price of a candy bar falls to 50 cents, then $1 is worth 2 candy bars. Thus, when the price level falls, the dollars you are holding rise in value, which increases your real wealth and your ability to buy goods and services. This logic gives us the first reason the aggregate demand curve slopes downward. A decrease in the price level raises the real value of money and makes consumers wealthier, which in turn encourages them to spend more. The increase in consumer spending means a larger quantity of goods and services demanded. Conversely, an increase in the price level reduces the real value of money and makes consumers poorer, which in turn reduces consumer spending and the quantity of goods and services demanded. The price level and investment, the interest rate effect. The price level is one determinant of the quantity of money demanded. When the price level is lower, households do not need to hold as much money to buy the goods and services they want. Therefore, when the price level falls, households try to reduce their holdings of money by lending some of it out. For instance, a household might use its excess money to buy interest-bearing bonds. Or it might deposit its excess money in an interest-bearing savings account, and the bank would use these funds to make more loans. In either case, as households try to convert some of their money into interest-bearing assets, they drive down interest rates. Interest rates, in turn, affect spending on goods and services. Because a lower interest rate makes borrowing less expensive, it encourages firms to borrow more to invest in new plants and equipment, and it encourages households to borrow more to invest in new housing. Thus, a lower interest rate increases the quantity of goods and services demanded. This logic gives us a second reason the aggregate demand curve slopes downward. A lower price level reduces the interest rate, encourages greater spending on investment goods, and thereby increases the quantity of goods and services demanded. Conversely, a higher price level raises the interest rate, discourages investment spending, and decreases the quantity of goods and services demanded. The price level and net exports, the exchange rate effect as we have just discussed, a lower price level in the United States lowers the U.S. interest rate. In response to the lower interest rate, some U.S. investors will seek higher returns by investing abroad. For instance, as the interest rate on U.S. government bonds falls, a mutual fund might sell U.S. government bonds to buy German government bonds. As the mutual fund tries to convert its dollars into euros to buy the German bonds, it increases the supply of dollars in the market for foreign currency exchange. The increased supply of dollars to be turned into euros causes the dollar to depreciate relative to the euro. This leads to a change in the real exchange rate, the relative price of domestic and foreign goods. Because each dollar buys fewer units of foreign currencies, foreign goods become more expensive relative to domestic goods. The change in relative prices affects spending, both at home and abroad. Because foreign goods are now more expensive, Americans buy less from other countries, causing U.S. imports of goods and services to decrease. At the same time, because U.S. goods are now cheaper, foreigners buy more from the United States, so U.S. exports increase. Net exports equal exports minus imports, so both of these changes cause U.S. net exports to increase. Thus, the fall in the real exchange value of the dollar leads to an increase in the quantity of goods and services demanded. This logic yields a third reason the aggregate demand curve slopes downward. When a fall in the U.S. price level causes U.S. interest rates to fall, the real value of the dollar declines in foreign exchange markets. This depreciation stimulates U.S. net exports and thereby increases the quantity of goods and services demanded. Conversely, when the U.S. price level rises and causes U.S. interest rates to rise, the real value of the dollar increases, and this appreciation reduces U.S. net exports and the quantity of goods and services demanded. Summing up, there are three distinct but related reasons a fall in the price level increases the quantity of goods and services demanded. 1. Consumers are wealthier, which stimulates the demand for consumption goods. 2. Interest rates fall, which stimulates the demand for investment goods. 3. The currency depreciates, which stimulates the demand for net exports. 717. The same three effects work in reverse. When the price level rises, decreased wealth depresses consumer spending, higher interest rates depress investment spending, and a currency appreciation depresses net exports. Here is a thought experiment to hone your intuition about these effects. Imagine that one day you wake up and notice that, for some mysterious reason, the prices of all goods and services have fallen by half, so the dollars you are holding are worth twice as much. In real terms, you now have twice as much money as you had when you went to bed the night before. What would you do with the extra money? You could spend it at your favorite restaurant, increasing consumer spending. You could lend it out, reducing interest rates and increasing investment spending. Or you could invest it overseas, reducing the real exchange value of the dollar and increasing net exports. Whichever of these three responses you choose, the fall in the price level leads to an increase in the quantity of goods and services demanded. This is what the downward slope of the aggregate demand curve represents. It is important to keep in mind that the aggregate demand curve is drawn holding other things equal. In particular, our three explanations of the downward sloping aggregate demand curve assume that the money supply is fixed. That is, we have been considering how a change in the price level affects the demand for goods and services, holding the amount of money in the economy constant. As we will see, a change in the quantity of money shifts the aggregate demand curve. At this point, just keep in mind that the aggregate demand curve is drawn for a given quantity of the money supply. 33-3b Why the aggregate demand curve might shift. The downward slope of the aggregate demand curve shows that a fall in the price level raises the overall quantity of goods and services demanded. Many other factors, however, affect the quantity of goods and services demanded at a given price level. When one of these other factors changes, the quantity of goods and services demanded at every price level changes and the aggregate demand curve shifts. Let's consider some examples of events that shift aggregate demand. We can categorize them according to the component of spending that is most directly affected. Shifts arising from changes in consumption. Suppose Americans suddenly become more concerned about saving for retirement and, as a result, reduce their current consumption. Because the quantity of goods and services demanded at any price level is lower, the aggregate demand curve shifts to the left. Conversely, imagine that a stock market boom makes people wealthier and less concerned about saving. The resulting increase in consumer spending means a greater quantity of goods and services demanded at any given price level, so the aggregate demand curve shifts to the right. Thus, any event that changes how much people want to consume at a given price level shifts the aggregate demand curve. One policy variable that has this effect is the level of taxation. When the government cuts taxes, it encourages people to spend more, so the aggregate demand curve shifts to the right. When the government raises taxes, people cut back on their spending and the aggregate demand curve shifts to the left. Shifts arising from changes in investment. Any event that changes how much firms want to invest at a given price level also shifts the aggregate demand curve. For instance, imagine that the computer industry introduces a faster line 718 of computers and many firms decide to invest in new computer systems. Because the quantity of goods and services demanded at any price level is higher, the aggregate demand curve shifts to the right. Conversely, if firms become pessimistic about future business conditions, they may cut back on investment spending, shifting the aggregate demand curve to the left. Tax policy can also influence aggregate demand through investment. For example, an investment tax credit increases the quantity of investment goods that firms demand at any given interest rate and therefore shifts the aggregate demand curve to the right. The repeal of an investment tax credit reduces investment and shifts the aggregate demand curve to the left. Another policy variable that can influence investment and aggregate demand is the money supply. As we discuss more fully in the next chapter, an increase in the money supply lowers the interest rate in the short run. This decrease in the interest rate makes borrowing less costly, which stimulates investment spending and thereby shifts the aggregate demand curve to the right. Conversely, a decrease in the money supply raises the interest rate, discourages investment spending, and thereby shifts the aggregate demand curve to the left. Many economists believe that throughout U.S. history, changes in monetary policy have been an important source of shifts in aggregate demand. Shifts arising from changes in government purchases. The most direct way that policymakers shift the aggregate demand curve is through government purchases. For example, suppose Congress decides to reduce purchases of new weapons systems. Because the quantity of goods and services demanded at any price level is lower, the aggregate demand curve shifts to the left. Conversely, if state governments start building more highways, the result is a greater quantity of goods and services demanded at any price level, so the aggregate demand curve shifts to the right. Shifts arising from changes in net exports. Any event that changes net exports for a given price level also shifts aggregate demand. For instance, when Europe experiences a recession, it buys fewer goods from the United States. This reduces U.S. net exports at every price level and shifts the aggregate demand curve for the U.S. economy to the left. When Europe recovers from its recession, it starts buying U.S. goods again and the aggregate demand curve shifts to the right. Net exports can also change because international speculators cause movements in the exchange rate. Suppose, for instance, that these speculators lose confidence in foreign economies and want to move some of their wealth into the U.S. economy. In doing so, they bid up the value of the U.S. dollar in the foreign exchange market. This appreciation of the dollar makes U.S. goods more expensive compared to foreign goods, which depresses net exports and shifts the aggregate demand curve to the left. Conversely, speculation that causes a depreciation of the dollar stimulates net exports and shifts the aggregate demand curve to the right. Summing up, in the next chapter, we analyze the aggregate demand curve in more detail. There we examine more precisely how the tools of monetary and fiscal policy can shift aggregate demand and whether policymakers should use these tools for that purpose. At this point, however, you should have some idea about why the aggregate demand curve slopes downward and what kinds of events and policies can shift this curve. Table 1 summarizes what we have learned so far. Table 1. Why does the aggregate demand curve slope downward? 1. The wealth effect. A lower price level increases real wealth, which stimulates spending on consumption. 2. The interest rate effect. A lower price level reduces the interest rate, which stimulates spending on investment. 3. The exchange rate effect. A lower price level causes the real exchange rate to depreciate, which stimulates spending on net exports. Why might the aggregate demand curve shift? 1. Shifts arising from changes in consumption. An event that causes consumers to spend more at a given price level shifts the aggregate demand curve to the right. An event that causes consumers to spend less at a given price level shifts the aggregate demand curve to the left. 2. Shifts arising from changes in investment. An event that causes firms to invest more at a given price level shifts the aggregate demand curve to the right. An event that causes firms to invest less at a given price level shifts the aggregate demand curve to the left. 3. Shifts arising from changes in government purchases. An increase in government purchases of goods and services shifts the aggregate demand curve to the right. A decrease in government purchases on goods and services shifts the aggregate demand curve to the left. 4. Shifts arising from changes in net exports. An event that raises spending on net exports at a given price level shifts the aggregate demand curve to the right. An event that reduces spending on net exports at a given price level shifts the aggregate demand curve to the left. Quick quiz: explain the 3 reasons the aggregate demand curve slopes downward. Give an example of an event that would shift the aggregate demand curve. Which way would this event shift the curve? The aggregate supply curve tells us the total quantity of goods and services that firms produce and sell at any given price level. Unlike the aggregate demand curve, which always slopes downward, the aggregate supply curve shows a relationship that depends crucially on the time horizon examined. In the long run, the aggregate supply curve is vertical, whereas in the short run, the aggregate supply curve slopes upward. To understand short-run economic fluctuations, and how the short-run behavior of the economy deviates from its long-run behavior, we need to examine both the long-run aggregate supply curve and the short-run aggregate supply curve. 720. 33-40 Why the aggregate supply curve is vertical in the long run. What determines the quantity of goods and services supplied in the long run? We implicitly answered this question earlier in the book when we analyzed the process of economic growth. In the long run, an economy's production of goods and services depends on its supplies of labor, capital, and natural resources and on the available technology used to turn these factors of production into goods and services. When we analyzed these forces that govern long-run growth, we did not need to make any reference to the overall level of prices. We examined the price level in a separate chapter, where we saw that it was determined by the quantity of money. We learned that if two economies were identical except that one had twice as much money in circulation, the price level would be twice as high in the economy with more money. But since the amount of money does not affect technology or the supplies of labor, capital, and natural resources, the output of goods and services in the two economies would be the same. Because the price level does not affect the long-run determinants of real GDP, the long-run aggregate supply curve is vertical, as in Figure 4. In other words, in the long run, the economy's labor, capital, natural resources, and technology determine the total quantity of goods and services supplied, and this quantity supplied is the same regardless of what the price level happens to be. The vertical long-run aggregate supply curve is a graphical representation of the classical dichotomy and monetary neutrality. As we have already discussed, classical macroeconomic theory is based on the assumption that real variables do not depend on nominal variables. The long-run aggregate supply curve is consistent with this idea because it implies that the quantity of output does not depend on the level of prices. As noted earlier, most economists believe this principle works well when studying the economy over a period of many years but not when studying year-to-year changes. Thus, the aggregate supply curve is vertical only in the long run. Because classical macroeconomic theory predicts the quantity of goods and services produced by an economy in the long run, it also explains the position of the long-run aggregate supply curve. The long-run level of production is sometimes called potential output or full employment output. To be more precise, we call it the natural level of output because it shows what the economy produces when unemployment is at its natural, or normal, rate. The natural level of output is the rate of production toward which the economy gravitates in the long run. Any change in the economy that alters the natural level of output shifts the long-run aggregate supply curve. Because output in the classical model depends on labor, capital, natural resources, and technological knowledge, we can categorize shifts in the long-run aggregate supply curve as arising from these four sources. Shifts arising from changes in labor. Imagine that an economy experiences an increase in immigration. Because there would be a greater number of workers, the quantity of goods and services supplied would increase. As a result, the long-run aggregate supply curve would shift to the right. Conversely, if many workers left the economy to go abroad, the long-run aggregate supply curve would shift to the left. The position of the long-run aggregate supply curve also depends on the natural rate of unemployment, so any change in the natural rate of unemployment shifts the long-run aggregate supply curve. For example, if Congress were to raise the minimum wage substantially, the natural rate of unemployment would rise and the economy would produce a smaller quantity of goods and services. As a result, the long-run aggregate supply curve would shift to the left. Conversely, if a reform of the unemployment insurance system were to encourage unemployed workers to search harder for new jobs, the natural rate of unemployment would fall and the long-run aggregate supply curve would shift to the right. Shifts arising from changes in capital. An increase in the economy's capital stock increases productivity and, thereby, the quantity of goods and services supplied. As a result, the long-run aggregate supply curve shifts to the right. Conversely, a decrease in the economy's capital stock decreases productivity and the quantity of goods and services supplied, shifting the long-run aggregate supply curve to the left. Notice that the same logic applies regardless of whether we are discussing physical capital such as machines and factories or human capital such as college degrees. An increase in either type of capital will raise the economy's ability to produce goods and services and, thus, shift the long-run aggregate supply curve to the right. Shifts arising from changes in natural resources. An economy's production depends on its natural resources, including its land, minerals, and weather. The discovery of a new mineral deposit shifts the long-run aggregate supply curve to the right. A change in weather patterns that makes farming more difficult shifts the long-run aggregate supply curve to the left. In many countries, crucial natural resources are imported. A change in the availability of these resources can also shift the aggregate supply curve. For example, as we discuss later in this chapter, events occurring in the world oil market have historically been an important source of shifts in aggregate supply for the United States and other oil importing nations. Shifts arising from changes in technological knowledge. Perhaps the most important reason that the economy today produces more than it did a generation ago is that our technological knowledge has advanced. The invention of the computer, for instance, has allowed us to produce more goods and services from any given amounts of labor, capital, and natural resources. As computer use has spread throughout the economy, it has shifted the long-run aggregate supply curve to the right. Although not literally technological, many other events act like changes in technology. For instance, opening up international trade has effects similar to inventing new production processes because it allows a country to specialize in higher productivity industries. Therefore, it also shifts the long-run aggregate supply curve to the right. Conversely, if the government passes new regulations preventing firms from using some production methods, perhaps to address worker safety or environmental concerns, the result is a leftward shift in the long-run aggregate supply curve. Summing up, because the long-run aggregate supply curve reflects the classical model of the economy we developed in previous chapters, it provides a new way to describe our earlier analysis. Any policy or event that raised real GDP in previous chapters can now be described as increasing the quantity of goods and services supplied and shifting the long-run aggregate supply curve to the right. Any policy or event that lowered real GDP in previous chapters can now be described as decreasing the quantity of goods and services supplied and shifting the long-run aggregate supply curve to the left. 33-4C Using aggregate demand and aggregate supply to depict long-run growth and inflation. Having introduced the economy's aggregate demand curve and the long-run aggregate supply curve, we now have a new way to describe the economy's long-run trends. Figure 5 illustrates the changes that occur in an economy from decade to decade. Notice that both curves are shifting. Although many forces influence the economy in the long run and can in theory cause such shifts, the two most important forces in practice are technology and monetary policy. Technological progress enhances an economy's ability to produce goods and services, and the resulting increases in output are reflected in continual shifts of the long-run aggregate supply curve to the right. At the same time, because the Federal Reserve increases the money supply over time, the aggregate demand curve also shifts to the right. As the figure illustrates, the result is continuing growth in output and continuing inflation. This is just another way of representing the classical analysis of growth and inflation we conducted in earlier chapters. The purpose of developing the model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply, however, is not to dress our previous long-run conclusions in new clothing. Instead, it is to provide a framework for short-run analysis, as we will see in a moment. As we develop the short-run model, we keep the analysis simple by omitting the continuing growth and inflation shown by the shifts in Figure 5. But always remember that long-run trends are the background on which short-run fluctuations are superimposed. The short-run fluctuations in output and the price level that we will be studying should be viewed as deviations from the long-run trends of output growth and inflation. 723. 33-4D Why the aggregate supply curve slopes upward in the short run. The key difference between the economy in the short run and in the long run is the behavior of aggregate supply. The long-run aggregate supply curve is vertical because, in the long run, the overall level of prices does not affect the economy's ability to produce goods and services. By contrast, in the short run, the price level does affect the economy's output. That is, over a period of a year or two, an increase in the overall level of prices in the economy tends to raise the quantity of goods and services supplied, and a decrease in the level of prices tends to reduce the quantity of goods and services supplied. As a result, the short-run aggregate supply curve slopes upward, as shown in Figure 6. Why do changes in the price level affect output in the short run? Macroeconomists have proposed three theories for the upward slope of the short run. Aggregate supply curve. In each theory, a specific market imperfection causes the supply side of the economy to behave differently in the short run than it does in the long run. The following theories differ in their details, but they share a common theme: the quantity of output supplied deviates from its long run, or natural, level when the actual price level in the economy deviates from the price level that people expected to prevail. When the price level rises above the level that people expected, output rises above its natural level, and when the price level falls below the expected level, output falls below its natural level. The sticky wage theory. The first explanation of the upward slope of the short-run aggregate supply curve is the sticky wage theory. This theory is the simplest of the three approaches to aggregate supply, and some economists believe it highlights the most important reason why the economy in the short run differs from the economy in the long run. Therefore, it is the theory of short-run aggregate supply that we emphasize in this book. According to this theory, the short-run aggregate supply curve slopes upward because nominal wages are slow to adjust to changing economic conditions. In other words, wages are sticky in the short run. To some extent, the slow adjustment of nominal wages is attributable to long-term contracts between workers and firms that fix nominal wages, sometimes for as long as 3 years. In addition, this prolonged adjustment may be attributable to slowly changing social norms and notions of fairness that influence wage setting. An example helps explain how sticky nominal wages can result in a short-run aggregate supply curve that slopes upward. Imagine that a year ago a firm expected the price level today to be 100, and based on this expectation, it signed a contract with its workers agreeing to pay them, say, $20 an hour. In fact, the price level, P, turns out to be only 95. Because prices have fallen below expectations, the firm gets 5% less than expected for each unit of its product that it sells. The cost of labor used to make the output, however, is stuck at $20 per hour. Production is now less profitable, so the firm hires fewer workers and reduces the quantity of output supplied. Over time, the labor contract will expire, and the firm can renegotiate with its workers for a lower wage, but in the meantime, employment and production will remain below their long-run levels. The same logic works in reverse. Suppose the price level turns out to be 105 and the wage remains stuck at $20. The firm sees that the amount it is paid for each unit sold is up by 5%, while its labor costs are not. In response, it hires more workers and increases the quantity of output supplied. Eventually, the workers will demand higher nominal wages to compensate for the higher price level, but for a while, the firm can take advantage of the profit opportunity by increasing employment and production above their long-run levels. In short, according to the sticky wage theory, the short-run aggregate supply curve slopes upward because nominal wages are based on expected prices and do not respond immediately when the actual price level turns out to be different from what was expected. This stickiness of wages gives firms an incentive to produce less output when the price level turns out lower than expected and to produce more when the price level turns out higher than expected. The sticky price theory. Some economists have advocated another approach to explaining the upward slope of the short-run aggregate supply curve, called the sticky price theory. As we just discussed, the sticky wage theory emphasizes that nominal wages adjust slowly over time. The sticky price theory emphasizes that the prices of some goods and services also adjust sluggishly in response to changing economic conditions. This slow adjustment of prices occurs in part because there are costs to adjusting prices, called menu costs. These menu costs include the cost of printing and distributing catalogs and the time required to change price tags. As a result of these costs, prices as well as wages may be sticky in the short run. To see how sticky prices explain the aggregate supply curve's upward slope, suppose that each firm in the economy announces its prices in advance based on the economic conditions it expects to prevail over the coming year. Suppose further that after prices are announced, the economy experiences an unexpected contraction in the money supply, which will reduce the overall price level in the long run. Although some firms can reduce their prices immediately in response to an unexpected change in economic conditions, other firms may not want to incur additional menu costs. As a result, they may temporarily lag behind in reducing their prices. Because these lagging firms have prices that are too high, their sales decline. Declining sales, in turn, cause these firms to cut back on production and employment. In other words, because not all prices adjust instantly to changing economic conditions, an unexpected fall in the price level leaves some firms with higher than desired prices, and these higher than desired prices depress sales and induce firms to reduce the quantity of goods and services they produce. Similar reasoning applies when the money supply and price level turn out to be above what firms expected when they originally set their prices. While some firms raise their prices immediately in response to the new economic environment, other firms lag behind, keeping their prices at the lower than desired levels. These low prices attract customers, which induces these firms to increase employment and production. Thus, during the time these lagging firms are operating with outdated prices, there is a positive association between the overall price level and the quantity of output. This positive association is represented by the upward slope of the short-run aggregate supply curve. 726. The misperceptions theory. A third approach to explaining the upward slope of the short-run aggregate supply curve is the misperceptions theory. According to this theory, changes in the overall price level can temporarily mislead suppliers about what is happening in the individual markets in which they sell their output. As a result of these short-run misperceptions, suppliers respond to changes in the level of prices, and this response leads to an upward sloping aggregate supply curve. To see how this might work, suppose the overall price level falls below the level that suppliers expected. When suppliers see the prices of their products fall, they may mistakenly believe that their relative prices have fallen, that is, they may believe that their prices have fallen compared to other prices in the economy. For example, wheat farmers may notice a fall in the price of wheat before they notice a fall in the prices of the many items they buy as consumers. They may infer from this observation that the reward to producing wheat is temporarily low, and they may respond by reducing the quantity of wheat they supply. Similarly, workers may notice a fall in their nominal wages before they notice that the prices of the goods they buy are also falling. They may infer that the reward for working is temporarily low and respond by reducing the quantity of labor they supply. In both cases, a lower price level causes misperceptions about relative prices, and these misperceptions induce suppliers to respond to the lower price level by decreasing the quantity of goods and services supplied. Similar misperceptions arise when the price level is above what was expected. Suppliers of goods and services may notice the price of their output rising and infer, mistakenly, that their relative prices are rising. They would conclude that it is a good time to produce. Until their misperceptions are corrected, they respond to the higher price level by increasing the quantity of goods and services supplied. This behavior results in a short-run aggregate supply curve that slopes upward. Summing up, there are three alternative explanations for the upward slope of the short-run aggregate supply curve: sticky wages, sticky prices, and misperceptions about relative prices. Economists debate which of these theories is correct, and it is very possible each contains an element of truth. For our purposes in this book, the similarities of the theories are more important than the differences. All three theories suggest that output deviates in the short run from its natural level when the actual price level deviates from the price level that people had expected to prevail. We can express this mathematically as follows. Quantity natural actual expected of output 5 level of 1 pound price 2 price greater than or equal to supplied output level. Where is a number that determines how much output responds to unexpected changes in the price level. Notice that each of the three theories of short-run aggregate supply emphasizes a problem that is likely to be temporary. Whether the upward slope of the aggregate supply curve is attributable to sticky wages, sticky prices, or misperceptions, these conditions will not persist forever. Over time, nominal wages will become unstuck, prices will become unstuck, and misperceptions about relative prices will be corrected. In the long run, it is reasonable to assume that wages and prices are flexible rather than sticky and that people are not confused about relative prices. Thus, while we have several good theories to explain why the short-run aggregate supply curve slopes upward, they are all consistent with the long-run aggregate supply curve that is vertical. 727. 33-4E Why the short-run aggregate supply curve might shift. The short-run aggregate supply curve tells us the quantity of goods and services supplied in the short run for any given level of prices. This curve is similar to the long-run aggregate supply curve, but it is upward sloping rather than vertical because of sticky wages, sticky prices, and misperceptions. Thus, when thinking about what shifts the short-run aggregate supply curve, we have to consider all those variables that shift the long-run aggregate supply curve. In addition, we have to consider a new variable, the expected price level, that influences the wages that are stuck, the prices that are stuck, and the perceptions about relative prices that may be flawed. Let's start with what we know about the long-run aggregate supply curve. As we discussed earlier, shifts in the long-run aggregate supply curve normally arise from changes in labor, capital, natural resources, or technological knowledge. These same variables shift the short-run aggregate supply curve. For example, when an increase in the economy's capital stock increases productivity, the economy is able to produce more output, so both the long-run and short-run aggregate supply curves shift to the right. When an increase in the minimum wage raises the natural rate of unemployment, the economy has fewer employed workers and thus produces less output, so both the long-run and short-run aggregate supply curves shift to the left. The important new variable that affects the position of the short-run aggregate supply curve is the price level that people expected to prevail. As we have discussed, the quantity of goods and services supplied depends, in the short run, on sticky wages, sticky prices, and misperceptions. Yet wages, prices, and perceptions are set based on the expected price level. So when people change their expectations of the price level, the short-run aggregate supply curve shifts. To make this idea more concrete, let's consider a specific theory of aggregate supply, the sticky wage theory. According to this theory, when workers and firms expect the price level to be high, they are likely to reach a bargain with a higher level of nominal wages. Higher wages raise firms' costs, and for any given actual price level, higher costs reduce the quantity of goods and services supplied. Thus, when the expected price level rises, wages are higher, costs increase, and firms produce a smaller quantity of goods and services at any given actual price level. Thus, the short-run aggregate supply curve shifts to the left. Conversely, when the expected price level falls, wages are lower, costs decline, firms increase output at any given price level, and the short-run aggregate supply curve shifts to the right. A similar logic applies in each theory of aggregate supply. The general lesson is the following: an increase in the expected price level reduces the quantity of goods and services supplied and shifts the short-run aggregate supply curve to the left. A decrease in the expected price level raises the quantity of goods and services supplied and shifts the short-run aggregate supply curve to the right. As we will see in the next section, the influence of expectations on the position of the short-run aggregate supply curve plays a key role in explaining how the economy makes the transition from the short run to the long run. In the short run, expectations are fixed and the economy finds itself at the intersection of the aggregate demand curve and the short-run aggregate supply curve. In the long run, if people observe that the price level is different from what they expected, their expectations adjust and the short-run aggregate supply curve shifts. This shift ensures that the economy eventually finds itself at the intersection of the aggregate demand curve and the long-run aggregate supply curve. You should now have some understanding about why the short-run aggregate supply curve slopes upward and what events and policies can cause this curve to shift. Table 2 summarizes our discussion. 728. Quick quiz: explain why the long-run aggregate supply curve is vertical. Explain 3 theories for why the short-run aggregate supply curve slopes upward. What variables shift both the long-run and short-run aggregate supply curves? What variable shifts the short-run aggregate supply curve but not the long-run aggregate supply curve? Table 2. Why does the short-run aggregate supply curve slope upward? 1. The sticky wage theory: an unexpectedly low price level raises the real wage, which causes firms to hire fewer workers and produce a smaller quantity of goods and services. 2. The sticky price theory: an unexpectedly low price level leaves some firms with higher than desired prices, which depresses their sales and leads them to cut back production. 3. The misperceptions theory. An unexpectedly low price level leads some suppliers to think their relative prices have fallen, which induces a fall in production. Why might the short-run aggregate supply curve shift? 1. Shifts arising from changes in labor. An increase in the quantity of labor available shifts the aggregate supply curve to the right. A decrease in the quantity of labor available shifts the aggregate supply curve to the left. 2. Shifts arising from changes in capital. An increase in physical or human capital shifts the aggregate supply curve to the right. A decrease in physical or human capital shifts the aggregate supply curve to the left. 3. Shifts arising from changes in natural resources. An increase in the availability of natural resources shifts the aggregate supply curve to the right. A decrease in the availability of natural resources shifts the aggregate supply curve to the left. 4. Shifts arising from changes in technology. An advance in technological knowledge shifts the aggregate supply curve to the right. A decrease in the available technology shifts the aggregate supply curve to the left. 5. Shifts arising from changes in the expected price level. A decrease in the expected price level shifts the short-run aggregate supply curve to the right. An increase in the expected price level shifts the short-run aggregate supply curve to the left. 33-52 Causes of economic fluctuations. Now that we have introduced the model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply, we have the basic tools we need to analyze fluctuations in economic activity. In particular, we can use what we have learned about aggregate demand and aggregate supply to examine the two basic causes of short-run fluctuations, shifts in aggregate demand and shifts in aggregate supply. To keep things simple, we assume the economy begins in long-run equilibrium, as shown in Figure 7. Output and the price level are determined in the long run by the intersection of the aggregate demand curve and the long-run aggregate supply curve, shown as point A in the figure. At this point, output is at its natural level. Because the economy is always in a short-run equilibrium, the short-run aggregate supply curve passes through this point as well, indicating that the expected price level has adjusted to this long-run equilibrium. That is, when an economy is in its long-run equilibrium, the expected price level must equal the 729 actual price level, so that the intersection of aggregate demand with short-run aggregate supply is the same as the intersection of aggregate demand with long-run aggregate supply. 33-5 Of the effects of a shift in aggregate demand. Suppose that a wave of pessimism suddenly overtakes the economy. The cause might be a scandal in the White House, a crash in the stock market, or the outbreak of war overseas. Because of this event, many people lose confidence in the future and alter their plans. Households cut back on their spending and delay major purchases, and firms put off buying new equipment. What is the macroeconomic impact of such a wave of pessimism? In answering this question, we can follow the 3 steps we used in Chapter 4 when analyzing supply and demand in specific markets. First, we determine whether the event affects aggregate demand or aggregate supply. Second, we determine the direction that the curve shifts. Third, we use the diagram of aggregate demand and aggregate supply to compare the initial and the new equilibrium. The new wrinkle is that we need to add a 4th step. We have to keep track of a new short-run equilibrium, a new long-run equilibrium, and the transition between them. Table 3 summarizes the 4 steps to analyzing economic fluctuations. Table 3:1. Decide whether the event shifts the aggregate demand curve or the aggregate supply curve. 2. Decide the direction in which the curve shifts. 3. Use the diagram of aggregate demand and aggregate supply to determine the impact on output and the price level in the short run. 4. Use the diagram of aggregate demand and aggregate supply to analyze how the economy moves from its new short-run equilibrium to its long-run equilibrium. 730. The first 2 steps are easy. First, because the wave of pessimism affects spending plans, it affects the aggregate demand curve. Second, because households and firms now want to buy a smaller quantity of goods and services for any given price level, the event reduces aggregate demand. As figure 8 shows, the aggregate demand curve shifts to the left from AD1 to AD2. With this figure, we can perform step 3, by comparing the initial and the new equilibrium, we can see the effects of the fall in aggregate demand. In the short run, the economy moves along the initial short-run aggregate supply curve, as 1, going from point A to point B. As the economy moves between these 2 points, output falls from Y1 to Y2 and the price level falls from P1 to P2. The falling level of output indicates that the economy is in a recession. Although not shown in the figure, firms respond to lower sales and production by reducing employment. Thus, the pessimism that caused the shift in aggregate demand is, to some extent, self-fulfilling. Pessimism about the future leads to falling incomes and rising unemployment. Now comes step 4, the transition from the short-run equilibrium to the long-run equilibrium. Because of the reduction in aggregate demand, the price level initially falls from P1 to P2. The price level is thus below the level that people were expecting before the sudden fall in aggregate demand. People can be surprised in the short run, but they will not remain surprised. Over time, their expectations catch up with this new reality, and the expected price level falls as well. The fall in the expected price level alters wages, prices, and perceptions, which in turn influences the position of the short-run aggregate supply curve. For example, according to the sticky wage theory, once workers and firms come to expect a lower level of prices, they start to strike bargains for lower nominal wages. The reduction in labor costs encourages firms to hire more workers and expand production at any given level of prices. Thus, the fall in the expected price level shifts the short-run aggregate supply curve to the right from S1 to S2 in figure 8. This shift allows the economy to approach point C, where the new aggregate demand curve crosses the long-run aggregate supply curve. In the new long-run equilibrium, point C, output is back to its natural level. The economy has corrected itself, the decline in output is reversed in the long run, even without action by policymakers. Although the wave of pessimism has reduced aggregate demand, the price level has fallen sufficiently to offset the shift in the aggregate demand curve, and people have come to expect this new lower price level as well. Thus, in the long run, the shift in aggregate demand is reflected fully in the price level and not at all in the level of output. In other words, the long-run effect of a shift in aggregate demand is a nominal change but not a real change. What should policymakers do when faced with a sudden fall in aggregate demand? In this analysis, we assume they did nothing. Another possibility is that, as soon as the economy heads into recession, policymakers could take action to increase aggregate demand. As we noted earlier, an increase in government spending or an increase in the money supply would increase the quantity of goods and services demanded at any price and, therefore, would shift the aggregate demand curve to the right. If policymakers act with sufficient speed and precision, they can offset the initial shift in aggregate demand, return the aggregate demand curve to AD1, and bring the economy back to point A. If the policy is successful, the painful period of depressed output and employment can be reduced in length and severity. The next chapter discusses in more detail the ways in which monetary and fiscal policy influence aggregate demand, as well as some of the practical difficulties in using these policy instruments. To sum up, this story about shifts in aggregate demand has 3 important lessons. In the short run, shifts in aggregate demand cause fluctuations in the economy's output of goods and services. In the long run, shifts in aggregate demand affect the overall price level but do not affect output. Because policymakers influence aggregate demand, they can potentially mitigate the severity of economic fluctuations. Monetary neutrality revisited. According to classical economic theory, money is neutral. That is, changes in the quantity of money affect nominal variables such as the price level but not real variables such as output. Earlier in this chapter, we noted that most economists accept this conclusion as a description of how the economy works in the long run but not in the short run. With the model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply, we can illustrate this conclusion and explain it more fully. Suppose that the Fed reduces the quantity of money in the economy. What effect does this change have? As we discussed, the money supply is one determinant of aggregate demand. The reduction in the money supply shifts the aggregate demand curve to the left. The analysis looks just like figure 8. Even though the cause of the shift in aggregate demand is different, we would observe the same effects on output and the price level. In the short run, both output and the price level fall. The economy experiences a recession. But over time, the expected price level falls as well. Firms and workers respond to their new expectations by, for instance, agreeing to lower nominal wages. As they do so, the short-run aggregate supply curve shifts to the right. Eventually, the economy finds itself back on the long-run aggregate supply curve. Figure 8 shows when money matters for real variables and when it does not. In the long run, money is neutral, as represented by the movement of the economy from point A to point C. But in the short run, a change in the money supply has real effects, as represented by the movement of the economy from point A to point B. An old saying summarizes the analysis: money is a veil, but when the veil flutters, real output sputters. Two big shifts in aggregate demand, the Great Depression and World War II. At the beginning of this chapter, we established three key facts about economic fluctuations by looking at data since 1965. Let's now take a longer look at U.S. economic history. Figure 9 shows data since 1900 on the percentage change in real GDP over the previous 3 years. In an average 3-year period, real GDP grows about 10%, a bit more than 3% per year. The business cycle, however, causes fluctuations around this average. Two episodes jump out as being particularly significant: the large drop in real GDP in the early 1930s and the large increase in real GDP in the early 1940s. Both of these events are attributable to shifts in aggregate demand. The economic calamity of the early 1930s is called the Great Depression, and it is by far the largest economic downturn in U.S. history. Real GDP fell by 27% from 1929 to 1933, and unemployment rose from 3% to 25%. At the same time, the price level fell by 22% over these 4 years. Many other countries experienced similar declines in output and prices during this period. Economic historians continue to debate the causes of the Great Depression, but most explanations center on a large decline in aggregate demand. What caused aggregate demand to contract? Here is where the disagreement arises. Many economists place primary blame on the decline in the money supply. From 1929 to 1933, the money supply fell by 28%. As you may recall from our discussion of the monetary system, this decline in the money supply was due to problems in the banking system. As households withdrew their money from financially shaky banks and bankers became more cautious and started holding greater reserves, the process of money creation under fractional reserve banking. Over the course of U.S. economic history, two fluctuations stand out as especially large. During the early 1930s, the economy went through the Great Depression, when the production of goods and services plummeted. During the early 1940s, the United States entered World War II and the economy experienced rapidly rising production. Both of these events are usually explained by large shifts in aggregate demand. 733 went into reverse. The Fed, meanwhile, failed to offset this fall in the money multiplier with expansionary open market operations. As a result, the money supply declined. Many economists blame the Fed's failure to act for the Great Depression's severity. Other economists have suggested alternative reasons for the collapse in aggregate demand. For example, stock prices fell about 90% during this period, depressing household wealth and thereby consumer spending. In addition, the banking problems may have prevented some firms from obtaining the financing they wanted for new projects and business expansions, reducing investment spending. It is possible that all these forces may have acted together to contract aggregate demand during the Great Depression. The second significant episode in Figure 9, the economic boom of the early 1940s, is easier to explain. The obvious cause of this event was World War II. As the United States entered the war overseas, the federal government had to devote more resources to the military. Government purchases of goods and services increased almost fivefold from 1939 to 1944. This huge expansion in aggregate demand almost doubled the economy's production of goods and services and led to a 20% increase in the price level. Unemployment fell from 17% in 1939 to about 1% in 1944, the lowest level in U.S. history. The outcome of a massive decrease in aggregate demand. Bettman/Corbis. The recession of 2008 to 2009. In 2008 and 2009, the U.S. economy experienced a financial crisis and a severe downturn in economic activity. In many ways, it was the worst macroeconomic event in more than half a century. The story of this downturn begins a few years earlier with a substantial boom in the housing market. The boom was, in part, fueled by low interest rates. In the aftermath of the recession of 2001, the Fed lowered interest rates to historically low levels. Low interest rates helped the economy recover, but by making it less expensive to get a mortgage and buy a home, they also contributed to a rise in housing prices. In addition to low interest rates, various developments in the mortgage market made it easier for subprime borrowers, those borrowers with a higher risk of default based on their income and credit history, to get loans to buy homes. One development was securitization, the process by which a financial institution makes loans and then bundles them together into financial instruments called mortgage-backed securities. These mortgage-backed securities were then sold to other institutions, which may not have fully appreciated the risks in these securities. Some economists blame inadequate regulation for these high-risk loans. Others blame misguided government policy. Some policies encouraged this high-risk lending to make the goal of homeownership more attainable for low-income families. Together, these many forces drove up housing demand and housing prices. From 1995 to 2006, average housing prices in the United States more than doubled. The high price of housing, however, proved unsustainable. From 2006 to 2009, housing prices nationwide fell about 30%. Such price fluctuations should not necessarily be a problem in a market economy. After all, price movements are how markets equilibrate supply and demand. In this case, however, the price decline had two related repercussions that caused a sizable fall in aggregate demand. Olivier Blanchard's 5 Lessons for Economists. From the Financial Crisis. By David Wessel. Did the worst financial crisis and deepest recession in 75 years teach academic economists and policy makers on whose watch it happened? At a recent London School of Economics forum, convened to honor Bank of England Governor Mervyn King, Olivier Blanchard offered some answers. Mr. Blanchard, 64 years old, is well positioned to offer such reconsideration. An internationally prominent macroeconomist, he spent 25 years on the MIT faculty before becoming chief economist at the International Monetary Fund in September 2008, just before the collapse of Lehman Brothers. Here are Mr. Blanchard's 5 lessons in his own words, lightly edited by the Wall Street Journal's David Wessel. Number 1, humility is in order. The Great Moderation convinced too many of us that the large economy crisis, a financial crisis, a banking crisis, was a thing of the past. It wasn't going to happen again, except maybe in emerging markets. History was marching on. My generation, which was born after World War II, lived with the notion that the world was getting to be a better and better place. We knew how to do things better, not only in economics but in other fields as well. What we have learned is that's not true. History repeats itself. We should have known. Number 2, the financial system matters a lot. It's not the first time that we're confronted with what Rumsfeld called unknown unknowns, things that happened that we hadn't thought about. There is another example in macroeconomics, The oil shocks of the 1970s, during which we were students and we hadn't thought about it. It took a few years, more than a few years, for economists to understand what was going on. After a few years, we concluded that we could think of the oil shock as yet another macroeconomic shock. We did not need to understand the plumbing. We didn't need to understand the details of the oil market. When there's an increase in the price of energy or materials, we can just integrate it into our macro models, the implications of energy prices on inflation and so on. This is different. What we have learned about the financial system is that the problem is in the plumbing and that we have to understand the plumbing. Before I came to the fund, I thought of the financial system as a set of arbitrage equations. Basically, the Federal Reserve would choose one interest rate, and then the expectations hypothesis would give all the rates everywhere else with premia which might vary, but not very much. It was really easy. I thought of people on Wall Street as basically doing this for me, so I didn't have to think about it. What we have learned is that that's not the case. In the financial system, a myriad of distortions or small shocks build on each other. When there are enough small shocks, enough distortions, things can go very bad. This has fundamental implications for macroeconomics. We do macro on the assumption that we can look at aggregates in some way and then just have them interact in simple models. I still think that's the way to go, but this shows the limits of that approach. When it comes to the financial system, it's very clear that the details of the plumbing matter. Number 3, interconnectedness matters. This crisis started in the US and across the ocean in a matter of days and weeks. Each crisis, even in small islands, potentially has effects on the rest of the world. The complexity of the cross-border claims by creditors and by debtors clearly is something that many of us had not fully realized, the cross-border movements triggered by the risk-on/risk-off movements, which countries are safe havens, and when and why. Understanding this has become absolutely essential. What happens in one part of the world cannot be ignored by the rest of the world. The fact that we all. What have we learned? In the news. Since the financial crisis and deep recession of 2008 to 2009, economists have asked themselves how this episode should change the field of macroeconomics. The first repercussion was a substantial rise in mortgage defaults and home foreclosures. During the housing boom, many homeowners had bought their homes with mostly borrowed money and minimal down payments. When housing prices declined, these homeowners were underwater. Many of these homeowners stopped. 735. Spend so much time thinking about Cyprus in the last few days is an example of that. It's also true on the trade side. We used to think if one country was doing badly, then exports to that country would do badly and therefore the exporting countries would do badly. In our models, the effect was relatively small. One absolutely striking fact of the crisis is the collapse of trade in 2009. Output went down. Trade collapsed. Countries which felt they were not terribly exposed through trade turned out to be enormously exposed. Number 4, we don't know if macroprudential tools work. It's very clear that the traditional monetary and fiscal tools are just not good enough to deal with the very specific problems in the financial system. This has led to the development of macroprudential tools, which may or may not become the third leg of macroeconomic policies. In principle, they can address specific issues in the financial sector. If there is a problem somewhere, you can target the tool at the problem and not use the policy interest rate, which basically is kind of an atomic bomb without any precision. The big question here is, how reliable are these tools? How much can they be used? The answer from some experiments before the crisis with loan-to-value ratios and during the crisis with variations in cyclical bank capital ratios or loan-to-value ratios or capital controls, such as in Brazil, is this: they work but they don't work great. People and institutions find ways around them. In the process of reducing the problem somewhere, you tend to create distortions elsewhere. Number 5, central bank independence wasn't designed for what central banks are now asked to do. There is two-way interaction between monetary policy and macroprudential tools. When Ben Bernanke does expansionary monetary policy, quantitative easing, and interest rates on many assets are close to zero, there's a tendency by many players to take risks to increase their rate of return. Some of this risk actually we want them to take. Some we don't want them to take. That is the interaction of monetary policy on the financial system. You also have it the other way around. If you use macroprudential tools to, say, slow down the building in the housing sector, you have an effect on aggregate demand, which is going to decrease output. The question is, how do you organize the use of these tools? It makes sense to have them under the same roof. In practice, this means the central bank. But that poses questions not only about coordination between the two functions, but also about central bank independence. One of the major achievements of the last 20 years is that most central banks have become independent of elected governments. Independence was given because the mandate and the tools were very clear. The mandate was primarily inflation, which can be observed over time. The tool was some short-term interest rate that could be used by the central bank to try to achieve the inflation target. In this case, you can give some independence to the institution in charge of this because the objective is perfectly well defined, and everybody can basically observe how well the central bank does. If you think now of central banks as having a much larger set of responsibilities and a much larger set of tools, then the issue of central bank independence becomes much more difficult. Do you actually want to give the central bank the independence to choose loan-to-value ratios without any supervision from the political process? Isn't this going to lead to a democratic deficit in a way in which the central bank becomes too powerful? I'm sure there are ways out. Perhaps there could be independence with respect to some dimensions of monetary policy, the traditional ones, and some supervision for the rest, or some interaction with the political process. Repaying their loans. The banks servicing the mortgages responded to these defaults by taking the houses away in foreclosure procedures and then selling them off. The bank's goal was to recoup whatever they could from the bad loans. As you might have expected from your study of supply and demand, the increase in the number of homes for sale exacerbated the downward spiral of house prices. As house prices fell, spending on the construction of housing also collapsed. 736. 33-5b The effects of a shift in aggregate supply. Imagine once again an economy in its long-run equilibrium. Now suppose that suddenly some firms experience an increase in their costs of production. For example, bad weather in farm states might destroy some crops, driving up the cost of producing food products. Or a war in the Middle East might interrupt the shipping of crude oil, driving up the cost of producing oil products. A second repercussion was that the various financial institutions that owned mortgage-backed securities suffered huge losses. In essence, by borrowing large sums to buy high-risk mortgages, these companies had bet that house prices would keep rising. When this bet turned bad, they found themselves at or near the point of bankruptcy. Because of these large losses, many financial institutions did not have funds to loan out, and the ability of the financial system to channel resources to those who could best use them was impaired. Even credit-worthy customers found themselves unable to borrow to finance investment spending. As a result of all these events, the economy experienced a large contractionary shift in aggregate demand. Real GDP and employment both fell sharply. The introduction to this chapter has already cited the figures, but they are worth repeating. Real GDP declined by 4.7% between the fourth quarter of 2007 and the second quarter of 2009, and the rate of unemployment rose from 4.4% in May 2007 to 10% in October 2009. This experience served as a vivid reminder that deep economic downturns and personal hardship they cause are not a relic of history but a constant risk in the modern economy. As the crisis unfolded, the U.S. government responded in a variety of ways. 3 policy actions, all aimed in part at returning aggregate demand to its previous level, are most noteworthy. First, the Fed cut its target for the federal funds rate from 5.25% in September 2007 to about 0 in December 2008. The Fed also started buying mortgage-backed securities and other private loans in open market operations. By purchasing these instruments from the banking system, the Fed provided banks with additional funds in the hope that the banks would make loans more readily available. Second, in an even more unusual move in October 2008, Congress appropriated $700 billion for the Treasury to use to rescue the financial system. The goal was to stem the financial crisis on Wall Street and make loans easier to obtain. Much of these funds were used for equity injections into banks. That is, the Treasury put funds into the banking system, which the banks could use to make loans. In exchange for these funds, the U.S. government became a part owner of these banks, at least temporarily. Finally, when Barack Obama became president in January 2009, his first major initiative was a large increase in government spending. After a relatively brief congressional debate over the form of the legislation, the new president signed a $787 billion stimulus bill on February 17, 2009. This policy move is discussed more fully in the next chapter when we consider the impact of fiscal policy on aggregate demand. The recovery from this recession officially began in June 2009. But it was, by historical standards, only a meager recovery. From 2010 through 2012, real GDP growth averaged 2.1% per year, below the average rate of growth of about 3%. Unemployment fell from its peak but remained high. In April 2013, it was 7.5%, about 3 percentage points higher than it was before the downturn began. Which, if any, of the many policy moves were most important for ending the recession? And what other policies might have promoted a more robust recovery? These are surely questions that macroeconomic historians will debate in the years to come. 737. To analyze the macroeconomic impact of such an increase in production costs, we follow the same 4 steps as we always do. First, which curve is affected? Because production costs affect the firms that supply goods and services, changes in production costs alter the position of the aggregate supply curve. Second, in which direction does the curve shift? Because higher production costs make selling goods and services less profitable, firms now supply a smaller quantity of output for any given price level. Thus, as Figure 10 shows, the short-run aggregate supply curve shifts to the left, from S1 to S2. The figure allows us to perform step 3 of comparing the initial and the new equilibrium. In the short run, the economy goes from point A to point B, moving along the existing aggregate demand curve. The output of the economy falls from Y1 to Y2, and the price level rises from P1 to P2. Because the economy is experiencing both stagnation and inflation, such an event is sometimes called stagflation. Now consider step 4, the transition from the short-run equilibrium to the long-run equilibrium. According to the sticky wage theory, the key issue is how stagflation affects nominal wages. Firms and workers may at first respond to the higher level of prices by raising their expectations of the price level and setting higher nominal wages. In this case, firms' costs will rise yet again, and the short-run aggregate supply curve will shift farther to the left, making the problem of stagflation even worse. This phenomenon of higher prices leading to higher wages, in turn leading to even higher prices, is sometimes called a wage price spiral. At some point, this spiral of ever-rising wages and prices will slow. The low level of output and employment will put downward pressure on workers' wages because workers have less bargaining power when unemployment is high. As nominal wages fall, producing goods and services becomes more profitable and the short-run aggregate supply curve shifts to the right. As it shifts back toward stagflation, a period of falling output and rising prices. As 1, the price level falls and the quantity of output approaches its natural level. In the long run, the economy returns to point A, where the aggregate demand curve crosses the long-run aggregate supply curve. This transition back to the initial equilibrium assumes, however, that aggregate demand is held constant throughout the process. In the real world, that may not be the case. Policymakers who control monetary and fiscal policy might attempt to offset some of the effects of the shift in the short-run aggregate supply curve by shifting the aggregate demand curve. This possibility is shown in Figure 11. In this case, changes in policy shift the aggregate demand curve to the right, from AD1 to AD2 exactly enough to prevent the shift in aggregate supply from affecting output. The economy moves directly from point A to point C. Output remains at its natural level, and the price level rises from P1 to P3. In this case, policymakers are said to accommodate the shift in aggregate supply. An accommodative policy accepts a permanently higher level of prices to maintain a higher level of output and employment. To sum up, this story about shifts in aggregate supply has two important lessons. Shifts in aggregate supply can cause stagflation, a combination of recession and inflation. Policymakers who can influence aggregate demand can potentially mitigate the adverse impact on output, but only at the cost of exacerbating the problem of inflation. Oil and the economy. Some of the largest economic fluctuations in the U.S. economy since 1970 have originated in the oil fields of the Middle East. Crude oil is a key input into the production of many goods and services, and much of the world's oil comes from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and other Middle Eastern countries. When some event reduces the supply of crude oil flowing from this region, the price of oil rises around the world. Firms in the United States that produce gasoline, tires, and many other products experience rising costs, and they find it less profitable to supply their output of goods and services at any given price level. The result is a leftward shift in the aggregate supply curve, which in turn leads to stagflation. The first episode of this sort occurred in the mid-1970s. The countries with large oil reserves got together as members of OPEC, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. OPEC is a cartel, a group of sellers that attempts to thwart competition and reduce production to raise prices. And indeed, oil prices rose substantially. From 1973 to 1975, oil approximately doubled in price. Oil importing countries around the world experienced simultaneous inflation and recession. The U.S. inflation rate as measured by the CPI exceeded 10% for the first time in decades. Unemployment rose from 4.9% in 1973 to 8.5% in 1975. Almost the same thing happened a few years later. In the late 1970s, the OPEC countries again restricted the supply of oil to raise the price. From 1978 to 1981, the price of oil more than doubled. Once again, the result was stagflation. Inflation, which had subsided somewhat after the first OPEC event, again rose above 10% per year. But because the Fed was not willing to. The origins of the model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply. And now that we have a preliminary understanding of the model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply, it is worthwhile to step back from it and consider its history. How did this model of short-run fluctuations develop? The answer is that this model, to a large extent, is a byproduct of the Great Depression of the 1930s. Economists and policymakers at the time were puzzled about what had caused this calamity and were uncertain about how to deal with it. In 1936, economist John Maynard Keynes published a book titled The General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, which attempted to explain short-run economic fluctuations in general and the Great Depression in particular. Keynes's primary message was that recessions and depressions can occur because of inadequate aggregate demand for goods and services. Keynes had long been a critic of classical economic theory, the theory we examined earlier in the book, because it could explain only the long-run effects of policies. A few years before offering the general theory, Keynes had written the following about classical economics: the long run is a misleading guide to current affairs. In the long run we are all dead. Economists set themselves too easy, too useless a task if in tempestuous seasons they can only tell us when the storm is long past, the ocean will be flat. Keynes's message was aimed at policymakers as well as economists. As the world's economies suffered with high unemployment, Keynes advocated policies to increase aggregate demand, including government spending on public works. In the next chapter, we examine in detail how policymakers can use the tools of monetary and fiscal policy to influence aggregate demand. The analysis in the next chapter, as well as in this one, owes much to the legacy of John Maynard Keynes. Quick quiz: suppose that the election of a popular presidential candidate suddenly increases people's confidence in the future. Use the model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply to analyze the effect on the economy. 33-6 Conclusion. This chapter has achieved two goals. First, we have discussed some of the important facts about short-run fluctuations in economic activity. Second, we have introduced a basic model to explain those fluctuations, called the model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply. We continue our study of this model in the next chapter to understand more fully what causes fluctuations in the economy and how policymakers might respond to these fluctuations. Accommodate such a large rise in inflation, a recession was soon to follow. Unemployment rose from about 6% in 1978 and 1979 to about 10% a few years later. The world market for oil can also be a source of favorable shifts in aggregate supply. In 1986, squabbling broke out among members of OPEC. Member countries reneged on their agreements to restrict oil production. In the world market for crude oil, prices fell by about half. This fall in oil prices reduced costs to U.S. firms, which now found it more profitable to supply goods and services at any given price level. As a result, the aggregate supply curve shifted to the right. The U.S. economy experienced the opposite of stagflation: output grew rapidly, unemployment fell, and the inflation rate reached its lowest level in many years. In recent years, the world market for oil has not been as important a source of economic fluctuations. Part of the reason is that conservation efforts, changes in technology, and the availability of alternative energy sources have reduced the economy's dependence on oil. The amount of oil used to produce a unit of real GDP has declined about 40% since the OPEC shocks of the 1970s. As a result, the economic impact of any change in oil prices is smaller today than it was in the past. Changes in Middle East oil production are one source of U.S. economic fluctuations. Yasser Al-Zayyat/AFP/Getty. Images. All societies experience short-run economic fluctuations around long-run trends. These fluctuations are irregular and largely unpredictable. When recessions do occur, real GDP and other measures of income, spending, and production fall, and unemployment rises. Classical economic theory is based on the assumption that nominal variables such as the money supply and the price level do not influence real variables such as output and employment. Most economists believe that this assumption is accurate in the long run but not in the short run. Economists analyze short-run economic fluctuations using the model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply. According to this model, the output of goods and services and the overall level of prices adjust to balance aggregate demand and aggregate supply. Summary. 741. The aggregate demand curve slopes downward for three reasons. The first is the wealth effect: a lower price level raises the real value of households' money holdings, which stimulates consumer spending. The second is the interest rate effect: a lower price level reduces the quantity of money households demand. As households try to convert money into interest-bearing assets, interest rates fall, which stimulates investment spending. The third is the exchange rate effect: as a lower price level reduces interest rates, the dollar depreciates in the market for foreign currency exchange, which stimulates net exports. Any event or policy that raises consumption, investment, government purchases, or net exports at a given price level increases aggregate demand. Any event or policy that reduces consumption, investment, government purchases, or net exports at a given price level decreases aggregate demand. The long-run aggregate supply curve is vertical. In the long run, the quantity of goods and services supplied depends on the economy's labor, capital, natural resources, and technology but not on the overall level of prices. Three theories have been proposed to explain the upward slope of the short-run aggregate supply curve. According to the sticky wage theory, an unexpected fall in the price level temporarily raises real wages, which induces firms to reduce employment and production. According to the sticky price theory, an unexpected fall in the price level leaves some firms with prices that are temporarily too high, which reduces their sales and causes them to cut back production. According to the misperceptions theory, an unexpected fall in the price level leads suppliers to mistakenly believe that their relative prices have fallen, which induces them to reduce production. All three theories imply that output deviates from its natural level when the actual price level deviates from the price level that people expected. Events that alter the economy's ability to produce output, such as changes in labor, capital, natural resources, or technology, shift the short-run aggregate supply curve. In addition, the position of the short-run aggregate supply curve depends on the expected price level. One possible cause of economic fluctuations is a shift in aggregate demand. When the aggregate demand curve shifts to the left, for instance, output and prices fall in the short run. Over time, as a change in the expected price level causes wages, prices, and perceptions to adjust, the short-run aggregate supply curve shifts to the right. This shift returns the economy to its natural level of output at a new, lower price level. A second possible cause of economic fluctuations is a shift in aggregate supply. When the short-run aggregate supply curve shifts to the left, the effect is falling output and rising prices, a combination called stagflation. Over time, as wages, prices, and perceptions adjust, the short-run aggregate supply curve shifts back to the right, returning the price level and output to their original levels. Key concepts. 1. Name 2 macroeconomic variables that decline when the economy goes into a recession. Name 1 macroeconomic variable that rises during a recession. 2. Draw a diagram with aggregate demand, short-run aggregate supply, and long-run aggregate supply. Be careful to label the axes correctly. 3. List and explain the 3 reasons the aggregate demand curve slopes downward. 4. Explain why the long-run aggregate supply curve is vertical. 5. List and explain the 3 theories for why the short-run aggregate supply curve slopes upward. 6. What might shift the aggregate demand curve to the left? Use the model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply to trace through the short-run and long-run effects of such a shift on output and the price level. 7. What might shift the aggregate supply curve to the left? Use the model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply to trace through the short-run and long-run effects of such a shift on output and the price level. Questions for review. Quick check multiple choice 1. When the economy goes into a recession, real GDP and unemployment A rises, rises B rises, falls C falls, rises D falls, falls 2. A sudden crash in the stock market shifts A the aggregate demand curve. B the short-run aggregate supply curve, but not the long-run aggregate supply curve. C the long-run aggregate supply curve, but not the short-run aggregate supply curve. D both the short-run and the long-run aggregate supply curves. 3. A change in the expected price level shifts A the aggregate demand curve. B the short-run aggregate supply curve, but not the long-run aggregate supply curve. C the long-run aggregate supply curve, but not the short-run aggregate supply curve. D both the short-run and the long-run aggregate supply curves. 4. An increase in the aggregate demand for goods and services has a larger impact on output and a larger impact on the price level A in the short run, in the long run B in the long run, in the short run C in the short run, also in the short run D in the long run, also in the long run. 5. Stagflation is caused by A leftward shift in the aggregate demand curve. B a rightward shift in the aggregate demand curve. C a leftward shift in the aggregate supply curve. D a rightward shift in the aggregate supply curve. 6. The idea that economic downturns result from an inadequate aggregate demand for goods and services is derived from the work of which economist? A. Adam Smith. B. David Hume. C. David Ricardo. D. John Maynard Keynes. 742. 1. Suppose the economy is in a long-run equilibrium. A. Draw a diagram to illustrate the state of the economy. Be sure to show aggregate demand, short-run aggregate supply, and long-run aggregate supply. B. Now suppose that a stock market crash causes aggregate demand to fall. Use your diagram to show what happens to output and the price level in the short run. What happens to the unemployment rate? C. Use the sticky wage theory of aggregate supply to explain what will happen to output and the price level in the long run. What role does the expected price level play in this adjustment? Be sure to illustrate your analysis in a graph. 2. Explain whether each of the following events will increase, decrease, or have no effect on long-run aggregate supply. A. The United States experiences a wave of immigration. B. Congress raises the minimum wage to $10 per hour. C. Intel invents a new and more powerful computer chip. D. A severe hurricane damages factories along the East Coast. 3. Suppose an economy is in long-run equilibrium. A. Use the model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply to illustrate the initial equilibrium. Be sure to include both short-run and long-run aggregate supply. B. The central bank raises the money supply by 5%. Use your diagram to show what happens to output and the price level as the economy moves from the initial to the new short-run equilibrium. C. Now show the new long-run equilibrium. What causes the economy to move from point B to point C? D. According to the sticky wage theory of aggregate supply, how do nominal wages at point A compare to nominal wages at point B? How do nominal wages at point A compare to nominal wages at point C? E. According to the sticky wage theory of aggregate supply, how do real wages at point A compare to real wages at point B? How do real wages at point A compare to real wages at point C? F. Judging by the impact of the money supply on nominal and real wages, is this analysis consistent with the proposition that money has real effects in the short run but is neutral in the long run? Problems and applications. 743. 4. In 1939, with the U.S. economy not yet fully recovered from the Great Depression, President Roosevelt proclaimed that Thanksgiving would fall a week earlier than usual so that the shopping period before Christmas would be longer. Explain what President Roosevelt might have been trying to achieve, using the model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply. 5. Explain why the following statements are false. A. The aggregate demand curve slopes downward because it is the horizontal sum of the demand curves for individual goods. B. The long-run aggregate supply curve is vertical because economic forces do not affect long-run aggregate supply. C. If firms adjusted their prices every day, then the short-run aggregate supply curve would be horizontal. D. Whenever the economy enters a recession, its long-run aggregate supply curve shifts to the left. 6. For each of the three theories for the upward slope of the short-run aggregate supply curve, carefully explain the following. A. How the economy recovers from a recession and returns to its long-run equilibrium without any policy intervention. B. What determines the speed of that recovery? 7. The economy begins in long-run equilibrium. Then one day, the president appoints a new chairman of the Fed. This new chairman is well known for her view that inflation is not a major problem for an economy. A. How would this news affect the price level that people would expect to prevail? B. How would this change in the expected price level affect the nominal wage that workers and firms agree to in their new labor contracts? C. How would this change in the nominal wage affect the profitability of producing goods and services at any given price level? D. How does this change in profitability affect the short-run aggregate supply curve? E. If aggregate demand is held constant, how does this shift in the aggregate supply curve affect the price level and the quantity of output produced? F. Do you think this Fed chairman was a good appointment? 8. Explain whether each of the following events shifts the short-run aggregate supply curve, the aggregate demand curve, both, or neither. For each event that does shift a curve, draw a diagram to illustrate the effect on the economy. A. Households decide to save a larger share of their income. B. Florida orange groves suffer a prolonged period of below freezing temperatures. C. Increased job opportunities overseas cause many people to leave the country. 9. For each of the following events, explain the short-run and long-run effects on output and the price level, assuming policymakers take no action. A. The stock market declines sharply, reducing consumers' wealth. B. The federal government increases spending on national defense. C. A technological improvement raises productivity. D. A recession overseas causes foreigners to buy fewer U.S. goods. 10. Suppose firms become very optimistic about future business conditions and invest heavily in new capital equipment. A. Draw an aggregate demand/aggregate supply diagram to show the short-run effect of this optimism on the economy. Label the new levels of prices and real output. Explain in words why the aggregate quantity of output supply changes. B. Now use the diagram from part to show the new long-run equilibrium of the economy. Explain in words why the aggregate quantity of output demanded changes between the short run and the long run. See how might the investment boom affect the long-run aggregate supply curve? Explain. Go to CEngageBrain.com to purchase access to the proven, critical study guide to accompany this text, which features additional notes and context, practice tests, and much more. Imagine that you are a member of the Federal Open Market Committee, the group at the Federal Reserve that sets monetary policy. You observe that the President and Congress have agreed to raise taxes. How should the Fed respond to this change in fiscal policy? Should it expand the money supply, contract the money supply, or leave the money supply the same? To answer this question, you need to consider the impact of monetary and fiscal policy on the economy. In the preceding chapter, we used the model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply to explain short-run economic fluctuations. We saw that shifts in the aggregate demand curve or the aggregate supply curve cause fluctuations in the economy's overall output of goods and services and its overall level of prices. As we noted in the previous chapter, monetary and fiscal policy can each influence aggregate demand. Thus, a change in one of these policies can lead to short-run fluctuations in output and prices. Policymakers will want to anticipate this effect and, perhaps, adjust the other policy in response. In this chapter, we examine in more detail how the government's policy tools influence the position of the aggregate demand curve. These tools include monetary policy and fiscal policy. Growth. In chapters 29 and 30, we saw how monetary policy influences the price level in the long run. We now look at how these policy tools can shift the aggregate demand curve and thereby affect macroeconomic variables in the short run. As we have already learned, many factors influence aggregate demand besides monetary and fiscal policy. In particular, desired spending by households and firms determines the overall demand for goods and services. When desired spending changes, aggregate demand shifts. If policymakers do not respond, such shifts in aggregate demand cause short-run fluctuations in output and employment. As a result, monetary and fiscal policymakers sometimes use the policy levers at their disposal to try to offset these shifts in aggregate demand and stabilize the economy. Here we discuss the theory behind these policy actions and some of the difficulties that arise in using this theory in practice. 34:1 How monetary policy influences aggregate demand. The aggregate demand curve shows the total quantity of goods and services demanded in the economy for any price level. The preceding chapter discussed 3 reasons why the aggregate demand curve slopes downward. The wealth effect: a lower price level raises the real value of households' money holdings, which are part of their wealth. Higher real wealth stimulates consumer spending and thus increases the quantity of goods and services demanded. The interest rate effect: a lower price level reduces the amount of money people want to hold. As people try to lend out their excess money holdings, the interest rate falls. The lower interest rate stimulates investment spending and thus increases the quantity of goods and services demanded. The exchange rate effect: when a lower price level reduces the interest rate, investors move some of their funds overseas in search of higher returns. This movement of funds causes the real value of the domestic currency to fall in the market for foreign currency exchange. Domestic goods become less expensive relative to foreign goods. This change in the real exchange rate stimulates spending on net exports and thus increases the quantity of goods and services demanded. These three effects occur simultaneously to increase the quantity of goods and services demanded when the price level falls and to decrease it when the price level rises. Although all three effects work together to explain the downward slope of the aggregate demand curve, they are not of equal importance. Because money holdings are a small part of household wealth, the wealth effect is the least important. We have previously discussed the long-run effects of these policies. In chapters 25 and 26, we saw how fiscal policy affects saving, investment, and long-run economic. 747. Of the three. In addition, because exports and imports represent only a small fraction of U.S. GDP, the exchange rate effect is not large for the U.S. economy. For the U.S. economy, the most important reason for the downward slope of the aggregate demand curve is the interest rate effect. To better understand aggregate demand, we now examine the short-run determination of interest rates in more detail. Here we develop the theory of liquidity preference. This theory of interest rates helps explain the downward slope of the aggregate demand curve, as well as how monetary and fiscal policy can shift this curve. By shedding new light on aggregate demand, the theory of liquidity preference expands our understanding of what causes short-run economic fluctuations and what policymakers can potentially do about them. 34-1 of the theory of liquidity preference. In his classic book The General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, John Maynard Keynes proposed the theory of liquidity preference to explain the factors that determine an economy's interest rate. The theory is, in essence, an application of supply and demand. According to Keynes, the interest rate adjusts to balance the supply of and demand for money. You may recall that economists distinguish between two interest rates: the nominal interest rate is the interest rate as usually reported, and the real interest rate is the interest rate corrected for the effects of inflation. When there is no inflation, the two rates are the same. But when borrowers and lenders expect prices to rise over the course of the loan, they agree to a nominal interest rate that exceeds the real interest rate by the expected rate of inflation. The higher nominal interest rate compensates for the fact that they expect the loan to be repaid in less valuable dollars. Which interest rate are we now trying to explain with the theory of liquidity preference? The answer is both. In the analysis that follows, we hold constant the expected rate of inflation. This assumption is reasonable for studying the economy in the short run, because expected inflation is typically stable over short periods of time. In this case, nominal and real interest rates differ by a constant. When the nominal interest rate rises or falls, the real interest rate that people expect to earn rises or falls as well. For the rest of this chapter, when we refer to changes in the interest rate, you should envision the real and nominal interest rates moving in the same direction. Let's now develop the theory of liquidity preference by considering the supply and demand for money and how each depends on the interest rate. Money supply. The first piece of the theory of liquidity preference is the supply of money. As we first discussed in Chapter 29, the money supply in the U.S. economy is controlled by the Federal Reserve. The Fed alters the money supply primarily by changing the quantity of reserves in the banking system through the purchase and sale of government bonds in open market operations. When the Fed buys government bonds, the dollars it pays for the bonds are typically deposited in banks, and these dollars are added to bank reserves. When the Fed sells government bonds, the dollars it receives for the bonds are withdrawn from the banking system, and bank reserves fall. These changes in bank reserves, in turn, lead to changes in banks' ability to make loans and create money. Thus, by buying and selling bonds in open market operations, the Fed alters the quantity of money in the economy. In addition to open market operations, the Fed can influence the money supply using a variety of other tools. One option is for the Fed to change how much it lends to banks. For example, a decrease in the discount rate encourages more bank borrowing, which increases bank reserves and thereby the money supply. Conversely, an increase in the discount rate discourages bank borrowing, which decreases bank reserves and the money supply. The Fed also alters the money supply by changing reserve requirements and by changing the interest rate it pays banks on the reserves they are holding. These details of monetary control are important for the implementation of Fed policy, but they are not crucial for the analysis in this chapter. Our goal here is to examine how changes in the money supply affect the aggregate demand for goods and services. For this purpose, we can ignore the details of how Fed policy is implemented and assume that the Fed controls the money supply directly. In other words, the quantity of money supplied in the economy is fixed at whatever level the Fed decides to set it. Because the quantity of money supplied is fixed by Fed policy, it does not depend on other economic variables. In particular, it does not depend on the interest rate. Once the Fed has made its policy decision, the quantity of money supplied is the same, regardless of the prevailing interest rate. We represent a fixed money supply with a vertical supply curve, as in Figure 1. Money demand. The second piece of the theory of liquidity preference is the demand for money. As a starting point for understanding money demand, recall that any asset's liquidity refers to the ease with which that asset can be converted into the economy's medium of exchange. Because money is the economy's medium of exchange, it is by definition the most liquid asset available. The liquidity of money explains the demand for it. People choose to hold money instead of other assets that offer higher rates of return because money can be used to buy goods and services. Although many factors determine the quantity of money demanded, the one emphasized by the theory of liquidity preference is the interest rate. The reason is that the interest rate is the opportunity cost of holding money. That is, when you hold wealth as cash in your wallet, instead of as an interest-bearing bond, you lose the interest you could have earned. An increase in the interest rate raises the cost of holding money and, as a result, reduces the quantity of money demanded. A decrease in the interest rate reduces the cost of holding money and raises the quantity demanded. Thus, as shown in Figure 1, the money demand curve slopes downward. Equilibrium in the money market. According to the theory of liquidity preference, the interest rate adjusts to balance the supply and demand for money. There is one interest rate, called the equilibrium interest rate, at which the quantity of money demanded exactly balances the quantity of money supplied. If the interest rate is at any other level, people will try to adjust their portfolios of assets and, as a result, drive the interest rate toward the equilibrium. For example, suppose that the interest rate is above the equilibrium level, such as R1 in Figure 1. In this case, the quantity of money that people want to hold, M1D, is less than the quantity of money that the Fed has supplied. Those people who are holding the surplus of money will try to get rid of it by buying interest-bearing bonds or by depositing it in interest-bearing bank accounts. Because bond issuers and banks prefer to pay lower interest rates, they respond to the surplus of money by lowering the interest rates they offer. As the interest rate falls, people become more willing to hold money until, at the equilibrium interest rate, people are happy to hold exactly the amount of money the Fed has supplied. Conversely, at interest rates below the equilibrium level, such as R2 in Figure 1, the quantity of money that people want to hold, M2D, is greater than the quantity of money that the Fed has supplied. As a result, people try to increase their holdings of money by reducing their holdings of bonds and other interest-bearing assets. As people cut back on their holdings of bonds, bond issuers find that they have to offer higher interest rates to attract buyers. Thus, the interest rate rises and approaches the equilibrium level. 34-1b The downward slope of the aggregate demand curve. Having seen how the theory of liquidity preference explains the economy's equilibrium interest rate, We now consider the theory's implications for the aggregate demand for goods and services. As a warm-up exercise, let's begin by using the theory to re-examine a topic we already understand: the interest rate effect and the downward slope of the aggregate demand curve. In particular, suppose that the overall level of prices in the economy rises. What happens to the interest 750 rate that balances the supply and demand for money, and how does that change affect the quantity of goods and services demanded? As we discussed in Chapter 30, the price level is one determinant of the quantity of money demanded. At higher prices, more money is exchanged every time a good or service is sold. As a result, people will choose to hold a larger quantity of money. That is, a higher price level increases the quantity of money demanded for any given interest rate. Thus, an increase in the price level from P1 to P2 shifts the money demand curve to the right from Maryland 1 to MD2, as shown in panel of Figure 2. Notice how this shift in money demand affects the equilibrium in the money market. For a fixed money supply, the interest rate must rise to balance money supply and money demand. Because the higher price level has increased the amount of money people want to hold, it has shifted the money demand curve to the right. Yet the quantity of money supplied is unchanged, so the interest rate must rise from R1 to R2 to discourage the additional demand. Interest rates in the long run and the short run. In an earlier chapter, we said that the interest rate adjusts to balance the supply of loanable funds and the demand for loanable funds. Here we just said that the interest rate adjusts to balance the supply of and demand for money. Can we reconcile these two theories? To answer this question, we need to focus on three macroeconomic variables: the economy's output of goods and services, the interest rate, and the price level. According to the classical macroeconomic theory we developed earlier in the book, these variables are determined as follows. 1. Output is determined by the supplies of capital and labor and the available production technology for turning capital and labor into output. 2. For any given level of output, the interest rate adjusts to balance the supply and demand for loanable funds. 3. Given output and the interest rate, the price level adjusts to balance the supply and demand for money. Changes in the supply of money lead to proportionate changes in the price level. These are three of the essential propositions of classical economic theory. Most economists believe that these propositions do a good job of describing how the economy works in the long run. Yet these propositions do not hold in the short run. As we discussed in the preceding chapter, many prices are slow to adjust to changes in the money supply. This fact is reflected in a short-run aggregate supply curve that is upward sloping rather than vertical. As a result, in the short run, the overall price level cannot, by itself, move to balance the supply of and demand for money. This stickiness of the price level requires the interest rate to move to bring the money market into equilibrium. These changes in the interest rate, in turn, affect the aggregate demand for goods and services. As aggregate demand fluctuates, the economy's output of goods and services moves away from the level determined by factor supplies and technology. To think about the operation of the economy in the short run, it is best to keep in mind the following logic. 1. The price level is stuck at some level and, in the short run, is relatively unresponsive to changing economic conditions. 2. For any given price level, the interest rate adjusts to balance the supply of and demand for money. 3. The interest rate that balances the money market influences the quantity of goods and services demanded and thus the level of output. Notice that this precisely reverses the order of analysis used to study the economy in the long run. The two different theories of the interest rate are useful for different purposes. When thinking about the long-run determinants of the interest rate, it is best to keep in mind the loanable funds theory, which highlights the importance of an economy's saving propensities and investment opportunities. By contrast, when thinking about the short-run determinants of the interest rate, it is best to keep in mind the liquidity preference theory, which highlights the importance of monetary policy. This increase in the interest rate has ramifications not only for the money market but also for the quantity of goods and services demanded, as shown in panel. At a higher interest rate, the cost of borrowing and the return to saving are greater. Fewer households choose to borrow to buy a new house, and those who do buy smaller houses, so the demand for residential investment falls. Fewer firms choose to borrow to build new factories and buy new equipment, so business investment falls. Thus, when the price level rises from P1 to P2, increasing money demand from MD1 to MD2 and raising the interest rate from R1 to R2, the quantity of goods and services demanded falls from Y1 to Y2. This analysis of the interest rate effect can be summarized in 3 steps. A higher price level raises money demand. Higher money demand leads to a higher interest rate. A higher interest rate reduces the quantity of goods and services demanded. The same logic works for a decline in the price level. A lower price level reduces money demand, which leads to a lower interest rate, and this in turn increases the quantity of goods and services demanded. The result of this analysis is a negative relationship between the price level and the quantity of goods and services demanded, as illustrated by a downward sloping aggregate demand curve. 34-1C Changes in the money supply. So far, we have used the theory of liquidity preference to explain more fully how the total quantity of goods and services demanded in the economy changes as the price level changes. That is, we have examined movements along a downward sloping aggregate demand curve. The theory also sheds light, however, on some of the other events that alter the quantity of goods and services demanded. Whenever the quantity of goods and services demanded changes for any given price level, the aggregate demand curve shifts. One important variable that shifts the aggregate demand curve is monetary policy. To see how monetary policy affects the economy in the short run, suppose that the Fed increases the money supply by buying government bonds in open market operations. Let's consider how this monetary injection influences the equilibrium interest rate for a given price level. This will tell us what the injection does to the position of the aggregate demand curve. As panel of figure 3 shows, an increase in the money supply shifts the money supply curve to the right from MS1 to MS2. Because the money demand curve has not changed, the interest rate falls from R1 to R2 to balance money supply and money demand. That is, the interest rate must fall to induce people to hold the additional money the Fed has created, restoring equilibrium in the money market. Once again, the interest rate influences the quantity of goods and services demanded, as shown in panel of figure 3. The lower interest rate reduces the cost of borrowing and the return to saving. Households spend more on new homes, stimulating the demand for residential investment. Firms spend more on new factories and new equipment, stimulating business investment. As a result, the quantity of goods and services demanded at a given price level, P, rises from Y1 to Y2. Of course, there is nothing special about P. The monetary injection raises the quantity of goods and services demanded at every price level. Thus, the entire aggregate demand curve shifts to the right. To sum up, when the Fed increases the money supply, it lowers the interest rate and increases the quantity of goods and services demanded for any given price level, shifting the aggregate demand curve to the right. Conversely, when the Fed contracts the money supply, it raises the interest rate and reduces the quantity of goods and services demanded for any given price level, shifting the aggregate demand curve to the left. A monetary injection. In panel, an increase in the money supply from MS1 to MS2 reduces the equilibrium interest rate from R1 to R2. Because the interest rate is the cost of borrowing, the fall in the interest rate raises the quantity of goods and services demanded at a given price level from Y1 to Y2. Thus, in panel, the aggregate demand curve shifts to the right from AD1 to AD2. 34-1D The role of interest rate targets in Fed policy. How does the Federal Reserve affect the economy? Our discussion here and earlier in the book has treated the money supply as the Fed's policy instrument. When the Fed buys government bonds in open market operations, it increases the money supply and expands aggregate demand. When the Fed sells government bonds in open market operations, it decreases the money supply and contracts aggregate demand. Discussions of Fed policy often treat the interest rate, rather than the money supply, as the Fed's policy instrument. Indeed, in recent years, the Federal Reserve has conducted policy by setting a target for the federal funds rate, the interest rate that banks charge one another for short-term loans. This target is re-evaluated every 6 weeks at meetings of the Federal Open Market Committee. The FOMC has chosen to set a target for the federal funds rate, rather than for the money supply, as it did at times in the past. There are several related reasons for the Fed's decision to use the federal funds rate as its target. One is that the money supply is hard to measure with sufficient precision. Another is that money demand fluctuates over time. For any given money supply, fluctuations in money demand would lead to fluctuations in interest rates, aggregate demand, and output. By contrast, when the Fed announces a target for the federal funds rate, it essentially accommodates the day-to-day shifts in money demand by adjusting the money supply accordingly. The Fed's decision to target an interest rate does not fundamentally alter our analysis of monetary policy. The theory of liquidity preference illustrates an important the zero lower bound. As we have just seen, monetary policy works through interest rates. This conclusion raises a question: what if the Fed's target interest rate has fallen as far as it can? In the recession of 2008 and 2009, the federal funds rate fell to about zero. In this situation, what, if anything, can monetary policy do to stimulate the economy? Some economists describe this situation as a liquidity trap. According to the theory of liquidity preference, expansionary monetary policy works by reducing interest rates and stimulating investment spending. But if interest rates have already fallen almost to zero, then perhaps monetary policy is no longer effective. Nominal interest rates cannot fall below zero. Rather than making a loan at a negative nominal interest rate, a person would just hold cash. In this environment, expansionary monetary policy raises the supply of money, making the public's asset portfolio more liquid, but because interest rates can't fall any further, the extra liquidity might not have any effect. Aggregate demand, production, and employment may be trapped at low levels. Other economists are skeptical about the relevance of liquidity traps and believe that a central bank continues to have tools to expand the economy, even after its interest rate target hits its lower bound of zero. One possibility is that the central bank could raise inflation expectations by committing itself to future monetary expansion. Even if nominal interest rates cannot fall any further, higher expected inflation can lower real interest rates by making them negative, which would stimulate investment spending. A second possibility is that the central bank could conduct expansionary open market operations with a larger variety of financial instruments than it normally uses. For example, it could buy mortgages and corporate debt and thereby lower the interest rates on these kinds of loans. The Federal Reserve actively pursued this last option in the aftermath of the financial crisis of 2008 and 2009. This type of unconventional monetary policy is sometimes called quantitative easing because it increases the quantity of bank reserves. Some economists have suggested that the possibility of hitting the zero lower bound for interest rates justifies setting the target rate of inflation well above zero. Under zero inflation, the real interest rate, like the nominal interest, can never fall below zero. But if the normal rate of inflation is, say, 4%, then the central bank can easily push the real interest rate to negative 4% by lowering the nominal interest rate toward zero. Thus, moderate inflation gives monetary policy makers more room to stimulate the economy when needed, reducing the risk of hitting up against the zero lower bound and having the economy fall into a liquidity trap. FYI. 754. Principle: monetary policy can be described either in terms of the money supply or in terms of the interest rate. When the FOMC sets a target for the federal funds rate of, say, 6%, the Fed's bond traders are told, conduct whatever open market operations are necessary to ensure that the equilibrium interest rate is 6%. In other words, when the Fed sets a target for the interest rate, it commits itself to adjusting the money supply to make the equilibrium in the money market hit that target. As a result, Changes in monetary policy can be viewed either in terms of changing the interest rate target or in terms of changing the money supply. When you read in the newspaper that the Fed has lowered the federal funds rate from 6 to 5%, you should understand that this occurs only because the Fed's bond traders are doing what it takes to make it happen. To lower the federal funds rate, the Fed's bond traders buy government bonds, and this purchase increases the money supply and lowers the equilibrium interest rate. Similarly, when the FOMC raises the target for the federal funds rate, the bond traders sell government bonds, and this sale decreases the money supply and raises the equilibrium interest rate. The lessons from this analysis are simple. Changes in monetary policy aimed at expanding aggregate demand can be described either as increasing the money supply or as lowering the interest rate. Changes in monetary policy aimed at contracting aggregate demand can be described either as decreasing the money supply or as raising the interest rate. Why the Fed watches the stock market? The stock market has predicted 9 out of the past 5 recessions. So quipped Paul Samuelson, the famed economist. Samuelson was surely right that the stock market is highly volatile and can give wrong signals about the economy. But fluctuations in stock prices are often a sign of broader economic developments. The economic boom of the 1990s, for example, appeared not only in rapid GDP growth and falling unemployment but also in rising stock prices, which increased about fourfold during this decade. Similarly, the deep recession of 2008 and 2009 was reflected in falling stock prices. From November 2007 to March 2009, the stock market lost about half its value. How should the Fed respond to stock market fluctuations? The Fed has no reason to care about stock prices in themselves, but it does have the job of monitoring and responding to developments in the overall economy, and the stock market is a piece of that puzzle. When the stock market booms, households become wealthier, and this increased wealth stimulates consumer spending. In addition, a rise in stock prices makes it more attractive for firms to sell new shares of stock, and this stimulates investment spending. For both reasons, a booming stock market expands the aggregate demand for goods and services. As we discuss more fully later in the chapter, one of the Fed's goals is to stabilize aggregate demand, because greater stability in aggregate demand means greater stability in output and the price level. To promote stability, the Fed might respond to a stock market boom by keeping the money supply lower and interest rates higher than it otherwise would. The contractionary effects of higher interest rates would offset the expansionary effects of higher stock prices. In fact, this analysis does describe Fed behavior. Real interest rates were kept high by historical standards during the stock market boom of the late 1990s. The opposite occurs when the stock market falls. Spending on consumption and investment tends to decline, depressing aggregate demand and pushing the economy toward recession. To stabilize aggregate demand, the Fed would increase the money supply and lower interest rates. And indeed, that is what it typically does. For example, on October 19, 1987, the stock market fell by 22.6%, one of the biggest one-day drops in history. The Fed responded to the market crash by increasing the money supply and lowering interest rates. The federal funds rate fell from 7.7% at the beginning of October to 6.6% at the end of the month. In part because of the Fed's quick action, the economy avoided a recession. Similarly, as we discussed in a case study in the preceding chapter, the Fed also reduced interest rates during the economic downturn and stock market decline of 2008 and 2009, but this time monetary policy was not sufficient to avert a deep recession. While the Fed keeps an eye on the stock market participants also keep an eye on the Fed. Because the Fed can influence interest rates and economic activity, it can alter the value of stocks. For example, when the Fed raises interest rates by reducing the money supply, it makes owning stocks less attractive for 2 reasons. First, a higher interest rate means that bonds, the alternative to stocks, are earning a higher return. Second, the Fed's tightening of monetary policy reduces the demand for goods and services, which reduces profits. As a result, Stock prices often fall when the Fed raises interest rates. Quick quiz: use the theory of liquidity preference to explain how a decrease in the money supply affects the equilibrium interest rate. How does this change in monetary policy affect the aggregate demand curve? The government can influence the behavior of the economy not only with monetary policy but also with fiscal policy. Fiscal policy refers to the government's choices regarding the overall level of government purchases and taxes. Earlier in the book, we examined how fiscal policy influences saving, investment, and growth in the long run. In the short run, however, the primary effect of fiscal policy is on the aggregate demand for goods and services. 34-2 Changes in government purchases. When policymakers change the money supply or the level of taxes, they shift the aggregate demand curve indirectly by influencing the spending decisions of firms or households. By contrast, when the government alters its own purchases of goods and services, it shifts the aggregate demand curve directly. Suppose, for instance, that the U.S. Department of Defense places a $20 billion order for new fighter planes with Boeing, the large aircraft manufacturer. This order raises the demand for the output produced by Boeing, which induces the company to hire more workers and increase production. Because Boeing is part of the economy, the increase in the demand for Boeing planes means an increase in the total quantity of goods and services demanded at each price level. As a result, the aggregate demand curve shifts to the right. By how much does this $20 billion order from the government shift the aggregate demand curve? At first, one might guess that the aggregate demand curve shifts to the right by exactly $20 billion. It turns out, however, that this is not the case. There are two macroeconomic effects that cause the size of the shift in aggregate demand to differ from the change in government purchases. The first, the multiplier effect, suggests the shift in aggregate demand could be larger than $20 billion. The second, the crowding out effect, suggests the shift in aggregate demand could be smaller than $20 billion. We now discuss each of these effects in turn. 34-2b The multiplier effect. When the government buys $20 billion of goods from Boeing, that purchase has repercussions. The immediate impact of the higher demand from the government is to raise employment and profits at Boeing. Then, as the workers see higher earnings and the firm owners see higher profits, they respond to this increase in income by raising their own spending on consumer goods. As a result, the government purchase from Boeing raises the demand for the products of many other firms in the economy. Because each dollar spent by the government can raise the aggregate demand for goods and services by more than $1, government purchases are said to have a multiplier effect on aggregate demand. This multiplier effect continues even after this first round. When consumer spending rises, the firms that produce these consumer goods hire more people and experience higher profits. Higher earnings and profits stimulate consumer spending once again, and so on. Thus, there is positive feedback as higher demand leads to higher income, which in turn leads to even higher demand. Once all these effects are added together, the total impact on the quantity of goods and services demanded can be much larger than the initial impulse from higher government spending. Figure 4 illustrates the multiplier effect. The increase in government purchases of $20 billion initially shifts the aggregate demand curve to the right from AD1 to AD2 by exactly $20 billion. But when consumers respond by increasing their spending, the aggregate demand curve shifts still further to AD3. This multiplier effect arising from the response of consumer spending can be strengthened by the response of investment to higher levels of demand. For instance, Boeing might respond to the higher demand for planes by deciding to buy more equipment or build another plant. In this case, higher government demand spurs higher demand for investment goods. This positive feedback from demand to investment is sometimes called the investment accelerator. 34-2c A formula for the spending multiplier. Some simple algebra permits us to derive a formula for the size of the multiplier effect that arises when an increase in government purchases induces increases in consumer spending. An important number in this formula is the marginal propensity to consume, the fraction of extra income that a household consumes rather than saves. For example, suppose that the marginal propensity to consume is 3/4. This means that for every extra dollar that a household earns, the household spends 75 cents and saves 25 cents. With an MPC of 3/4, when the workers and owners of Boeing earn $20 billion from the government contract, they increase their consumer spending by 3/4, $320 billion, or $15 billion. To gauge the impact on aggregate demand of a change in government purchases, we follow the effects step by step. The process begins when the government spends $20 billion, which implies that national income also rises by this amount. This increase in income in turn raises consumer spending by MPC times $20 billion, which in turn raises the income for the workers and owners of the firms that produce the consumption goods. This second increase in income again raises consumer spending, this time by MPC times. These feedback effects go on and on. To find the total impact on the demand for goods and services, we add up all these effects. Change in government purchases equals $20 billion. First change in consumption equals MPC times $20 billion. Second change in consumption equals MPC 2 times $20 billion. Third change in consumption equals MPC 3 times $20 billion. Total change in demand equals times $20 billion. Here represents an infinite number of similar terms. Thus, we can write the multiplier as follows. Multiplier equals 1 plus MPC 2 plus MPC 3 plus. This multiplier tells us the demand for goods and services that each dollar of government purchases generates. To simplify this equation for the multiplier, recall from math class that this expression is an infinite geometric series. For x between 1 and plus 1. 1 plus x2 plus x3 plus equals 1 slash. In our case, x equals MPC. Thus, multiplier equals 1 slash. For example, if MPC is 3/4, the multiplier is 1 slash, which is 4. In this case, the $20 billion of government spending generates $80 billion of demand for goods and services. This formula for the multiplier shows that the size of the multiplier depends on the marginal propensity to consume. While an MPC of 3/4 leads to a multiplier of 4, an MPC of 1/2 leads to a multiplier of only 2. Thus, a larger MPC means a larger multiplier. To see why this is true, remember that the multiplier arises because higher income induces greater spending on consumption. With a larger MPC, consumption responds more to a change in income, and so the multiplier is larger. 758. 34-2D Other applications of the multiplier effect. Because of the multiplier effect, a dollar of government purchases can generate more than a dollar of aggregate demand. The logic of the multiplier effect, however, is not restricted to changes in government purchases. Instead, it applies to any event that alters spending on any component of GDP: consumption, investment, government purchases, or net exports. For example, suppose that a recession overseas reduces the demand for U.S. net exports by $10 billion. This reduced spending on U.S. goods and services depresses U.S. national income, which reduces spending by U.S. consumers. If the marginal propensity to consume is 3/4 and the multiplier is 4, then the $10 billion fall in net exports leads to a $40 billion contraction in aggregate demand. As another example, suppose that a stock market boom increases households' wealth and stimulates their spending on goods and services by $20 billion. This extra consumer spending increases national income, which in turn generates even more consumer spending. If the marginal propensity to consume is 3/4 and the multiplier is 4, then the initial impulse of $20 billion in consumer spending translates into an $80 billion increase in aggregate demand. The multiplier is an important concept in macroeconomics because it shows how the economy can amplify the impact of changes in spending. A small initial change in consumption, investment, government purchases, or net exports can end up having a large effect on aggregate demand and, therefore, the economy's production of goods and services. 34-2e The crowding out effect. The multiplier effect seems to suggest that when the government buys $20 billion of planes from Boeing, the resulting expansion in aggregate demand is necessarily larger than $20 billion. Yet another effect works in the opposite direction. While an increase in government purchases stimulates the aggregate demand for goods and services, it also causes the interest rate to rise, which reduces investment spending and puts downward pressure on aggregate demand. The reduction in aggregate demand that results when a fiscal expansion raises the interest rate is called the crowding out effect. To see why crowding out occurs, let's consider what happens in the money market when the government buys planes from Boeing. As we have discussed, this increase in demand raises the incomes of the workers and owners of this firm. As incomes rise, households plan to buy more goods and services and, as a result, choose to hold more of their wealth in liquid form. That is, the increase in income caused by the fiscal expansion raises the demand for money. The effect of the increase in money demand is shown in panel of figure 5. Because the Fed has not changed the money supply, the vertical supply curve remains the same. When the higher level of income shifts the money demand curve to the right from MD1 to MD2, the interest rate must rise from R1 to R2 to keep supply and demand in balance. The increase in the interest rate, in turn, reduces the quantity of goods and services demanded. In particular, because borrowing is more expensive, the demand for residential and business investment goods declines. That is, as the increase in government purchases increases the demand for goods and services, it may also crowd out investment. This crowding out effect partially offsets the impact of government purchases on aggregate demand, as illustrated in panel of figure 5. The increase in government purchases initially shifts the aggregate demand curve from AD1 to AD2, but once crowding out takes place, the aggregate demand curve drops back to AD3. To sum up, when the government increases its purchases by $20 billion, the aggregate demand for goods and services could rise by more or less than $20 billion depending on the panel shows the money market. When the government increases its purchases of goods and services, the resulting increase in income raises the demand for money from MD1 to MD2, and this causes the equilibrium interest rate to rise from R1 to R2. Panel shows the effects on aggregate demand. The initial impact of the increase in government purchases shifts the aggregate demand curve from AD1 to AD2. Yet because the interest rate is the cost of borrowing, the increase in the interest rate tends to reduce the quantity of goods and services demanded, particularly for investment goods. This crowding out of investment partially offsets the impact of the fiscal expansion on aggregate demand. In the end, the aggregate demand curve shifts only to AD3. Sizes of the multiplier and crowding out effects. The multiplier effect makes the shift in aggregate demand greater than $20 billion. The crowding out effect pushes the aggregate demand curve in the opposite direction and, if large enough, could result in an aggregate demand shift of less than $20 billion. 34-2F Changes in taxes. The other important instrument of fiscal policy, besides the level of government purchases, is the level of taxation. When the government cuts personal income taxes, for instance, it increases households' take-home pay. Households will save some of this additional income, but they will also spend some of it on consumer goods. Because it increases consumer spending, the tax cut shifts the aggregate demand curve to the right. Similarly, a tax increase depresses consumer spending and shifts the aggregate demand curve to the left. The size of the shift in aggregate demand resulting from a tax change is also affected by the multiplier and crowding out effects. When the government cuts taxes and stimulates consumer spending, earnings and profits rise, which further stimulates consumer spending. This is the multiplier effect. At the same time, higher income leads to higher money demand, which tends to raise interest rates. Higher interest rates make borrowing more costly, which reduces investment spending. This is the crowding out effect. Depending on the size of the multiplier and crowding out effects, the shift in aggregate demand could be larger or smaller than the tax change that causes it. In addition to the multiplier and crowding out effects, there is another important determinant of the size of the shift in aggregate demand that results from a tax change: households' perceptions about whether the tax change is permanent or temporary. For example, suppose that the government announces a tax cut of 760. Quick quiz: suppose that the government reduces spending on highway construction by $10 billion. Which way does the aggregate demand curve shift? Explain why the shift might be larger than $10 billion. Explain why the shift might be smaller than $10 billion. How fiscal policy might affect aggregate supply. So far, our discussion of fiscal policy has stressed how changes in government purchases and changes in taxes influence the quantity of goods and services demanded. Most economists believe that the short-run macroeconomic effects of fiscal policy work primarily through aggregate demand. Yet fiscal policy can potentially influence the quantity of goods and services supplied as well. For instance, consider the effects of tax changes on aggregate supply. One of the 10 principles of economics in Chapter 1 is that people respond to incentives. When government policymakers cut tax rates, workers get to keep more of each dollar they earn, so they have a greater incentive to work and produce goods and services. If they respond to this incentive, the quantity of goods and services supplied will be greater at each price level, and the aggregate supply curve will shift to the right. Some economists, called supply-siders, have argued that the influence of tax cuts on aggregate supply is large. According to some supply-siders, the influence is so large that a cut in tax rates will stimulate enough additional production and income that tax revenue will actually increase. This is certainly a theoretical possibility, but most economists do not consider it the normal case. While the supply-side effects of taxes are important to consider, they are usually not large enough to cause tax revenue to rise when tax rates fall. Like changes in taxes, changes in government purchases can also potentially affect aggregate supply. Suppose, for instance, that the government increases expenditure on a form of government-provided capital, such as roads. Roads are used by private businesses to make deliveries to their customers. An increase in the quantity of roads increases these businesses' productivity. Hence, when the government spends more on roads, it increases the quantity of goods and services supplied at any given price level and, thus, shifts the aggregate supply curve to the right. This effect on aggregate supply is probably more important in the long run than in the short run, however, because it takes time for the government to build new roads and put them into use. FYI. $1,000 per household. In deciding how much of this $1,000 to spend, households must ask themselves how long this extra income will last. If they expect the tax cut to be permanent, they will view it as adding substantially to their financial resources and, therefore, increase their spending by a large amount. In this case, the tax cut will have a large impact on aggregate demand. By contrast, if households expect the tax change to be temporary, they will view it as adding only slightly to their financial resources and, therefore, will increase their spending by only a small amount. In this case, the tax cut will have a small impact on aggregate demand. An extreme example of a temporary tax cut was the one announced in 1992. In that year, President George H.W. Bush faced a lingering recession and an upcoming re-election campaign. He responded to these circumstances by announcing a reduction in the amount of income tax that the federal government was withholding from workers' paychecks. Because legislated income tax rates did not change, however, every dollar of reduced withholding in 1992 meant an extra dollar of taxes due on April 15, 1993, when income tax returns for 1992 were to be filed. Thus, this tax cut actually represented only a short-term loan from the government. Not surprisingly, the impact of the policy on consumer spending and aggregate demand was relatively small. 34-3 Using policy to stabilize the economy. We have seen how monetary and fiscal policy can affect the economy's aggregate demand for goods and services. These theoretical insights raise some important policy questions. Should policymakers use these instruments to control aggregate demand and stabilize the economy? If so, when? If not, why not? 761. 34-3 of the case for active stabilization policy. Let's return to the question that began this chapter. When the President and Congress raise taxes, how should the Federal Reserve respond? As we have seen, the level of taxation is one determinant of the position of the aggregate demand curve. When the government raises taxes, aggregate demand will fall, depressing production and employment in the short run. If the Federal Reserve wants to prevent this adverse effect of the fiscal policy, it can expand aggregate demand by increasing the money supply. A monetary expansion would reduce interest rates, stimulate investment spending, and expand aggregate demand. If monetary policy is set appropriately, the combined changes in monetary and fiscal policy could leave the aggregate demand for goods and services unaffected. This analysis is exactly the sort followed by members of the Federal Open Market Committee. They know that monetary policy is an important determinant of aggregate demand. They also know that there are other important determinants as well, including fiscal policy set by the President and Congress. As a result, the FOMC watches the debates over fiscal policy with a keen eye. This response of monetary policy to the change in fiscal policy is an example of a more general phenomenon, the use of policy instruments to stabilize aggregate demand and, as a result, production and employment. Economic stabilization has been an explicit goal of U.S. policy since the Employment Act of 1946. This act states that it is the continuing policy and responsibility of the federal government to promote full employment and production. In essence, the government has chosen to hold itself accountable for short-run macroeconomic performance. The Employment Act has two implications. The first, more modest, implication is that the government should avoid being a cause of economic fluctuations. Thus, most economists advise against large and sudden changes in monetary and fiscal policy, for such changes are likely to cause fluctuations in aggregate demand. Moreover, when large changes do occur, it is important that monetary and fiscal policy makers be aware of and respond to each other's actions. The second, more ambitious, implication of the Employment Act is that the government should respond to changes in the private economy to stabilize aggregate demand. The act was passed not long after the publication of Keynes's The General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, which has been one of the most influential books ever written about economics. In it, Keynes emphasized the key role of aggregate demand in explaining short-run economic fluctuations. Keynes claimed that the government should actively stimulate aggregate demand when aggregate demand appeared insufficient to maintain production at its full employment level. Keynes argued that aggregate demand fluctuates because of largely irrational waves of pessimism and optimism. He used the term animal spirits to refer to these arbitrary changes in attitude. When pessimism reigns, households reduce consumption spending and firms reduce investment spending. The result is reduced aggregate demand, lower production, and higher unemployment. Conversely, when optimism reigns, households and firms increase spending. The result is higher aggregate demand, higher production, and inflationary pressure. Notice that these changes in attitude are, to some extent, self-fulfilling. In principle, the government can adjust its monetary and fiscal policy in response to these waves of optimism and pessimism and, thereby, stabilize the economy. For example, when people are excessively pessimistic, the Fed can expand the money supply to lower interest rates and expand aggregate demand. When they are excessively optimistic, it can contract the money supply to raise interest rates and dampen aggregate demand. Former Fed Chairman William McChesney Martin described this view of monetary policy very simply: the Federal Reserve's job is to take away the punch bowl just as the party gets going. 762. Keynesians in the White House. When a reporter in 1961 asked President John F. Kennedy why he advocated a tax cut, Kennedy replied, "To stimulate the economy. Don't you remember your Economics 101? Kennedy's policy was, in fact, based on the analysis of fiscal policy we have developed in this chapter. His goal was to enact a tax cut, which would raise consumer spending, expand aggregate demand, and increase the economy's production and employment. In choosing this policy, Kennedy was relying on his team of economic advisors. This team included such prominent economists as James Tobin and Robert Solow, who later would win Nobel Prizes for their contributions to economics. As students in the 1940s, these economists had closely studied John Maynard Keynes's general theory, which was then only a few years old. When the Kennedy advisors proposed cutting taxes, they were putting Keynes's ideas into action. Although tax changes can have a potent influence on aggregate demand, they have other effects as well. In particular, by changing the incentives that it is the biggest peacetime fiscal expansion in history. Across the globe, countries have countered the recession by cutting taxes and by boosting government spending. The G20 group of economies, whose leaders meet this week in Pittsburgh, have introduced stimulus packages worth an average of 2% of GDP this year and 1.6% of GDP in 2010. Coordinated action on this scale might suggest a consensus about the effects of fiscal stimulus. But economists are in fact deeply divided about how well, or indeed whether, such stimulus works. The debate hinges on the scale of the fiscal multiplier. This measure, first formalized in 1931 by Richard Kahn, a student of John Maynard Keynes, captures how effectively tax cuts or increases in government spending stimulate output. A multiplier of 1 means that a $1 billion increase in government spending will increase a country's GDP by $1 billion. The size of the multiplier is bound to vary according to economic conditions. For an economy operating at full capacity, the fiscal multiplier should be 0. Since there are no spare resources, any increase in government demand would just replace spending elsewhere. But in a recession, when workers and factories lie idle, a fiscal boost can increase overall demand. And if the initial stimulus triggers a cascade of expenditure among consumers and businesses, the multiplier can be well above 1. The multiplier is also likely to vary according to the type of fiscal action. Government spending on building a bridge may have a bigger multiplier than a tax cut if consumers save a portion of their tax windfall. A tax cut targeted at poorer people may have a bigger impact on spending than one for the affluent, since poorer folk tend to spend a higher share of their income. Crucially, the overall size of the fiscal multiplier also depends on how people react to higher government borrowing. If the government's actions bolster confidence and revive animal spirits, the multiplier could rise as demand goes up and private investment is crowded in. But if interest rates climb in response to government borrowing, then some private investment that would otherwise have occurred could get crowded out, and if consumers expect higher future taxes in order to finance new government borrowing, they could spend less today. All that would reduce the fiscal multiplier, potentially to below 0. How large is the fiscal policy multiplier? In the global economic downturn of 2008 and 2009, governments around the world turned to fiscal policy to prop up aggregate demand. This episode ignited a debate about the size of the multipliers, which remains a topic of much research. Different assumptions about the impact of higher government borrowing on interest rates and private spending explain wild variations in the estimates of multipliers from today's stimulus spending. Economists in the Obama administration, who assume that the federal funds rate stays constant for a 4-year period, expect a multiplier of 1.6 for government purchases and 1.0 for tax cuts from America's fiscal stimulus. An alternative assessment by John Cogan, Tobias Quick, John Taylor, and Volker Wieland uses models in which interest rates and taxes rise more quickly in response to higher public borrowing. Their multipliers are much smaller. They think America's stimulus will boost GDP by only 1/6 as much as the Obama team expects. When forward-looking models disagree so dramatically, careful analysis of previous fiscal stimuli ought to help settle the debate. Unfortunately, it is extremely tricky to isolate the impact of changes in fiscal policy. One approach is to use microeconomic case studies to examine consumer behavior in response to specific tax rebates and cuts. These studies, largely based on tax changes in America, find that permanent cuts have a bigger impact on consumer spending than temporary ones, and that consumers who find it hard to borrow, such as those close to their credit card limit, tend to spend more of their tax windfall. But case studies do not measure the overall impact of tax cuts or spending increases on output. An alternative approach is to try to tease out the statistical impact of changes in government spending or tax cuts on GDP. The difficulty here is to isolate the effects of fiscal stimulus measures from the rises in Social Security spending and falls in tax revenues that naturally accompany recessions. This empirical approach has narrowed the range of estimates in some areas. It has also yielded interesting cross-country comparisons. Multipliers are bigger in closed economies than open ones. They have traditionally been bigger in rich countries than emerging ones. But overall, economists find as big a range of multipliers from empirical estimates as they do from theoretical models. To add to the confusion, the post-war experiences from which statistical analyses are drawn differ in vital respects from the current situation. Most of the evidence on multipliers for government spending is based on military outlays, but today's stimulus packages are heavily focused on infrastructure. Interest rates in many rich countries are now close to zero, which may increase the potency of, as well as the need for, fiscal stimulus. Because of the financial crisis, relatively more people face borrowing constraints, which would increase the effectiveness of a tax cut. At the same time, highly indebted consumers may now be keen to cut their borrowing, leading to a lower multiplier. And investors today have more reason to be worried about rich countries' fiscal positions than those of emerging markets. Add all this together and the truth is that economists are flying blind. They can make relative judgments with some confidence. Temporary tax cuts pack less punch than permanent ones, for instance. Fiscal multipliers will probably be lower in heavily indebted economies than in prudent ones. But policymakers looking for precise estimates are deluding themselves. Source: The Economist, September 24, 2009. People face, taxes can alter the aggregate supply of goods and services. Part of the Kennedy proposal was an investment tax credit, which gives a tax break to firms that invest in new capital. Higher investment would not only stimulate aggregate demand immediately but also increase the economy's productive capacity over time. Thus, the short-run goal of increasing production through higher aggregate demand was coupled with a long-run goal of increasing production through higher aggregate supply. And indeed, when the tax cut Kennedy proposed was finally enacted in 1964, it helped usher in a period of robust economic growth. Since the 1964 tax cut, policymakers have from time to time used fiscal policy as a tool for controlling aggregate demand. For example, when President Barack Obama moved into the Oval Office in 2009, he faced an economy in the midst of a recession. One of his first policy initiatives was a stimulus bill that included substantial increases in government spending. The accompanying in the news box discusses some of the debate over this policy initiative. 764. 34-3b The case against active stabilization policy. Some economists argue that the government should avoid active use of monetary and fiscal policy to try to stabilize the economy. They claim that these policy instruments should be set to achieve long-run goals, such as rapid economic growth and low inflation, and that the economy should be left to deal with short-run fluctuations on its own. These economists may admit that monetary and fiscal policy can stabilize the economy in theory, but they doubt whether it can do so in practice. The primary argument against active monetary and fiscal policy is that these policies affect the economy with a long lag. As we have seen, monetary policy works by changing interest rates, which in turn influence investment spending. But many firms make investment plans far in advance. Thus, most economists believe that it takes at least 6 months for changes in monetary policy to have much effect on output and employment. Moreover, once these effects occur, they can last for several years. Critics of stabilization policy argue that because of this lag, the Fed should not try to fine-tune the economy. They claim that the Fed often reacts too late to changing economic conditions and, as a result, ends up being a cause of rather than a cure for economic fluctuations. These critics advocate a passive monetary policy, such as slow and steady growth in the money supply. Fiscal policy also works with a lag, but unlike the lag in monetary policy, the lag in fiscal policy is largely attributable to the political process. In the United States, most changes in government spending and taxes must go through congressional committees in both the House and the Senate, be passed by both legislative bodies, and then be signed by the President. Completing this process can take months or, in some cases, years. By the time the change in fiscal policy is passed and ready to implement, the condition of the economy may well have changed. These lags in monetary and fiscal policy are a problem in part because economic forecasting is so imprecise. If forecasters could accurately predict the condition of the economy a year in advance, then monetary and fiscal policy makers could look ahead when making policy decisions. In this case, policy makers could stabilize the economy despite the lags they face. In practice, however, major recessions and depressions arrive without much advance warning. The best that policy makers can do is to respond to economic changes as they occur. 34-3C Automatic stabilizers. All economists, both advocates and critics of stabilization policy, agree that the lags in implementation reduce the efficacy of policy as a tool for short-run stabilization. The economy would be more stable, therefore, if policy makers could find a way to avoid some of these lags. In fact, they have. Automatic stabilizers are changes in fiscal policy that stimulate aggregate demand when the economy goes into a recession without policy makers having to take any deliberate action. The most important automatic stabilizer is the tax system. When the economy goes into a recession, the amount of taxes collected by the government falls automatically because almost all taxes are closely tied to economic activity. The personal income tax depends on households' incomes, the payroll tax depends on workers' earnings, and the corporate income tax depends on firms' profits. Because incomes, earnings, and profits all fall in a recession, the government's tax revenue falls as well. This automatic tax cut stimulates aggregate demand and, thereby, reduces the magnitude of economic fluctuations. Government spending also acts as an automatic stabilizer. In particular, when the economy goes into a recession and workers are laid off, more people apply for unemployment insurance benefits, welfare benefits, and other forms of income support. This automatic increase in government spending stimulates aggregate demand at exactly the time when aggregate demand is insufficient to maintain. Automatic stabilizers changes in fiscal policy that stimulate aggregate demand when the economy goes into a recession without policy makers having to take any deliberate action. 765. Full employment. Indeed, when the unemployment insurance system was first enacted in the 1930s, economists who advocated this policy did so in part because of its power as an automatic stabilizer. The automatic stabilizers in the U.S. economy are not sufficiently strong to prevent recessions completely. Nonetheless, without these automatic stabilizers, output and employment would probably be more volatile than they are. For this reason, many economists oppose a constitutional amendment that would require the federal government always to run a balanced budget, as some politicians have proposed. When the economy goes into a recession, taxes fall, government spending rises, and the government's budget moves toward deficit. If the government faced a strict balanced budget rule, it would be forced to look for ways to raise taxes or cut spending in a recession. In other words, a strict balanced budget rule would eliminate the automatic stabilizers inherent in our current system of taxes and government spending. Tolls. Copyright 2001. The Washington Post. Reprinted. With permission of Universal Press Syndicate. All rights reserved. Quick quiz: suppose a wave of negative animal spirits overruns the economy, and people become pessimistic about the future. What happens to aggregate demand? If the Fed wants to stabilize aggregate demand, how should it alter the money supply? If it does this, what happens to the interest rate? Why might the Fed choose not to respond in this way? 34-4 Conclusion. Before policymakers make any change in policy, they need to consider all the effects of their decisions. Earlier in the book, we examined classical models of the economy, which describe the long-run effects of monetary and fiscal policy. There we saw how fiscal policy influences saving, investment, and long-run growth, and how monetary policy influences the price level and the inflation rate. 766. In this chapter, we examined the short-run effects of monetary and fiscal policy. We saw how these policy instruments can change the aggregate demand for goods and services and alter the economy's production and employment in the short run. When Congress reduces government spending to balance the budget, it needs to consider both the long-run effects on saving and growth and the short-run effects on aggregate demand and employment. When the Fed reduces the growth rate of the money supply, it must take into account the long-run effect on inflation as well as the short-run effect on production. In all parts of government, policymakers must keep in mind both long-run and short-run goals. In developing a theory of short-run economic fluctuations, Keynes proposed the theory of liquidity preference to explain the determinants of the interest rate. According to this theory, the interest rate adjusts to balance the supply and demand for money. An increase in the price level raises money demand and increases the interest rate that brings the money market into equilibrium. Because the interest rate represents the cost of borrowing, a higher interest rate reduces investment and, thereby, the quantity of goods and services demanded. The downward sloping aggregate demand curve expresses this negative relationship between the price level and the quantity demanded. Policymakers can influence aggregate demand with monetary policy. An increase in the money supply reduces the equilibrium interest rate for any given price level. Because a lower interest rate stimulates investment spending, the aggregate demand curve shifts to the right. Conversely, a decrease in the money supply raises the equilibrium interest rate for any given price level and shifts the aggregate demand curve to the left. Policymakers can also influence aggregate demand with fiscal policy. An increase in government purchases or a cut in taxes shifts the aggregate demand curve to the right. A decrease in government purchases or an increase in taxes shifts the aggregate demand curve to the left. When the government alters spending or taxes, the resulting shift in aggregate demand can be larger or smaller than the fiscal change. The multiplier effect tends to amplify the effects of fiscal policy on aggregate demand. The crowding out effect tends to dampen the effects of fiscal policy on aggregate demand. Because monetary and fiscal policy can influence aggregate demand, the government sometimes uses these policy instruments in an attempt to stabilize the economy. Economists disagree about how active the government should be in this effort. According to advocates of active stabilization policy, changes in attitudes by households and firms shift aggregate demand. If the government does not respond, the result is undesirable and unnecessary fluctuations in output and employment. According to critics of active stabilization policy, monetary and fiscal policy work with such long lags that attempts at stabilizing the economy often end up being destabilizing. Summary. 1. What is the theory of liquidity preference? How does it help explain the downward slope of the aggregate demand curve? 2. Use the theory of liquidity preference to explain how a decrease in the money supply affects the aggregate demand curve. 3. The government spends $3 billion to buy police cars. Explain why aggregate demand might increase by more than $3 billion. Explain why aggregate demand might increase by less than $3 billion. 4. Suppose that survey measures of consumer confidence indicate a wave of pessimism is sweeping the country. Questions for review. 767. If policymakers do nothing, what will happen to aggregate demand? What should the Fed do if it wants to stabilize aggregate demand? If the Fed does nothing, what might Congress do to stabilize aggregate demand? 5. Give an example of a government policy that acts as an automatic stabilizer. Explain why the policy has this effect. 1. If the central bank wants to expand aggregate demand, it can underscore the money supply, which would underscore the interest rate. A. Increase, B. Increase, decrease C. Decrease, increase D. Decrease, decrease. 2. If the government wants to contract aggregate demand, it can underscore government purchases or taxes. A. Increase, B. Increase, decrease C. Decrease, increase D. Decrease, decrease. 3. The Federal Reserve's target rate for the federal funds rate. A. Is an extra policy tool for the central bank, in addition to and independent of the money supply. B. Commits the Fed to set a particular money supply so that it hits the announced target. C. Is a goal that is rarely achieved, because the Fed can determine only the money supply. D. Matters to banks that borrow and lend federal funds but does not influence aggregate demand. 4. With the economy in a recession because of inadequate aggregate demand, the government increases its purchases by $1,200. Suppose the central bank adjusts the money supply to hold the interest rate constant, investment spending is fixed, and the marginal propensity to consume is 2/3. How large is the increase in aggregate demand? A. $400 billion. $800 C. $1,800 D. $3,600 5. If the central bank in the preceding question instead holds the money supply constant and allows the interest rate to adjust, the change in aggregate demand resulting from the increase in government purchases will be A. Larger. B. The same. C. Smaller but still positive. D. Negative. 6. Which of the following is an example of an automatic stabilizer? When the economy goes into a recession, A. More people become eligible for unemployment insurance benefits. B. Stock prices decline, particularly for firms in cyclical industries. C. Congress begins hearings about a possible stimulus package. D. The Federal Reserve changes its target for the federal funds rate. Quick check multiple choice. 1. Explain how each of the following developments would affect the supply of money, the demand for money, and the interest rate. Illustrate your answers with diagrams. A. The Fed's bond traders buy bonds in open market operations. B. An increase in credit card availability reduces the cash people hold. C. The Federal Reserve reduces banks' reserve requirements. D. Households decide to hold more money to use for holiday shopping. E. A wave of optimism boosts business investment and expands aggregate demand. 2. The Federal Reserve expands the money supply by 5%. A. Use the theory of liquidity preference to illustrate in a graph the impact of this policy on the interest rate. B. Use the model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply to illustrate the impact of this change in the interest rate on output and the price level in the short run. C. When the economy makes the transition from its short-run equilibrium to its long-run equilibrium, what will happen to the price level? Problems and applications. 768. D. How will this change in the price level affect the demand for money and the equilibrium interest rate? E. Is this analysis consistent with the proposition that money has real effects in the short run but is neutral in the long run? 3. Suppose a computer virus disables the nation's automatic teller machines, making withdrawals from bank accounts less convenient. As a result, people want to keep more cash on hand, increasing the demand for money. A. Assume the Fed does not change the money supply. According to the theory of liquidity preference, what happens to the interest rate? What happens to aggregate demand? B. If instead the Fed wants to stabilize aggregate demand, how should it change the money supply? C. If it wants to accomplish this change in the money supply using open market operations, what should it do? 4. Consider two policies: a tax cut that will last for only 1 year and a tax cut that is expected to be permanent. Which policy will stimulate greater spending by consumers? Which policy will have the greater impact on aggregate demand? Explain. 5. The economy is in a recession with high unemployment and low output. A. Draw a graph of aggregate demand and aggregate supply to illustrate the current situation. Be sure to include the aggregate demand curve, the short-run aggregate supply curve, and the long-run aggregate supply curve. B. Identify an open market operation that would restore the economy to its natural rate. C. Draw a graph of the money market to illustrate the effect of this open market operation. Show the resulting change in the interest rate. D. Draw a graph similar to the one in part to show the effect of the open market operation on output and the price level. Explain in words why the policy has the effect that you have shown in the graph. 6. In the early 1980s, new legislation allowed banks to pay interest on checking deposits, which they could not do previously. A. If we define money to include checking deposits, what effect did this legislation have on money demand? Explain. B. If the Federal Reserve had maintained a constant money supply in the face of this change, what would have happened to the interest rate? What would have happened to aggregate demand and aggregate output? C. If the Federal Reserve had maintained a constant market interest rate in the face of this change, what change in the money supply would have been necessary? What would have happened to aggregate demand and aggregate output? 7. Suppose economists observe that an increase in government spending of $10 billion raises the total demand for goods and services by $30 billion. A. If these economists ignore the possibility of crowding out, what would they estimate the marginal propensity to consume to be? B. Now suppose the economists allow for crowding out. Would their new estimate of the MPC be larger or smaller than their initial one? 8. Suppose the government reduces taxes by $20 billion, that there is no crowding out, and that the marginal propensity to consume is 3/4. A. What is the initial effect of the tax reduction on aggregate demand? B. What additional effects follow this initial effect? What is the total effect of the tax cut on aggregate demand? C. How does the total effect of this $20 billion tax cut compare to the total effect of a $20 billion increase in government purchases? Why? D. Based on your answer to part, can you think of a way in which the government can increase aggregate demand without changing the government's budget deficit? 9. An economy is operating with output $400 billion below its natural level, and fiscal policy makers want to close this recessionary gap. The central bank agrees to adjust the money supply to hold the interest rate constant, so there is no crowding out. The marginal propensity to consume is 4/5, and the price level is completely fixed in the short run. In what direction and by how much would government spending need to change to close the recessionary gap? Explain your thinking. 10. Suppose government spending increases. Would the effect on aggregate demand be larger if the Federal Reserve held the money supply constant in response, or if the Fed were committed to maintaining a fixed interest rate? Explain. 11. In which of the following circumstances is expansionary fiscal policy more likely to lead to a short-run increase in investment? Explain. A. When the investment accelerator is large or when it is small. B. When the interest sensitivity of investment is large or when it is small. Go to CEngageBrain.com to purchase access to the proven, critical study guide to accompany this text, which features additional notes and context, practice tests, and much more. 769. The short run. Trade-off between inflation and unemployment. T. Wo closely watched indicators of economic performance are inflation and unemployment. When the Bureau of Labor Statistics releases data on these variables each month, policymakers are eager to hear the news. Some commentators have added together the inflation rate and the unemployment rate to produce a misery index, which purports to measure the health of the economy. How are these two measures of economic performance related to each other? Earlier in the book, we discussed the long-run determinants of unemployment and the long-run determinants of inflation. We saw that the natural rate of unemployment depends on various features of the labor market, such as minimum wage laws, the market power of unions, the role of efficiency wages, and the effectiveness of job search. By contrast, the inflation rate depends primarily on growth in the money supply, which a nation's central bank controls. In the long run, therefore, inflation and unemployment are largely unrelated problems. Chapter 35. 770. In the short run, just the opposite is true. One of the 10 principles of economics discussed in Chapter 1 is that society faces a short-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment. If monetary and fiscal policy makers expand aggregate demand and move the economy up along the short-run aggregate supply curve, they can expand output and lower unemployment for a while, but only at the cost of a more rapidly rising price level. If policy makers contract aggregate demand and move the economy down the short-run aggregate supply curve, they can lower inflation, but only at the cost of temporarily lower output and higher unemployment. In this chapter, we examine the inflation-unemployment trade-off more closely. The relationship between inflation and unemployment has attracted the attention of some of the most brilliant economists of the last half-century. The best way to understand this relationship is to see how thinking about it has evolved. As we will see, the history of thought regarding inflation and unemployment since the 1950s is inextricably connected to the history of the U.S. economy. These two histories will show why the trade-off between inflation and unemployment holds in the short run, why it does not hold in the long run, and what issues the trade-off raises for economic policy makers. Phillips curve, a curve that shows the short-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment. 35:1 The Phillips curve. Probably the single most important macroeconomic relationship is the Phillips curve. These are the words of economist George Akerlof from the lecture he gave when he received the Nobel Prize in 2001. The Phillips curve is the short-run relationship between inflation and unemployment. We begin our story with the discovery of the Phillips curve and its migration to America. 35-1 Origins of the Phillips curve. In 1958, economist A. W. Phillips published an article in the British journal Economica that would make him famous. The article was titled "The Relationship Between Unemployment and the Rate of Change of Money Wages in the United Kingdom, 1861-1957. In it, Phillips showed a negative correlation between the rate of unemployment and the rate of inflation. That is, Phillips showed that years with low unemployment tend to have high inflation, and years with high unemployment tend to have low inflation. Phillips concluded that two important macroeconomic variables, inflation and unemployment, were linked in a way that economists had not previously appreciated. Although Phillips's discovery was based on data for the United Kingdom, researchers quickly extended his finding to other countries. 2 years after Phillips published his article, economists Paul Samuelson and Robert Solow published an article in the American Economic Review called Analytics of Anti-Inflation Policy, in which they showed a similar negative correlation between inflation and unemployment in data for the United States. They reasoned that this correlation arose because low unemployment was associated with high aggregate demand, which in turn put upward pressure on wages and prices throughout the economy. Samuelson and Solow dubbed the 771 negative association between inflation and unemployment the Phillips curve. Figure 1 shows an example of a Phillips curve like the one found by Samuelson and Solow. As the title of their paper suggests, Samuelson and Solow were interested in the Phillips curve because they believed it held important lessons for policymakers. In particular, they suggested that the Phillips curve offers policymakers a menu of possible economic outcomes. By altering monetary and fiscal policy to influence aggregate demand, policymakers could choose any point on this curve. Point A offers high unemployment and low inflation. Point B offers low unemployment and high inflation. Policymakers might prefer both low inflation and low unemployment, but the historical data as summarized by the Phillips curve indicate that this combination is impossible. According to Samuelson and Solow, policymakers face a trade-off between inflation and unemployment, and the Phillips curve illustrates that trade-off. 35-1b Aggregate demand, aggregate supply, and the Phillips curve. The model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply provides an easy explanation for the menu of possible outcomes described by the Phillips curve. The Phillips curve shows the combinations of inflation and unemployment that arise in the short run as shifts in the aggregate demand curve move the economy along the short-run aggregate supply curve. As we saw in the preceding two chapters, an increase in the aggregate demand for goods and services leads, in the short run, to a larger output of goods and services and a higher price level. Larger output means greater employment and, thus, a lower rate of unemployment. In addition, a higher price level translates into a higher rate of inflation. Thus, shifts in aggregate demand push inflation and unemployment in opposite directions in the short run, a relationship illustrated by the Phillips curve. To see more fully how this works, let's consider an example. To keep the numbers simple, imagine that the price level equals 100 in the year 2020. Figure 2 shows two possible outcomes that might occur in the year 2021 depending of the strength of aggregate demand. One outcome occurs if aggregate demand is high, and the other occurs if aggregate demand is low. Panel shows these two outcomes using the model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply. Panel illustrates the same two outcomes using the Phillips curve. Panel of the figure shows what happens to output and the price level in the year 2021. If the aggregate demand for goods and services is low, the economy experiences outcome A. The economy produces output of 15,000, and the price level is 102. By contrast, if aggregate demand is high, the economy experiences outcome B. Output is 16,000, and the price level is 106. This is an example of a familiar conclusion. Higher aggregate demand moves the economy to an equilibrium with higher output and a higher price level. Panel shows what these two possible outcomes mean for unemployment and inflation. Because firms need more workers when they produce a greater output of goods and services, unemployment is lower in outcome B than in outcome A. In this example, when output rises from 15,000 to 16,000, unemployment falls from 7% to 4%. Moreover, because the price level is higher at outcome B than at outcome A, the inflation rate is also higher. In particular, since the price level was 100 in the year 2020, outcome A has an inflation rate of 2% and outcome B has an inflation rate of 6%. The two possible outcomes for the economy can be compared either in terms of output and the price level or in terms of unemployment and inflation. Because monetary and fiscal policy can shift the aggregate demand curve, they can move an economy along the Phillips curve. Increases in the money supply, increases in government spending, or cuts in taxes expand aggregate demand and move the economy to a point on the Phillips curve with lower unemployment and higher inflation. Decreases in the money supply, cuts in government spending, or increases in taxes contract aggregate demand and move the economy to a point on the Phillips curve with lower inflation and higher unemployment. In this sense, the Phillips curve offers policymakers a menu of combinations of inflation and unemployment. Quick quiz: draw the Phillips curve. Use the model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply to show how policy can move the economy from a point on this curve with high inflation to a point with low inflation. 35-2 Shifts in the Phillips curve, the role of expectations. Although the Phillips curve seems to offer policymakers a menu of possible inflation, unemployment outcomes, it raises a crucial question: does this menu of choices remain the same over time? In other words, is the downward sloping Phillips curve a stable relationship on which policymakers can rely? Economists took up this issue in the late 1960s, shortly after Samuelson and Solow had introduced the Phillips curve into the macroeconomic policy debate. 35-2 The long-run Phillips curve. In 1968, Economist Milton Friedman published a paper in the American Economic Review based on an address he had recently given as president of the American Economic Association. The paper, titled "The Role of Monetary Policy," contains sections on what monetary policy can do and what monetary policy cannot do. Friedman argued that one thing monetary policy cannot do, other than for a short time, is lower unemployment by raising inflation. At about the same time, another economist, Edmund Phelps, also published a paper denying the existence of a long-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment. Friedman and Phelps based their conclusions on classical principles of macroeconomics. Classical theory points to growth in the money supply as the primary determinant of inflation. But classical theory also states that monetary growth does not affect real variables such as output and employment, it merely alters all prices and nominal incomes proportionately. In particular, monetary growth does not influence those factors that determine the economy's unemployment rate, such as the market power of unions, the role of efficiency wages, or the process of job search. Friedman and Phelps concluded that there is no reason to think that the rate of inflation would, in the long run, be related to the rate of unemployment. Here, in his own words, is Friedman's view about what the Federal Reserve can hope to accomplish for the economy in the long run. The monetary authority controls nominal quantities directly, the quantity of its own liabilities. In principle, it can use this control to peg a nominal quantity and exchange rate, the price level, the 774 nominal level of national income, the quantity of money by one definition or another, or to peg the change in a nominal quantity, the rate of inflation or deflation, the rate of growth or decline in nominal national income, the rate of growth of the quantity of money. It cannot use its control over nominal quantities to peg a real quantity, the real rate of interest, the rate of unemployment, the level of real national income, the real quantity of money, the rate of growth of real national income, or the rate of growth of the real quantity of money. According to Friedman, monetary policy makers face a long-run Phillips curve that is vertical, as in Figure 3. If the Fed increases the money supply slowly, the inflation rate is low and the economy finds itself at point A. If the Fed increases the money supply quickly, the inflation rate is high and the economy finds itself at point B. In either case, the unemployment rate tends toward its normal level, called the natural rate of unemployment. The vertical long-run Phillips curve illustrates the conclusion that unemployment does not depend on money growth and inflation in the long run. The vertical long-run Phillips curve is, in essence, one expression of the classical idea of monetary neutrality. Previously, we expressed monetary neutrality with a vertical long-run aggregate supply curve. Figure 4 shows that the vertical long-run Phillips curve and the vertical long-run aggregate supply curve are two sides of the same coin. In panel of this figure, an increase in the money supply shifts the aggregate demand curve to the right from AD1 to AD2. As a result of this shift, the long-run equilibrium moves from point A to point B. The price level rises from P1 to P2, but because the aggregate supply curve is vertical, output remains the same. In panel, more rapid growth in the money supply raises the inflation rate by moving the economy from point A to point B. But because the Phillips curve is vertical, the rate of unemployment is the same at these 2 points. Thus, the vertical long-run aggregate supply curve and the vertical long-run Phillips curve both imply that monetary policy influences nominal variables but not real variables. In the long run, regardless of the monetary policy pursued by the Fed, output is at its natural level and unemployment is at its natural rate. 35-2b The meaning of natural. What is so natural about the natural rate of unemployment? Friedman and Phelps used this adjective to describe the unemployment rate toward which the economy gravitates in the long run. Yet the natural rate of unemployment is not necessarily the socially desirable rate of unemployment. Nor is the natural rate of unemployment constant over time. For example, suppose that a newly formed union uses its market power to raise the real wages of some workers above the equilibrium level. The result is an excess supply of workers and, therefore, a higher natural rate of unemployment. This unemployment is natural not because it is good but because it is beyond the influence of monetary policy. More rapid money growth would reduce neither the market power of the union nor the level of unemployment, it would lead only to more inflation. Although monetary policy cannot influence the natural rate of unemployment, other types of policy can. To reduce the natural rate of unemployment, policymakers should look to policies that improve the functioning of the labor market. Earlier in the book, we discussed how various labor market policies, such as minimum wage laws, collective bargaining laws, unemployment insurance, and job training programs, affect the natural rate of unemployment. A policy change that reduced the natural rate of unemployment would shift the long-run Phillips curve to the left. In addition, because lower unemployment means more workers are producing goods and services, the quantity of goods and services supplied would be larger at any given price level and the long-run aggregate supply curve would shift to the right. The economy could then enjoy lower unemployment and higher output for any given rate of money growth and inflation. 35-2C Reconciling Theory and Evidence. At first, Friedman and Phelps's conclusion that there is no long-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment might not seem persuasive. Their argument was based on an appeal to theory, specifically classical theory's prediction of monetary neutrality. By contrast, the negative correlation between inflation and unemployment documented by Phillips, Samuelson, and Solow was based on actual evidence from the real world. Why should anyone believe that policymakers faced a vertical Phillips curve when the world seemed to offer a downward-sloping one? Shouldn't the findings of Phillips, Samuelson, and Solow lead us to reject monetary neutrality? Friedman and Phelps were well aware of these questions, and they offered a way to reconcile classical macroeconomic theory with the finding of a downward-sloping Phillips curve in data from the United Kingdom and the United States. They claimed that a negative relationship between inflation and unemployment exists in the short run but that it cannot be used by policymakers as a menu of outcomes in the long run. Policymakers can pursue expansionary monetary policy to achieve lower unemployment for a while, but eventually, unemployment returns to its natural rate and more expansionary monetary policy leads only to higher inflation. Friedman and Phelps's work was the basis of our discussion of the difference between the short-run and long-run aggregate supply curves in Chapter 33. As you may recall, the long-run aggregate supply curve is vertical, indicating that the price level does not influence quantity supplied in the long run. But the short-run aggregate supply curve is upward-sloping, indicating that an increase in the price level raises the quantity of goods and services that firms supply. According to the sticky wage theory of aggregate supply, for instance, nominal wages are set in advance based on the price level that workers and firms expected to prevail. When prices are higher than expected, firms have an incentive to increase production and employment. When prices are less than expected, firms reduce production and employment. Yet because the expected price level and nominal wages will eventually adjust, the positive relationship between the actual price level and quantity supplied exists only in the short run. Friedman and Phelps applied this same logic to the Phillips curve. Just as the aggregate supply curve slopes upward only in the short run, the trade-off between inflation and unemployment holds only in the short run. And just as the long-run aggregate supply curve is vertical, the long-run Phillips curve is also vertical. Once again, expectations are the key for understanding how the short run and the long run are related. Friedman and Phelps introduced a new variable into the analysis of the inflation-unemployment trade-off, expected inflation. Expected inflation measures how much people expect the overall price level to change. Because the expected price level affects nominal wages, expected inflation is one factor that determines the position of the short-run aggregate supply curve. In the short run, the Fed 777 can take expected inflation as already determined. When the money supply changes, the aggregate demand curve shifts and the economy moves along a given short-run aggregate supply curve. In the short run, therefore, monetary changes lead to unexpected fluctuations in output, prices, unemployment, and inflation. In this way, Friedman and Phelps explain the downward-sloping Phillips curve that Phillips, Samuelson, and Solow had documented. The Fed's ability to create unexpected inflation by increasing the money supply exists only in the short run. In the long run, people come to expect whatever inflation rate the Fed chooses to produce, and nominal wages will adjust to keep pace with inflation. As a result, the long-run aggregate supply curve is vertical. Changes in aggregate demand, such as those due to changes in the money supply, affect neither the economy's output of goods and services nor the number of workers that firms need to hire to produce those goods and services. Friedman and Phelps concluded that unemployment returns to its natural rate in the long run. This equation relates the unemployment rate to the natural rate of unemployment, actual inflation, and expected inflation. In the short run, expected inflation is given, so higher actual inflation is associated with lower unemployment. In the long run, people come to expect whatever inflation the Fed produces, so actual inflation equals expected inflation, and unemployment is at its natural rate. This equation implies there can be no stable short-run Phillips curve. Each short-run Phillips curve reflects a particular expected rate of inflation. When expected inflation changes, the short-run Phillips curve shifts. According to Friedman and Phelps, it is dangerous to view the Phillips curve as a menu of options available to policymakers. To see why, imagine an economy that starts with low inflation, with an equally low rate of expected inflation, and with unemployment at its natural rate. In Figure 5, the economy is at point A. Now suppose that policymakers try to take advantage of the trade-off between inflation and unemployment by using monetary or fiscal policy to expand aggregate demand. In the short run, when expected inflation is given, the economy goes from point A to point B. Unemployment falls below its natural rate, and the actual inflation rate rises above expected inflation. As the economy moves from point A to point B, policymakers might think they have achieved permanently lower unemployment at the cost of higher inflation, a bargain that, if possible, might be worth making. 778. This situation, however, will not persist. Over time, people get used to this higher inflation rate, and they raise their expectations of inflation. When expected inflation rises, firms and workers start taking higher inflation into account when setting wages and prices. The short-run Phillips curve then shifts to the right, as shown in the figure. The economy ends up at point C, with higher inflation than at point A but with the same level of unemployment. Thus, Friedman and Phelps concluded that policymakers face only a temporary trade-off between inflation and unemployment. In the long run, expanding aggregate demand more rapidly will yield higher inflation without any reduction in unemployment. 35-2E The natural experiment for the natural rate hypothesis. Friedman and Phelps had made a bold prediction in 1968, if policymakers try to take advantage of the Phillips curve by choosing higher inflation to reduce unemployment, they will succeed at reducing unemployment only temporarily. This view that unemployment eventually returns to its natural rate, regardless of the rate of inflation, is called the natural rate hypothesis. A few years after Friedman and Phelps proposed this hypothesis, monetary and fiscal policymakers inadvertently created a natural experiment to test it. Their laboratory was the U.S. economy. Before we examine the outcome of this test, however, let's look at the data that Friedman and Phelps had when they made their prediction in 1968. Figure 6 shows the unemployment and inflation rates for the period from 1961 to 1968. These data trace out an almost perfect Phillips curve. As inflation rose over these 8 years, unemployment fell. The economic data from this era seemed to confirm that policymakers faced a trade-off between inflation and unemployment. The apparent success of the Phillips curve in the 1960s made the prediction of Friedman and Phelps all the bolder. In 1958, Phillips had suggested a negative association between inflation and unemployment. In 1960, Samuelson and Solow had shown that it existed in U.S. data. Another decade of data had confirmed the relationship. To some economists at the time, it seemed ridiculous to claim that the historically reliable Phillips curve would start shifting once policymakers tried to take advantage of it. In fact, that is exactly what happened. Beginning in the late 1960s, the government followed policies that expanded the aggregate demand for goods and services. In part, this expansion was due to fiscal policy. Government spending rose as the Vietnam War heated up. In part, it was due to monetary policy, because the Fed was trying to hold down interest rates in the face of expansionary fiscal policy. The money supply rose about 13% per year during the period from 1970 to 1972, compared to 7% per year in the early 1960s. As a result, inflation stayed high. But as Friedman and Phelps had predicted, unemployment did not stay low. Figure 7 displays the history of inflation and unemployment from 1961 to 1973. It shows that the simple negative relationship between these two variables started to break down around 1970. In particular, as inflation remained high in the early 1970s, people's expectations of inflation caught up with reality, and the unemployment rate reverted to the 5% to 6% range that had prevailed in the early 1960s. Notice that the history illustrated in Figure 7 resembles the theory of a shifting short-run Phillips curve shown in Figure 5. By 1973, policymakers had learned that Friedman and Phelps were right. There is no trade-off between inflation and unemployment in the long run. Quick quiz: draw the short-run Phillips curve and the long-run Phillips curve. Explain why they are different. Friedman and Phelps had suggested in 1968 that changes in expected inflation shift the short-run Phillips curve, and the experience of the early 1970s convinced most economists that Friedman and Phelps were right. Within a few years, however, the economics profession would turn its attention to a different source of shifts in the short-run Phillips curve: shocks to aggregate supply. This time, the change in focus came not from two American economics professors but from a group of Arab sheikhs. In 1974, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries began to exert its market power as a cartel in the world oil market to increase its members' profits. The countries of OPEC, such as Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Iraq, restricted the amount of crude oil they pumped and sold on world markets. Within a few years, this reduction in supply caused the world price of oil to almost double. A large increase in the world price of oil is an example of a supply shock. A supply shock is an event that directly affects firms' costs of production and thus the prices they charge. It shifts the economy's aggregate supply curve and, as a result, the Phillips curve. For example, when an oil price increase raises the cost of producing gasoline, heating oil, tires, and many other products, it reduces the quantity of goods and services supplied at any given price level. As panel of Figure 8 shows, this reduction in supply is represented by the leftward shift in the aggregate supply curve from S1 to S2. Output falls from Y1 to Y2, and the price level rises from P1 to P2. The combination of falling output and rising prices is sometimes called stagflation. This shift in aggregate supply is associated with a similar shift in the short-run Phillips curve, shown in panel. Because firms need fewer workers to produce the smaller output, employment falls and unemployment rises. Because the price level is higher, the inflation rate, the percentage change in the price level from the previous year, is also higher. Thus, the shift in aggregate supply leads to higher unemployment and higher inflation. The short-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment shifts to the right from PC1 to PC2. Confronted with an adverse shift in aggregate supply, policymakers face a difficult choice between fighting inflation and fighting unemployment. If they contract aggregate demand to fight inflation, they will raise unemployment further. If they expand aggregate demand to fight unemployment, they will raise inflation further. In other words, policymakers face a less favorable trade-off between inflation and unemployment than they did before the shift in aggregate supply. They have to live with a higher rate of inflation for a given rate of unemployment, a higher rate of unemployment for a given rate of inflation, or some combination of higher unemployment and higher inflation. Faced with such an adverse shift in the Phillips curve, policymakers will ask whether the shift is temporary or permanent. The answer depends on how people adjust their expectations of inflation. If people view the rise in inflation due to the supply shock as a temporary aberration, expected inflation will not change and the Phillips curve will soon revert to its former position. But if people believe the shock will lead to a new era of higher inflation, then expected inflation will rise and the Phillips curve will remain at its new, less desirable position. In the United States during the 1970s, expected inflation did rise substantially. This rise in expected inflation was partly attributable to the Fed's decision to accommodate the supply shock with higher money growth. Because of this policy decision, the recession that resulted from the supply shock was smaller than it otherwise might have been, but the U.S. economy faced an unfavorable trade-off between inflation and unemployment for many years. The problem was compounded in 1979 when OPEC once again started to exert its market power, more than doubling the price of oil. Figure 9 shows inflation and unemployment in the U.S. economy during this period. In 1980, after two OPEC supply shocks, the U.S. economy had an inflation rate of more than 9% and an unemployment rate of about 7%. This combination of inflation and unemployment was not at all near the trade-off that seemed possible in the 1960s. With the misery index in 1980 near a historic high, the public was widely dissatisfied with the performance of the economy. Largely because of this dissatisfaction, President Jimmy Carter lost his bid for re-election in November 1980 and was replaced by Ronald Reagan. Something had to be done, and soon it would be. Quick quiz: give an example of a favorable shock to aggregate supply. Use the model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply to explain the effects of such a shock. How does it affect the Phillips curve? In October 1979, as OPEC was imposing adverse supply shocks on the world's economies for the second time in a decade, Fed Chairman Paul Volcker decided that the time for action had come. Volcker had been appointed chairman by President Carter only 2 months earlier, and he had taken the job knowing that 783. Inflation had reached unacceptable levels. As guardian of the nation's monetary system, he felt he had little choice but to pursue a policy of disinflation. Disinflation is a reduction in the rate of inflation, and it should not be confused with deflation, a reduction in the price level. To draw an analogy to a car's motion, disinflation is like slowing down, whereas deflation is like going in reverse. Chairman Volcker, along with many other Americans, wanted the economy's rising level of prices to slow down. Volcker had no doubt that the Fed could reduce inflation through its ability to control the quantity of money. But what would be the short-run cost of disinflation? The answer to this question was much less certain. 35-4 The sacrifice ratio. To reduce the inflation rate, the Fed has to pursue contractionary monetary policy. Figure 10 shows some of the effects of such a decision. When the Fed slows the rate at which the money supply is growing, it contracts aggregate demand. The fall in aggregate demand, in turn, reduces the quantity of goods and services that firms produce, and this fall in production leads to a rise in unemployment. The economy begins at point A in the figure and moves along the short-run Phillips curve to point B, which has lower inflation and higher unemployment. Over time, as people come to understand that prices are rising more slowly, expected inflation falls, and the short-run Phillips curve shifts downward. The economy moves from point B to point C. Inflation is lower than it was initially at point A, and unemployment is back at its natural rate. Thus, if a nation wants to reduce inflation, it must endure a period of high unemployment and low output. In Figure 10, this cost is represented by the movement of the economy through point B as it travels from point A to point C. The size of this cost depends on the slope of the Phillips curve and how quickly expectations of inflation adjust to the new monetary policy. Many studies have examined the data on inflation and unemployment to estimate the cost of reducing inflation. The findings of these studies are often summarized in a statistic called the sacrifice ratio. The sacrifice ratio is the number of percentage points of annual output lost in the process of reducing inflation by 1 percentage point. A typical estimate of the sacrifice ratio is 5. That is, For each percentage point that inflation is reduced, 5% of annual output must be sacrificed in the transition. Such estimates surely must have made Paul Volcker apprehensive as he confronted the task of reducing inflation. Inflation was running at almost 10% per year. To reach moderate inflation of, say, 4% per year would mean reducing inflation by 6 percentage points. If each percentage point costs 5% of the economy's annual output, then reducing inflation by 6 percentage points would require sacrificing 30% of annual output. According to studies of the Phillips curve and the cost of disinflation, this sacrifice could be paid in various ways. An immediate reduction in inflation would depress output by 30% for a single year, but that outcome was surely too harsh even for an inflation hawk like Paul Volcker. It would be better, many argued, to spread out the cost over several years. If the reduction in inflation took place over 5 years, for instance, then output would have to average only 6% below trend during that period to add up to a sacrifice of 30%. An even more gradual approach would be to reduce inflation slowly over a decade so that output would have to be only 3% below trend. Whatever path was chosen, however, it seemed that reducing inflation would not be easy. 35-4b Rational expectations and the possibility of costless disinflation. Just as Paul Volcker was pondering how costly reducing inflation might be, a group of economics professors was leading an intellectual revolution that would challenge the conventional wisdom on the sacrifice ratio. This group included such prominent economists as Robert Lucas, Thomas Sargent, and Robert Barrow. Their revolution was based on a new approach to economic theory and policy called rational expectations. According to the theory of rational expectations, people optimally use all the information they have, including information about government policies, when forecasting the future. This new approach has had profound implications for many areas of macroeconomics, but none is more important than its application to the trade-off between inflation and unemployment. As Friedman and Phelps had first emphasized, expected inflation is an important variable that explains why there is a trade-off between inflation and unemployment in the short run but not in the long run. How quickly the short-run trade-off disappears depends on how quickly people adjust their expectations of inflation. Proponents of rational expectations expanded upon the Friedman-Phelps analysis to argue that when economic policies change, people adjust their expectations of inflation accordingly. The studies of inflation and unemployment that had tried to estimate the sacrifice ratio had failed to take account of the direct effect of the policy regime on expectations. As a result, estimates of the sacrifice ratio were, according to the rational expectations theorists, unreliable guides for policy. In a 1981 paper titled The End of Four Big Inflations, Thomas Sargent described this new view as follows: an alternative rational expectations view denies that there is any inherent momentum to the present process of inflation. This view maintains that firms and workers have now come to expect high rates of inflation in the future and that they strike inflationary bargains in light of these expectations. However, it is held that people expect high rates of inflation in the future precisely because the government's current and prospective monetary and fiscal policies warrant those expectations. An implication of this view is that inflation can be stopped much more quickly than advocates of the momentum view have indicated, and that their estimates of the length of time and the costs of stopping inflation in terms of foregone output are erroneous. This is not to say that it would be easy to eradicate inflation. On the contrary, it would require more than a few temporary restrictive fiscal and monetary actions. It would require a change in the policy regime. How costly such a move would be in terms of foregone output and how long it would be in taking effect would depend partly on how resolute and evident the government's commitment was. According to Sargent, the sacrifice ratio could be much smaller than suggested by previous estimates. Indeed, in the most extreme case, it could be zero. If the government made a credible commitment to a policy of low inflation, people would be rational enough to lower their expectations of inflation immediately. The short-run Phillips curve would shift downward, and the economy would reach low inflation quickly without the cost of temporarily high unemployment and low output. 35-4 The Volcker disinflation. As we have seen, when Paul Volcker faced the prospect of reducing inflation from its peak of about 10%, the economics profession offered two conflicting predictions. One group of economists offered estimates of the sacrifice ratio and concluded that reducing inflation would have great cost in terms of lost output and high unemployment. Another group offered the theory of rational expectations and concluded that reducing inflation could be much less costly and, perhaps, could even have no cost at all. Who was right? Figure 11 shows inflation and unemployment from 1979 to 1987. As you can see, Volcker did succeed at reducing inflation. Inflation came down from almost 10% in 1981 and 1982 to about 4% in 1983 and 1984. Credit for this reduction in inflation goes completely to monetary policy. Fiscal policy at this time was acting in the opposite direction. The increases in the budget deficit during the Reagan administration were expanding aggregate demand, which tends to raise inflation. The fall in inflation from 1981 to 1984 is attributable to the tough anti-inflation policies of Fed Chairman Paul Volcker. The figure shows that the Volcker disinflation did come at the cost of high unemployment. In 1982 and 1983, the unemployment rate was about 10%, about 4 percentage points above its level when Paul Volcker was appointed Fed chairman. At the same time, the production of goods and services as measured by real GDP was well below its trend level. The Volcker disinflation produced a recession that was, at the time, the deepest the United States had experienced since the Great Depression of the 1930s. 786. Does this episode refute the possibility of costless disinflation as suggested by the rational expectations theorists? Some economists have argued that the answer to this question is a resounding yes. Indeed, the pattern of disinflation shown in Figure 11 is similar to the pattern predicted in Figure 10. To make the transition from high inflation to low inflation, the economy had to experience a painful period of high unemployment. Yet there are two reasons not to reject the conclusions of the rational expectations theorists so quickly. First, even though the Volcker disinflation did impose a cost of temporarily high unemployment, the cost was not as large as many economists had predicted. Most estimates of the sacrifice ratio based on the Volcker disinflation are smaller than estimates that had been obtained from previous data. Perhaps Volcker's tough stand on inflation did have some direct effect on expectations, as the rational expectations theorists claimed. Second, and more important, even though Volcker announced that he would aim monetary policy to lower inflation, much of the public did not believe him. Because few people thought Volcker would reduce inflation as quickly as he did, expected inflation did not fall immediately. As a result, the short-run Phillips curve did not shift down as quickly as it might have. Some evidence for this hypothesis comes from the forecasts made by commercial forecasting firms. Their forecasts of inflation fell more slowly in the 1980s than did actual inflation. Thus, the Volcker disinflation does not necessarily refute the rational expectations view that credible disinflation can be costless. It does show, however, that policymakers cannot count on people to immediately believe them when they announce a policy of disinflation. 35-4D The Greenspan era. Since the OPEC inflation of the 1970s and the Volcker disinflation of the 1980s, the U.S. economy has experienced relatively mild fluctuations in inflation and unemployment. Figure 12 shows inflation and unemployment from 1984 to 2005. This period is called the Greenspan era, after Alan Greenspan, who in 1987 followed Paul Volcker as chairman of the Fed. This period began with a favorable supply shock. In 1986, OPEC members started arguing over production levels, and their long-standing agreement to restrict supply broke down. Oil prices fell by about half. As the figure shows, this favorable supply shock led to falling inflation and falling unemployment from 1984 to 1986. Throughout the Greenspan era, the Fed was careful to avoid repeating the policy mistakes of the 1960s, when excessive aggregate demand pushed unemployment below the natural rate and raised inflation. When unemployment fell and inflation rose in 1989 and 1990, the Fed raised interest rates and contracted aggregate demand, leading to a small recession in 1991 and 1992. Unemployment then rose above most estimates of the natural rate, and inflation fell once again. The rest of the 1990s witnessed a period of economic prosperity. Inflation gradually drifted downward, approaching zero by the end of the decade. Unemployment also drifted downward, leading many observers to believe that the natural rate of unemployment had fallen. Part of the credit for this good economic performance goes to Alan Greenspan and his colleagues at the Fed, for low inflation can be achieved only with prudent monetary policy. But good luck in the form of favorable supply shocks is also part of the story. In 2001, however, the economy ran into problems. The end of the dot-com stock market bubble, the 9/11 terrorist attacks, and corporate accounting scandals all depressed aggregate demand. Unemployment rose as the economy experienced its first recession in a decade. But a combination of expansionary monetary and fiscal policies helped end the downturn, and by early 2005, unemployment was close to most estimates of the natural rate. In 2005, President Bush nominated Ben Bernanke to follow Alan Greenspan as the chairman of the Fed. Bernanke was sworn in on February 1, 2006. In 2009, Bernanke was reappointed by President Obama. At the time of his initial nomination, Bernanke said, "My first priority will be to maintain continuity with the policies and policy strategies established during the Greenspan years." 35-4 A financial crisis takes us for a ride along the Phillips curve. Ben Bernanke may have hoped to continue the policies of the Greenspan era and to enjoy the relative calm of those years, but his wishes would not be fulfilled. During his first few years on the job, the new Fed chairman faced some significant and daunting economic challenges. As we have seen in previous chapters, the main challenge arose from problems in the housing market and financial system. From 1995 to 2006, the U.S. housing market boomed and average U.S. house prices more than doubled. But this housing boom proved unsustainable, and from 2006 to 2009 house prices fell by about net herd. This large fall led to declines in household wealth and difficulties in many financial institutions that had bet that house prices would continue to rise. The resulting financial crisis resulted in a large decline in aggregate demand and a steep increase in unemployment. We have already looked at the story of the crisis and the policy responses to it in many previous chapters, but Figure 13 shows the implications of these events. For inflation and unemployment. From 2007 to 2009, as the decline in aggregate demand raised unemployment, it also reduced the rate of inflation from about 3% to about 1%. From 2010 to 2012, as the economy slowly recovered, unemployment fell, and the rate of inflation rose from about 1% to about 2%. In essence, the economy first rode down the Phillips curve and then rode back up. One notable feature of this period is that the very low inflation of 2009 and 2010 does not appear to have reduced expected inflation and shifted the short-run Phillips curve downward. Instead, expected inflation appears to have remained steady at about 2%, which kept the short-run Phillips curve relatively stable. A common explanation for this phenomenon is that the Fed had, over the previous 20 years, established a lot of credibility in its commitment to keep inflation at about 2%. As a result, expected inflation and the position of the short-run Phillips curve reacted less to the dramatic short-run events. Quick quiz: what is the sacrifice ratio? How might the credibility of the Fed's commitment to reduce inflation affect the sacrifice ratio? 35-5 Conclusion. This chapter has examined how economists' thinking about inflation and unemployment has evolved. We have discussed the ideas of many of the best economists of the 20th century, from the Phillips curve of Phillips, Samuelson, and Solow, to the natural rate hypothesis of Friedman and Phelps, to the rational expectations theory of Lucas, Sargent, and Barrow. 5 members of this group have already won Nobel Prizes for their work in economics, and more may well be so honored in the years to come. Although the trade-off between inflation and unemployment has generated much intellectual turmoil over the past half-century, certain principles have developed that today command consensus. Here is how Milton Friedman expressed the relationship between inflation and unemployment in 1968. There is always a temporary trade-off between inflation and unemployment, there is no permanent trade-off. The temporary trade-off comes not from inflation per se, but from unanticipated inflation, which generally means, from a rising rate of inflation. The widespread belief that there is a permanent trade-off is a sophisticated version of the confusion between high and rising that we all recognize in simpler forms. A rising rate of inflation may reduce unemployment, a high rate will not. But how long, you will say, is temporary? I can at most venture a personal judgment, based on some examination of the historical evidence, that the initial effects of a higher and unanticipated rate of inflation last for something like 2 to 5 years. Today, almost a half-century later, this statement still summarizes the view of most macroeconomists. 790. Questions for Review 1. Draw the short-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment. How might the Fed move the economy from one point on this curve to another? 2. Draw the long-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment. Explain how the short-run and long-run trade-offs are related. 3. What is natural about the natural rate of unemployment? Why might the natural rate of unemployment differ across countries? 4. Suppose a drought destroys farm crops and drives up the price of food. What is the effect on the short-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment? 5. The Fed decides to reduce inflation. Use the Phillips curve to show the short-run and long-run effects of this policy. How might the short-run costs be reduced? The Phillips curve describes a negative relationship between inflation and unemployment. By expanding aggregate demand, policymakers can choose a point on the Phillips curve with higher inflation and lower unemployment. By contracting aggregate demand, policymakers can choose a point on the Phillips curve with lower inflation and higher unemployment. The trade-off between inflation and unemployment described by the Phillips curve holds only in the short run. In the long run, expected inflation adjusts to changes in actual inflation, and the short-run Phillips curve shifts. As a result, the long-run Phillips curve is vertical at the natural rate of unemployment. The short-run Phillips curve also shifts because of shocks to aggregate supply. An adverse supply shock, such as an increase in world oil prices, gives policymakers a less favorable trade-off between inflation and unemployment. That is, after an adverse supply shock, policymakers have to accept a higher rate of inflation for any given rate of unemployment or a higher rate of unemployment for any given rate of inflation. When the Fed contracts growth in the money supply to reduce inflation, it moves the economy along the short-run Phillips curve, which results in temporarily high unemployment. The cost of disinflation depends on how quickly expectations of inflation fall. Some economists argue that a credible commitment to low inflation can reduce the cost of disinflation by inducing a quick adjustment of expectations. Summary. Phillips curve, P770 natural rate hypothesis, P778 supply shock, P780 sacrifice ratio, P784 rational expectations, P784 key concepts. 1. When the Federal Reserve increases the money supply, it aggregate demand and moves the economy along the Phillips curve to a point with inflation and unemployment. A expands, higher, B expands, higher, lower C expands, lower, higher D contracts, lower, higher. 2. If the Federal Reserve increases the rate of money growth and maintains it at the new higher rate, Eventually expected inflation will underscore and the short run Phillips curve will shift A decrease, downward, B decrease, upward, C increase, downward, D increase, upward. 3. When an adverse supply shock shifts the short run aggregate supply curve to the left, it also A moves the economy along the short-run Phillips curve to a point with higher inflation and lower unemployment. B moves the economy along the short-run Phillips curve to a point with lower inflation and higher unemployment. C shifts the short-run Phillips curve to the right. D shifts the short-run Phillips curve to the left. Quick check multiple choice. 1. Suppose the natural rate of unemployment is 6%. On one graph, draw two Phillips curves that describe the four situations listed here. Label the point that shows the position of the economy in each case. A. Actual inflation is 5%, and expected inflation is 3%. B. Actual inflation is 3%, and expected inflation is 5%. C. Actual inflation is 5%, and expected inflation is 5%. D. Actual inflation is 3%, and expected inflation is 3%. To illustrate the effects of the following developments on both the short-run and long-run Phillips curves. Give the economic reasoning underlying your answers. A. A rise in the natural rate of unemployment. B. A decline in the price of imported oil. C. A rise in government spending. D. A decline in expected inflation. 3. Suppose that a fall in consumer spending causes a recession. A. Illustrate the immediate change in the economy using both an aggregate supply/aggregate demand diagram and a Phillips curve diagram. On both graphs, label the initial long-run equilibrium as point A and the resulting short-run equilibrium as point B. What happens to inflation and unemployment in the short run? B. Now suppose that over time expected inflation changes in the same direction that actual inflation changes. What happens to the position of the short-run Phillips curve? After the recession is over, does the economy face a better or worse set of inflation, unemployment combinations? 4. Suppose the economy is in a long-run equilibrium. A. Draw the economy's short-run and long-run Phillips curves. B. Suppose a wave of business pessimism reduces aggregate demand. Show the effect of this shock on your diagram from part. If the Fed undertakes expansionary monetary policy, can it return the economy to its original inflation rate and original unemployment rate? C. Now suppose the economy is back in long-run equilibrium and then the price of imported oil rises. Show the effect of this shock with a new diagram like that in part. If the Fed undertakes expansionary monetary policy, can it return the economy to its original inflation rate and original unemployment rate? If the Fed undertakes contractionary monetary policy, can it return the economy to its original inflation rate and original unemployment rate? Explain why this situation differs from that in part. 5. The inflation rate is 10%, and the central bank is considering slowing the rate of money growth to reduce inflation to 5%. Economist Milton believes that expectations of inflation change quickly in response to new policies, whereas economist James believes that expectations are very sluggish. Which economist is more likely to favor the proposed change in monetary policy? Why? Problems and applications. 4 advocates of the theory of rational expectations believe that A. The sacrifice ratio can be much smaller if policymakers make a credible commitment to low inflation. B. If disinflation catches people by surprise, it will have minimal impact on unemployment. C. Wage and price setters never expect the central bank to follow through on its announcements. D. Expected inflation depends on the rates of inflation that people have recently observed. 5. From one year to the next, inflation falls from 5 to 4%, while unemployment rises from 6 to 7%. Which of the following events could be responsible for this change? A. The central bank increases the growth rate of the money supply. B. The government cuts spending and raises taxes to reduce the budget deficit. C. Newly discovered oil reserves cause world oil prices to plummet. D. The appointment of a new Fed chairman increases expected inflation. 6. From one year to the next, inflation rises from 4 to 5%, while unemployment rises from 6 to 7%. Which of the following events could be responsible for this change? A. The central bank increases the growth rate of the money supply. B. The government cuts spending and raises taxes to reduce the budget deficit. C. Newly discovered oil reserves cause world oil prices to plummet. D. The appointment of a new Fed chairman increases expected inflation. 791. 792. 6. Suppose the Federal Reserve's policy is to maintain low and stable inflation by keeping unemployment at its natural rate. However, the Fed believes that the natural rate of unemployment is 4% when the actual natural rate is 5%. If the Fed based its policy decisions on its belief, what would happen to the economy? How might the Fed come to realize that its belief about the natural rate was mistaken? 7. Suppose the Federal Reserve announced that it would pursue contractionary monetary policy to reduce the inflation rate. Would the following conditions make the ensuing recession more or less severe? Explain. A. Wage contracts have short durations. B. There is little confidence in the Fed's determination to reduce inflation. C. Expectations of inflation adjust quickly to actual inflation. 8. As described in the chapter, the Federal Reserve in 2008 faced a decrease in aggregate demand caused by the housing and financial crises and a decrease in short-run aggregate supply caused by rising commodity prices. A. Starting from a long-run equilibrium, illustrate the effects of these two changes using both an aggregate supply/aggregate demand diagram and a Phillips curve diagram. On both diagrams, label the initial long-run equilibrium as point A and the resulting short-run equilibrium as point B. For each of the following variables, state whether it rises or falls or whether the impact is ambiguous: output, unemployment, the price level, the inflation rate. B. Suppose the Fed responds quickly to these shocks and adjusts monetary policy to keep unemployment and output at their natural rates. What action would it take? On the same set of graphs from Part, show the results. Label the new equilibrium as point CC. Why might the Fed choose not to pursue the course of action described in Part? Go to CEngageBrain.com to purchase access to the proven, critical study guide to accompany this text, which features additional notes and context, practice tests, and much more. 6. Debates over macroeconomic policy. It is hard to open up the newspaper without finding some politician or editorial writer advocating a change in economic policy. The president should raise taxes to reduce the budget deficit, or he should stop worrying about the budget deficit. The Federal Reserve should cut interest rates to stimulate a flagging economy, or it should avoid such moves in order not to risk higher inflation. Congress should reform the tax system to promote faster economic growth, or it should reform the tax system to achieve a more equal distribution of income. Such economic issues are central to the continuing political debate in the United States and other countries around the world. Previous chapters have developed the tools that economists use to analyze the behavior of the economy as a whole and the impact of policies on the economy. This final chapter considers 6 classic questions about macroeconomic policy. Economists have long debated these questions, and they will likely continue to do so for years to come. The Knowledge U. Chapter 36. 796 Part 13 Final Thoughts have accumulated in this course provides the foundation upon which we can discuss these important, unsettled issues. It should help you choose a side in these debates or, at least, help you see why choosing a side is so difficult. 36-1 Should monetary and fiscal policy makers try to stabilize the economy? In the preceding 3 chapters, we saw how changes in aggregate demand and aggregate supply can lead to short-run fluctuations in production and employment. We also saw how monetary and fiscal policy can shift aggregate demand and, thereby, influence these fluctuations. But even if policymakers can influence short-run economic fluctuations, does that mean they should? Our first debate concerns whether monetary and fiscal policymakers should use the tools at their disposal in an attempt to smooth the ups and downs of the business cycle. 36-1 A pro, policymakers should try to stabilize the economy. Left on their own, economies tend to fluctuate. When households and firms become pessimistic, for instance, they cut back on spending, and this reduces the aggregate demand for goods and services. The fall in aggregate demand, in turn, reduces the production of goods and services. Firms lay off workers, and the unemployment rate rises. Real GDP and other measures of income fall. Rising unemployment and falling income help confirm the pessimism that initially generated the economic downturn. Such a recession has no benefit for society. It represents a sheer waste of resources. Workers who lose their jobs because of declining aggregate demand would rather be working. Business owners whose factories are idle during a recession would rather be producing valuable goods and services and selling them at a profit. There is no reason for society to suffer through the booms and busts of the business cycle. The development of macroeconomic theory has shown policymakers how to reduce the severity of economic fluctuations. By leaning against the wind of economic change, monetary and fiscal policy can stabilize aggregate demand and, thereby, production and employment. When aggregate demand is inadequate to ensure full employment, policymakers should boost government spending, cut taxes, and expand the money supply. When aggregate demand is excessive, risking higher inflation, policymakers should cut government spending, raise taxes, and reduce the money supply. Such policy actions put macroeconomic theory to its best use by leading to a more stable economy, which benefits everyone. 36-1 Con, policymakers should not try to stabilize the economy. Monetary and fiscal policy can be used to stabilize the economy in theory, but there are substantial obstacles to the use of such policies in practice. One problem is that monetary and fiscal policy do not affect the economy immediately but instead work with a long lag. Monetary policy affects aggregate demand primarily by changing interest rates, which in turn affects spending, particularly residential and business investment. But many households and firms set their spending plans in advance. As a result, it takes time for changes in interest rates to alter the aggregate demand for goods and services. Many studies, 797, indicate that changes in monetary policy have little effect on aggregate demand until about 6 months after the change is made. Fiscal policy works with a lag because of the long political process that governs changes in spending and taxes. To make any change in fiscal policy, a bill must go through congressional committees, pass both the House and the Senate, and be signed by the President. It can take years to propose, pass, and implement a major change in fiscal policy. Because of these long lags, policymakers who want to stabilize the economy need to look ahead to economic conditions that are likely to prevail when their actions will take effect. Unfortunately, economic forecasting is highly imprecise, in part because macroeconomics is such a primitive science and in part because the shocks that cause economic fluctuations are intrinsically unpredictable. Thus, when policymakers change monetary or fiscal policy, they must rely on educated guesses about future economic conditions. Too often, policymakers trying to stabilize the economy end up having the opposite effect. Economic conditions can easily change between the time a policy action begins and the time it takes effect. Because of this, policymakers can inadvertently exacerbate rather than mitigate the magnitude of economic fluctuations. Some economists have claimed that many of the major economic fluctuations in history, including the Great Depression of the 1930s, can be traced to destabilizing policy actions. One of the first rules taught to physicians is do no harm. The human body has natural restorative powers. Confronted with a sick patient and an uncertain diagnosis, often a doctor should do nothing but leave the patient's body to its own devices. Intervening in the absence of reliable knowledge merely risks making matters worse. The same can be said about treating an ailing economy. It might be desirable if policymakers could eliminate all economic fluctuations, but that is not a realistic goal given the limits of macroeconomic knowledge and the inherent unpredictability of world events. Economic policymakers should refrain from intervening often with monetary and fiscal policy and be content if they do no harm. Quick quiz: explain why monetary and fiscal policy work with a lag. Why do these lags matter in the choice between active and passive policy? 798 Part 13 Final thoughts. In defense of the Fed's new interest rate policy. By Frederick S. Mishkin and Michael Woodford. At the most recent meeting of its Federal Open Market Committee, the Federal Reserve broke new ground by announcing the explicit criteria it would use to begin raising its target for the federal funds rate. The FOMC said it will keep the rate near zero as long as the unemployment rate remains above 6.5%, and the inflation rate 1 to 2 years ahead is projected to be no higher than 2.5%. The Fed's increased clarity about its intentions is highly desirable. This is especially so now, when the current funds rate target cannot be further lowered, yet aggregate demand remains insufficient. A commitment not to raise rates in the future as soon as might have been expected is an obvious way the FOMC can loosen current financial conditions. Yet the new approach has downsides that the Fed needs to address. Providing policy criteria to the public is a significant improvement over the Fed's previous guidance to markets, in which the FOMC stated that near zero rates were likely to be warranted at least through mid-2015, pledging to keep rates unchanged for more than 2 years, regardless of what happens in the meantime, would be reckless and of course was not what the central bank intended. But date-based guidance runs the risk that announcement of a distant date will be taken to indicate that the Fed has pessimistic information about the economy's future prospects. This gives households and firms a reason to sit on their cash rather than spend or invest it, which will hold the economy back. Still, the Fed's new approach has invited confusion about its longer-run policy. How long will the Fed keep interest rates at zero? In the aftermath of the financial crisis of 2008 to 2009, the Federal Reserve reduced its target for the federal funds rate to about zero, where it remained as this book was going to press in 2013. This article discusses the Fed's policy. In the news. 36-2 Should the government fight recessions with spending hikes rather than tax cuts? When George W. Bush became president in 2001, the economy was slipping into a recession. He responded by cutting tax rates. When Barack Obama became president in 2009, the economy was again in recession, the worst in many decades. He responded with a stimulus package that offered some tax reductions but also included substantial increases in government spending. The contrast between these two policies illustrates a second classic question of macroeconomics: which instrument of fiscal policy, government spending or taxes, is better for reducing the severity of economic downturns? 36-2 A pro: the government should fight recessions with spending hikes. John Maynard Keynes transformed economics when he wrote The General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money in the midst of the Great Depression of the 1930s, the worst economic downturn in U.S. history. Since then, economists have understood that the fundamental problem during recessions is inadequate aggregate demand. When firms are unable to sell a sufficient quantity of 799 targets. Many have read the FOMC statement as an important departure from the policy framework codified as recently as January 2012. The Fed is now taken to have a numerical target for unemployment alongside its inflation target, and the inflation target appears to have increased from 2% to 2.5%. In fact, the Fed stated in its January 25, 2012 policy statement that it would not be appropriate to specify a fixed goal for employment, because the maximum level of sustainable employment is difficult to estimate and is not something that can be controlled by the Federal Reserve. This is a very important clarification. The central bank needs to reiterate that it does not have a target unemployment rate and is not determined to achieve a specific unemployment rate regardless of the amount of monetary stimulus required to reach it. That type of overreaching ended badly in the 1970s, with rising inflation and unemployment. The Fed also needs to clarify that the threshold of 2.5% for the inflation rate in no way suggests that it is weakening its commitment to its long-run inflation target of 2%. It would be dangerous to weaken this commitment, as it would lead to a permanent ratcheting up of inflationary expectations and inflation. Instead, the Fed's new approach is a temporary policy to keep interest rates low for longer, to make up for the inadequate nominal GDP growth that has occurred since 2008. Once the nominal GDP growth shortfall has been eliminated, it will be appropriate to again conduct policy much as was done before the crisis. That means ensuring a long-run inflation rate of 2% in terms of the PCE deflator, and an average unemployment rate that is consistent with price stability. It would have been better if the FOMC had explained its temporary policy by describing the size of the nominal growth shortfall that needed to be made up. A stated intention to catch up to a particular nominal GDP path would have clarified that how long interest rates will remain low will depend on economic outcomes, while emphasizing the central bank's intention to return to a path consistent with its long-run inflation target. It is too late to change the way that the FOMC has chosen to talk about the conditions that will determine the duration of the near-zero funds rate. Still, future Fed statements or speeches are needed to clarify the nature of the policy regime toward which the current transitional policy is expected to lead. Doing so can help reduce the uncertainty about future financial conditions that may otherwise be created by the new communications policy. Mr. Mishkin and Mr. Woodford are both professors of economics at Columbia University. Source: reprinted with permission of the Wall Street Journal. Copyright 2013 Dow Jones & Company Incorporated. All rights reserved worldwide. Goods and services, they reduce production and employment. The key to ending recessions is to restore aggregate demand to a level consistent with full employment of the economy's labor force. To be sure, monetary policy is the first line of defense against economic downturns. By increasing the money supply, the central bank reduces interest rates. Lower interest rates in turn reduce the cost of borrowing to finance investment projects, such as new factories and new housing. Increased spending on investment adds to aggregate demand and helps to restore normal levels of production and employment. Fiscal policy, however, can provide an additional tool to combat recessions. When the government cuts taxes, it increases households' disposable income, which encourages them to increase spending on consumption. When the government buys goods and services, it adds directly to aggregate demand. Moreover, these fiscal actions can have multiplier effects. Higher aggregate demand leads to higher incomes, which in turn induces additional consumer spending and further increases in aggregate demand. Fiscal policy is particularly useful when the tools of monetary policy lose their effectiveness. During the economic downturn of 2008 and 2009, for example, the Federal Reserve cut its target interest rate to almost zero. The Fed cannot reduce interest rates below zero, because people would hold onto their cash rather than lending it out at a negative interest rate. Thus, once interest rates are at zero, the Fed loses its most powerful tool for stimulating the economy. In this circumstance, 800 Part 13 Final Thoughts. It is natural for the government to turn to fiscal policy, taxes and government spending to prop up aggregate demand. Traditional Keynesian analysis indicates that increases in government purchases are a more potent tool than decreases in taxes. When the government gives $1 in tax cuts to a household, part of that dollar may be saved rather than spent. The part of the dollar that is saved does not contribute to the aggregate demand for goods and services. By contrast, when the government spends $1 buying a good or service, that dollar immediately and fully adds to aggregate demand. In 2009, economists in the Obama administration used a conventional macroeconomic model to calculate the magnitude of these effects. According to their computer simulations, each dollar of tax cuts increases GDP by 99 cents, whereas each dollar of government purchases increases GDP by $1.59. Thus, increases in government spending offer a bigger bang for the buck than decreases in taxes. For this reason, the policy response in 2009 featured fewer federal tax cuts and more increases in federal spending. Policymakers focused on three kinds of spending. First, there was spending on shovel-ready projects. These were public works projects such as repairs to highways and bridges on which construction could begin immediately, putting the unemployed back to work. Second, there was federal aid to state and local governments. Because many of these governments are constitutionally required to run balanced budgets, falling tax revenues during recessions can make it necessary for them to lay off teachers, police, and other public workers. Federal aid prevented that outcome or, at least, reduced its severity. Third, there were increased payments to the jobless through the unemployment insurance system. Because the unemployed are often financially stretched, they were thought to be likely to spend rather than save this extra income. Thus, these transfer payments were thought to contribute more to aggregate demand and thereby production and employment than tax cuts would. According to the macroeconomic model used by the Obama administration, the $800 billion stimulus package would create or save more than 3 million jobs by the end of the president's second year in office. It is impossible to know for sure what effect the stimulus in fact had. Because we get only one run at history, we cannot observe the counterfactual what would have happened without the stimulus package. One thing is clear, while the economic downturn of 2008 to 2009 was severe, it could have been worse. In the Great Depression of the 1930s, real GDP fell by 27% and unemployment reached 25%. In the recent recession, real GDP fell by only 4% and unemployment reached only 10%. As judged by either GDP or unemployment, the downturn of 2008 to 2009 did not approach the magnitude of the Great Depression. 36-2B Con, the government should fight recessions with tax cuts. There is a long tradition of using tax policy to stimulate a moribund economy. President Kennedy proposed a tax reduction as one of his major economic initiatives. It eventually passed under President Johnson in 1964. President Reagan also signed into law significant tax cuts when he became president in 1981. Both of these tax reductions were soon followed by robust economic growth. Tax cuts have a powerful influence on both aggregate demand and aggregate supply. They increase aggregate demand by increasing households' disposable income, as emphasized in traditional Keynesian analysis. But they can also increase aggregate demand by altering incentives. For example, if the tax reductions take the form of an expanded investment tax credit, they can induce increased spending on investment goods. Because investment spending is the most volatile component of GDP over the business cycle, stimulating investment is a key to ending recessions. Policymakers can target investment specifically with well-designed tax policy. At the same time that tax cuts increase aggregate demand, they can also increase aggregate supply. When the government reduces marginal tax rates, workers keep a higher fraction of any income they earn. As a result, the unemployed have a greater incentive to search for jobs, and the employed have a greater incentive to work longer hours. Increased aggregate supply, along with the increased aggregate demand, means that the production of goods and services can expand without putting upward pressure on the rate of inflation. There are various problems with increasing government spending during recessions. First of all, consumers understand that higher government spending, together with the government borrowing needed to finance it, will likely lead to higher taxes in the future. The anticipation of those future taxes will induce consumers to cut back spending today. Moreover, like most taxes, those in the future will likely cause a variety of deadweight losses. As businesses look ahead to a more highly distorted future economy, they may reduce their expectations of future profits and reduce investment spending today. Because of these various effects, government spending multipliers may be smaller than is conventionally believed. It is also far from clear whether the government can spend money both wisely and quickly. Large government spending projects often require years of planning, as policymakers and voters weigh the costs and benefits of the many alternative courses of action. By contrast, when unemployment soars during recessions, the need for additional aggregate demand is immediate. If the government increases spending quickly, it may end up buying things of little public value. But if it tries to be careful and deliberate in planning its expenditures, it may fail to increase aggregate demand in a timely fashion. Tax cuts have the advantage of decentralizing spending decisions, rather than relying on a centralized and highly imperfect political process. Households spend their disposable income on things they value. Firms spend their investment dollars on projects they expect to be profitable. By contrast, when the government tries to spend large sums of money fast, subject to various political pressures, it may end up building bridges to nowhere. Ill-conceived public projects may employ some workers, but they create little lasting value. Moreover, they will leave future generations of taxpayers with significant additional debts. In the end, the short-run benefits of additional aggregate demand from increased government spending may fail to compensate for the long-run costs. Quick quiz: according to traditional Keynesian analysis, which has a larger impact on GDP, $1 of tax cuts or $1 of additional government spending? Why? 36-3 Should monetary policy be made by rule rather than by discretion? As we learned in the chapter on the monetary system, the Federal Open Market Committee sets monetary policy in the United States. The committee meets about every 6 weeks to evaluate the state of the economy. Based on this evaluation and forecasts of future economic conditions, it chooses whether to raise, lower, or leave unchanged the level of short-term interest rates. The Fed then adjusts the money supply to reach that interest rate target, which will normally remain unchanged until the next meeting. The FOMC operates with almost complete discretion over how to conduct monetary policy. The laws that created the Fed give the institution only vague recommendations about what goals it should pursue. A 1977 amendment to the 1913 Federal Reserve Act said the Fed shall maintain long-run growth of the monetary and credit aggregates commensurate with the economy's long-run potential to increase production, so as to promote effectively the goals of maximum employment, stable prices, and moderate long-term interest rates. But the Act does not specify how to weight these various goals, nor does it tell the Fed how to pursue whatever objective it might choose. Some economists are critical of this institutional design. Our third debate over macroeconomic policy, therefore, focuses on whether the Fed should have its discretionary powers reduced and, instead, be committed to following a rule for how it conducts monetary policy. 36-3 A pro, monetary policy should be made by rule. Discretion in the conduct of monetary policy has two problems. The first is that it does not limit incompetence and abuse of power. When the government sends police into a community to maintain civic order, it gives them strict guidelines about how to carry out their job. Because police have great power, allowing them to exercise that power however they wanted would be dangerous. Yet when the government gives central bankers the authority to maintain economic order, it gives them few guidelines. Monetary policy makers are allowed undisciplined discretion. One example of the abuse of power is that central bankers are sometimes tempted to use monetary policy to affect the outcome of elections. Suppose that the vote for the incumbent president is based on economic conditions at the time he is up for re-election. A central banker sympathetic to the incumbent might be tempted to pursue expansionary policies just before the election to stimulate production and employment, knowing that the resulting inflation will not show up until after the election. Thus, to the extent that central bankers ally themselves with politicians, discretionary policy can lead to economic fluctuations that reflect the electoral calendar. Economists call such fluctuations the political business cycle. The second, subtler problem with discretionary monetary policy is that it might lead to more inflation than is desirable. Central bankers, knowing that there is no long-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment, often announce that their goal is zero inflation. Yet they rarely achieve price stability. Why? Perhaps it is because, once the public forms expectations of inflation, policymakers face a short-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment. They are tempted to renege on their announcement of price stability to achieve lower unemployment. This discrepancy between announcements and actions is called the time inconsistency of policy. Because policymakers are so often time inconsistent, people 803 are skeptical when central bankers announce their intentions to reduce the rate of inflation. As a result, people always expect more inflation than monetary policy makers claim they are trying to achieve. Higher expectations of inflation, in turn, shift the short-run Phillips curve upward, making the short-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment less favorable than it otherwise might be. One way to avoid these two problems with discretionary policy is to commit the central bank to a policy rule. For example, suppose that Congress passed a law requiring the Fed to increase the money supply by exactly 3% per year. Such a law would eliminate incompetence and abuse of power on the part of the Fed, and it would make the political business cycle impossible. In addition, policy could no longer be time inconsistent. People would now believe the Fed's announcement of low inflation because the Fed would be legally required to pursue a low inflation monetary policy. With low expected inflation, the economy would face a more favorable short-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment. Other rules for monetary policy are also possible. A more active rule might allow some feedback from the state of the economy to changes in monetary policy. For example, a more active rule might require the Fed to increase monetary growth by 1 percentage point for every percentage point that unemployment rises above its natural rate. Regardless of the precise form of the rule, committing the Fed to some rule would yield advantages by limiting incompetence, abuse of power, and time inconsistency in the conduct of monetary policy. 36-3b Con, monetary policy should not be made by rule. There may be pitfalls with discretionary monetary policy, but there is also an important advantage to it: flexibility. The Fed has to confront various circumstances, not all of which can be foreseen. In the 1930s, banks failed in record numbers. In the 1970s, the price of oil skyrocketed around the world. In October 1987, the stock market fell by 22% in a single day. From 2007 to 2009, house prices dropped, home foreclosures soared, and the financial system experienced significant problems. The Fed must decide how to respond to these shocks to the economy. A designer of a policy rule could not possibly consider all the contingencies and specify in advance the right policy response. It is better to appoint good people to conduct monetary policy and then give them the freedom to do the best they can. Moreover, the alleged problems with discretion are largely hypothetical. The practical importance of the political business cycle, for instance, is far from clear. In some cases, just the opposite seems to occur. For example, President Jimmy Carter appointed Paul Volcker to head the Fed in 1979. Nonetheless, in October of that year, Volcker switched to a contractionary monetary policy to combat the high rate of inflation that he had inherited from his predecessor. The predictable result of Volcker's decision was a recession, and the predictable result of the recession was a decline in Carter's popularity. Rather than using monetary policy to help the president who had appointed him, Volcker took actions he thought were in the national interest, even though they helped to ensure Carter's defeat by Ronald Reagan in the November 1980 election. The practical importance of time inconsistency is also far from clear. Although most people are skeptical of central bank announcements, central bankers can achieve credibility over time by backing up their words with actions. In the 1990s and 2000s, the Fed achieved and maintained a low rate of inflation, despite the 804 Part 13 Final Thoughts. Ever-present temptation to take advantage of the short-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment. This experience shows that low inflation does not require that the Fed be committed to a policy rule. Any attempt to replace discretion with a rule must confront the difficult task of specifying a precise rule. Despite much research examining the costs and benefits of alternative rules, economists have not reached consensus about what a good rule would be. Until there is consensus, society has little choice but to give central bankers discretion to conduct monetary policy as they see fit. Quick quiz: give an example of a monetary policy rule. Why might your rule be better than discretionary policy? Why might it be worse? Inflation targeting. Over the past few decades, many central banks around the world have adopted a policy called inflation targeting. Sometimes this takes the form of a central bank announcing its intentions regarding the inflation rate over the next few years. At other times it takes the form of a national law that specifies an inflation goal for the central bank. Inflation targeting is not a commitment to an ironclad rule. In all the countries that have adopted inflation targeting, central banks are left with a fair amount of discretion. Inflation targets are usually set as a range in inflation rate of 1 to 3%, for example, rather than a particular number. Thus, the central bank can choose where in the range it wants to be. Moreover, the central bank is sometimes allowed to adjust its target for inflation, at least temporarily, if some event pushes inflation outside the target range. Although inflation targeting leaves the central bank with some discretion, the policy does constrain how that discretion is used. When a central bank is told simply to do the right thing, it is hard to hold the central bank accountable, because people can argue forever about what is right. By contrast, when a central bank has an inflation target, the public can more easily judge whether the central bank is meeting its goals. Inflation targeting does not tie the hands of the central bank, but it does increase the transparency and accountability of monetary policy. In a sense, inflation targeting is a compromise in the debate over rules versus discretion. Compared with other central banks around the world, the Federal Reserve was slow to adopt a policy of inflation targeting, although some commentators had long suggested that the Fed had an implicit inflation target of about 2%. In January 2012, the Federal Open Market Committee made the policy more explicit. Its press release read as follows: "The inflation rate over the longer run is primarily determined by monetary policy, and hence the committee has the ability to specify a longer-run goal for inflation. The committee judges that inflation at the rate of 2%, as measured by the annual change in the price index for personal consumption expenditures, is most consistent over the longer run with the Federal Reserve's statutory mandate. Communicating this inflation goal clearly to the public helps keep longer-term inflation expectations firmly anchored, thereby fostering price stability and moderate long-term interest rates and enhancing the committee's ability to promote maximum employment in the face of significant economic disturbances." FYI. 36-4 Should the central bank aim for zero inflation? One of the 10 principles of economics discussed in Chapter 1, and developed more fully in the chapter on money growth and inflation, is that prices rise when the government prints too much money. Another of the 10 principles of economics discussed in Chapter 1, and developed more fully in the preceding chapter, is that society faces a short-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment. Put together, these two principles raise a question for policymakers: how much inflation should the central bank be willing to tolerate? Our fourth debate is whether zero is the right target for the inflation rate. 805. 36-4 Pro, the central bank should aim for zero inflation. Inflation confers no benefit on society, but it imposes several real costs. As we have discussed, economists have identified 6 costs of inflation. Shoe leather costs associated with reduced money holdings, menu costs associated with more frequent adjustment of prices, increased variability of relative prices, unintended changes in tax liabilities due to non-indexation of the tax code, confusion and inconvenience resulting from a changing unit of account, arbitrary redistributions of wealth associated with dollar-denominated debts. Some economists argue that these costs are small, at least for moderate rates of inflation, such as the 3% inflation experienced in the United States during the 1990s and 2000s. But other economists claim these costs can be substantial, even for moderate inflation. Moreover, there is no doubt that the public dislikes inflation. When inflation heats up, opinion polls identify inflation as one of the nation's leading problems. The benefits of zero inflation have to be weighed against the costs of achieving it. Reducing inflation usually requires a period of high unemployment and low output, as illustrated by the short-run Phillips curve. But this disinflationary recession is only temporary. Once people come to understand that policymakers are aiming for zero inflation, expectations of inflation will fall and the short-run trade-off will improve. Because expectations adjust, there is no trade-off between inflation and unemployment in the long run. Reducing inflation is, therefore, a policy with temporary costs and permanent benefits. Once the disinflationary recession is over, the benefits of zero inflation persist into the future. If policymakers are far-sighted, they should be willing to incur the temporary costs for the permanent benefits. This was precisely the calculation made by Paul Volcker in the early 1980s, when he tightened monetary policy and reduced inflation from about 10% in 1980 to about 4% in 1983. Although in 1982 unemployment reached its highest level since the Great Depression, the economy eventually recovered from the recession, leaving a legacy of low inflation. Today, Volcker is considered a hero among central bankers. Moreover, the costs of reducing inflation need not be as large as some economists claim. If the Fed announces a credible commitment to zero inflation, it can directly influence expectations of inflation. Such a change in expectations can improve the short-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment, allowing the economy to reach lower inflation at a reduced cost. The key to this strategy is credibility. People must believe that the Fed is actually going to carry through on its announced policy. Congress could help in this regard by passing legislation that makes price stability the Fed's primary goal. Such a law would decrease the cost of achieving zero inflation without reducing any of the resulting benefits. One advantage of a zero inflation target is that zero provides a more natural focal point for policymakers than any other number. Suppose, for instance, that the Fed were to announce that it would keep inflation at 3%, the rate experienced during much of the previous 2 decades. Would the Fed really stick to that 3% target? If events inadvertently pushed inflation up to 4 or 5%, why wouldn't it just raise the target? There is, after all, nothing special about the number 3. By contrast, 0 is the only number for the inflation rate at which the Fed can claim that it has achieved price stability and fully eliminated the costs of inflation. 806 Part 13 Final Thoughts. 36-4b Con. The central bank should not aim for zero inflation. Price stability may be desirable, but the benefits of zero inflation compared to moderate inflation are small, whereas the costs of reaching zero inflation are large. Estimates of the sacrifice ratio suggest that reducing inflation by 1 percentage point requires giving up about 5% of 1 year's output. Reducing inflation from, say, 4% to 0 requires a loss of 20% of a year's output. People might dislike inflation of 4%, but it is not at all clear that they would be willing to pay 20% of a year's income to get rid of it. The social costs of disinflation are even larger than this 20% figure suggests, for the lost income is not spread equitably over the population. When the economy goes into recession, all incomes do not fall proportionately. Instead, the fall in aggregate income is concentrated on those workers who lose their jobs. The vulnerable workers are often those with the least skills and experience. Hence, much of the cost of reducing inflation is borne by those who can least afford to pay it. Economists can list several costs of inflation, but there is no professional consensus that these costs are substantial. The shoe leather costs, menu costs, and others that economists have identified do not seem great, at least for moderate rates of inflation. It is true that the public dislikes inflation, but the public may be misled into believing the inflation fallacy, the view that inflation erodes living standards. Economists understand that living standards depend on productivity, not monetary policy. Because inflation in nominal incomes goes hand in hand with inflation in prices, reducing inflation would not cause real incomes to rise more rapidly. Moreover, policymakers can reduce many of the costs of inflation without actually reducing inflation. They can eliminate the problems associated with the non-indexed tax system by rewriting the tax laws to take account of the effects of inflation. They can also reduce the arbitrary redistributions of wealth between creditors and debtors caused by unexpected inflation by issuing indexed government bonds, as in fact the Clinton administration did in 1997. Such an act insulates holders of government debt from inflation. In addition, by setting an example, the policy might encourage private borrowers and lenders to write debt contracts indexed for inflation. Reducing inflation might be desirable if it could be done at no cost, as some economists argue is possible. Yet this trick seems hard to carry out in practice. When economies reduce their rate of inflation, they almost always experience a period of high unemployment and low output. It is risky to believe that the central bank could achieve credibility so quickly as to make disinflation painless. Indeed, a disinflationary recession can potentially leave permanent scars on the economy. Firms in all industries reduce their spending on new plants and equipment substantially during recessions, making investment the most volatile component of GDP. Even after the recession is over, the smaller stock of capital reduces productivity, incomes, and living standards below the levels they otherwise would have achieved. In addition, when workers become unemployed in recessions, they lose job skills, permanently reducing their value as workers. A little bit of inflation may even be a good thing. Some economists believe that inflation greases the wheels of the labor market. Because workers resist cuts in nominal wages, a fall in real wages is more easily accomplished with a rising price level. Inflation thus makes it easier for real wages to adjust to changes in labor market conditions. 807. Low inflation doctrine gets a rethink, but shift is unlikely. By John Hilsenrod. For the past quarter century, inflation has been a bogeyman that eats wealth and causes instability. But lately some smart people, including the chief economist at the International Monetary Fund and a senior Federal Reserve researcher, have been wondering aloud if a little more of it might actually be a good thing. For several reasons, however, the idea isn't likely to gain traction anytime soon. The new argument for inflation goes like this: low inflation and the low interest rates that accompany it leave central banks little room to maneuver when shocks hit. After Lehman Brothers collapsed in 2008, for example, the U.S. Federal Reserve quickly cut interest rates to near zero, but couldn't go any lower even though the economy needed a lot more stimulus. Economists call this the zero-bound problem. If inflation were a little higher to begin with, and thus interest rates were a little higher, the argument goes, the Fed would have had more room to cut interest rates and provide more juice to the economy. Right now, the Fed and other big central banks have their sights set on inflation of around 2%. Economists had used a three bears approach to come up with this number for a long time. It seemed like it was not too hot and not too cold. But low and stable inflation could in theory mean something steady at a slightly higher rate. IMF chief economist Olivier Blanchard, in a recent paper, said maybe the U.S. central bank's future inflation goal should be 4%. Instead, John Williams, head of the San Francisco Fed's research department, argued last year that higher targets might be needed to provide a cushion for future crises. There are other reasons some would welcome a little more inflation now. Governments in the U.S. and elsewhere, and many U.S. households, are sitting on mountains of debt. A little more inflation could in theory reduce the burden of servicing and paying that off, because while debt payments are often fixed, the revenue and income that households and governments generate to pay it off would rise with inflation. But there are problems with the welcome-emery inflation argument. The first is that it isn't yet clear that the zero bound on interest rates that Mr. Blanchard worries about is the economy's biggest problem. Thus addressing it might not be worth the costs that would be associated with higher inflation. After the Fed pushed interest rates to near zero in December 2008, Chairman Ben Bernanke found alternatives to more interest rate cuts, buying mortgage-backed securities and treasury bonds and funneling credit to auto loan, student loan, and credit card markets. Those additional steps were no panacea, but they helped end the recession even if they didn't produce growth fast enough to bring unemployment down quickly. There is also a thornier problem. Suppose for a moment that Mr. Blanchard is right, and central banks around the world would be better prepared to fight future crises with a little higher inflation. Getting from 2% to 4% could be a very messy process. Investors, businesses, and households might well conclude a one-time shift to a higher inflation target actually means less commitment to stable inflation. Expectations of higher inflation could become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Instead of getting 4% inflation, central banks could end up with 5%, or 6%, or 7%. A higher inflation goal would have a fairly immediate and disruptive effect on markets, said Bruce Kasman, chief economist at J.P. Morgan Chase. Mr. Bernanke has acknowledged the allure of a higher inflation goal. In written answers to lawmakers in December, he said a higher inflation target could in theory make it possible for the Fed to push inflation-adjusted interest rates lower, stimulating borrowing and economic growth. But the opposite could happen, too. The prospect of higher inflation could cause interest rates to shoot up and make the burden of future borrowing even heavier. This is a particular problem for countries, like the US, that issue a lot of short-term debt and for people with adjustable-rate mortgages. Mr. Bernanke concluded he didn't want to mess with people's fragile expectations. He said switching to a higher target would risk causing the public to lose confidence in the central bank's willingness to resist further upward shifts in inflation, and so undermine the effectiveness of monetary policy going forward. The 2% inflation goal that is so popular with central bankers around the world might not have been the ideal target in retrospect. But it looks like everybody is tied to it, for better or worse, for the foreseeable future. Source: reprinted with permission of the Wall Street Journal, copyright 2010 Dow Jones and Company Incorporated, all rights reserved worldwide. What is the optimal inflation rate? In the news. In the aftermath of the financial crisis and recession of 2008 to 2009, economists started wondering whether higher inflation might be desirable. 808 Part 13 Final Thoughts. In addition, inflation allows for the possibility of negative real interest rates. Nominal interest rates can never fall below zero, because lenders can always hold on to their money rather than lending it out at a negative return. If inflation is zero, real interest rates can also never be negative. However, if inflation is positive, then a cut in nominal interest rates below the inflation rate produces negative real interest rates. Sometimes the economy may need negative real interest rates to provide sufficient stimulus to aggregate demand, an option ruled out by zero inflation. In light of all these arguments, why should policymakers put the economy through a costly and inequitable disinflationary recession to achieve zero inflation? Economist Alan Blinder, who was once vice chairman of the Fed, argued in his book Hard Heads, Soft Hearts that policymakers should not make this choice. The costs that attend the low and moderate inflation rates experienced in the United States and in other industrial countries appear to be quite modest, more like a bad cold than a cancer on society. As rational individuals, we do not volunteer for a lobotomy to cure a head cold. Yet, as a collectivity, we routinely prescribe the economic equivalent of lobotomy as a cure for the inflationary cold. Blinder concludes that it is better to learn to live with moderate inflation. Quick quiz: explain the costs and benefits of reducing inflation to zero. Which are temporary and which are permanent? 36-5 Should the government balance its budget? A persistent macroeconomic debate concerns the government's finances. Whenever the government spends more than it collects in tax revenue, it covers this budget deficit by issuing government debt. In our study of financial markets, we saw how budget deficits affect saving, investment, and interest rates. But how big a problem are budget deficits? Our fifth debate concerns whether fiscal policymakers should make balancing the government's budget a high priority. 36-5 A pro, the government should balance its budget. The U.S. federal government is far more indebted today than it was 3 decades ago. In 1980, the federal debt was $712 billion, in 2012, it was $11.3 trillion. If we divide today's debt by the size of the population, we learn that each person's share of the government debt is about $36,000. The most direct effect of the government debt is to place a burden on future generations of taxpayers. When these debts and accumulated interest come due, future taxpayers will face a difficult choice. They can choose some combination of higher taxes and less government spending to make resources available to pay off the debt and accumulated interest. Or, instead, they can delay the day of reckoning and put the government into even deeper debt by borrowing once again to pay off the old debt and interest. In essence, when the government runs a budget deficit and issues government debt, it allows current taxpayers to pass the bill for some of their government spending on to future taxpayers. Inheriting such a large debt cannot help but lower the living standard of future generations. 809. In addition to this direct effect, budget deficits have various macroeconomic effects. Because budget deficits represent negative public saving, they lower national saving. Reduced national saving causes real interest rates to rise and investment to fall. Reduced investment leads over time to a smaller stock of capital. A lower capital stock reduces labor productivity, real wages, and the economy's production of goods and services. Thus, when the government increases its debt, future generations are born into an economy with lower incomes as well as higher taxes. There are, nevertheless, situations in which running a budget deficit is justifiable. Throughout history, the most common cause of increased government debt has been war. When a military conflict raises government spending temporarily, it is reasonable to finance this extra spending by borrowing. Otherwise, taxes during wartime would have to rise precipitously. Such high tax rates would greatly distort the incentives faced by those who are taxed, leading to large deadweight losses. In addition, such high tax rates would be unfair to those generations of taxpayers who already have to make the sacrifice of fighting the war. Similarly, it is reasonable to allow a budget deficit during a temporary downturn in economic activity. When the economy goes into a recession, tax revenue falls automatically because the income tax and the payroll tax are levied on measures of income. If the government tried to balance its budget during a recession, it would have to raise taxes or cut spending at a time of high unemployment. Such a policy would tend to depress aggregate demand at precisely the time it needed to be stimulated and, therefore, would tend to increase the magnitude of economic fluctuations. Yet not all budget deficits can be justified as a result of war or recession. U.S. government debt as a percentage of GDP increased from 26% in 1980 to 50% in 1995. During this period, the United States experienced neither a major military conflict nor a major economic downturn. Yet the government consistently ran a sizable budget deficit, largely because the President and Congress found it easier to increase government spending than to increase taxes. The budget deficits that the U.S. government has run in recent years can, perhaps, be rationalized by the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan and the effects of the recessions in 2001 and 2008 to 2009. But it is imperative that this deficit not signal a return to the unsustainable fiscal policy of an earlier era. As the economy recovers from the most recent recession and unemployment returns to its natural rate, the government should bring spending in line with tax revenue. Compared to the alternative of ongoing budget deficits, a balanced budget means greater national saving, investment, and economic growth. It means that future college graduates will enter a more prosperous economy. 36-5b Con, the government should not balance its budget. The problem of government debt is often exaggerated. Although the government debt does represent a tax burden on younger generations, it is not large compared to the average person's lifetime income. The debt of the U.S. federal government is about $36,000 per person. A person who works 40 years for $50,000 a year will earn $2 million over his lifetime. his share of the government debt represents less than 2% of his lifetime resources. Moreover, it is misleading to view the effects of budget deficits in isolation. The budget deficit is just one piece of a large picture of how the government chooses to raise and spend money. In making these decisions over fiscal policy, policymakers affect different generations of taxpayers in many ways. The government's budget deficit or surplus should be considered together with these other policies. What? My share of the government debt is $36,000. Anna. Blazesy. Pavlovic/Shutterstock.com. 810 Part 13 Final Thoughts. For example, suppose the government reduces the budget deficit by cutting spending on public investments, such as education. Does this policy make younger generations better off? The government debt will be smaller when they enter the labor force, which means a smaller tax burden. Yet if they are less educated than they could be, their productivity and incomes will be lower. Many estimates of the return from schooling find that it is quite large. Reducing the budget deficit rather than funding more education spending could, all things considered, make future generations worse off. Single-minded concern about the budget deficit is also dangerous because it draws attention away from various other policies that redistribute income across generations. For example, in the 1960s and 1970s, the U.S. federal government raised Social Security benefits for the elderly. It financed this higher spending by increasing the payroll tax on the working-age population. This policy redistributed income away from younger generations toward older generations, even though it did not affect the government. It's 2026, and the debt is due. By N. Gregory Mankiw. The following is a presidential address to the nation to be delivered in March 2026. My fellow Americans, I come to you today with a heavy heart. We have a crisis on our hands. It is one of our own making. And it is one that leaves us with no good choices. For many years, our nation's government has lived beyond its means. We have promised ourselves both low taxes and a generous social safety net. But we have not faced the hard reality of budget arithmetic. The seeds of this crisis were planted long ago, by previous generations. Our parents and grandparents had noble aims. They saw poverty among the elderly and created Social Security. They saw sickness and created Medicare and Medicaid. They saw Americans struggle to afford health insurance and embraced health care reform with subsidies for middle-class families. But this expansion in government did not come cheap. Government spending has taken up an increasing share of our national income. Today, most of the large baby boom generation is retired. They are no longer working and paying taxes, but they are eligible for the many government benefits we offer the elderly. Our efforts to control health care costs have failed. We must now acknowledge that rising costs are driven largely by technological advances in saving lives. These advances are welcome, but they are expensive nonetheless. If we had chosen to tax ourselves to pay for this spending, our current problems could have been avoided. But no one likes paying taxes. Taxes not only take money out of our pockets, but they also distort incentives and reduce economic growth. So, instead, we borrowed increasing amounts to pay for these programs. Yet debt does not avoid hard choices. It only delays them. After last week's events in the bond market, it is clear that further delay is no longer possible. The day of reckoning is here. This morning, the Treasury Department released a detailed report about the nature of the problem. To put it most simply, the bond market no longer trusts us. For years, the United States government borrowed on good terms. Investors both at home and abroad were confident that we would honor our debts. They were sure that when the time came, we would do the right thing and bring spending and taxes into line. But over the last several years, as the ratio of our debt to gross domestic product reached ever higher levels, investors started getting nervous. They demanded higher interest rates to compensate for the perceived risk. Higher interest rates increased the cost of servicing our debt, adding to the upward pressure on spending. We found ourselves in. What would an American fiscal crisis look like? In recent years, the governments of several European nations have experienced fiscal crises as they have had to cope with ballooning government debt and dwindling investor confidence. Here is what such a crisis might look like in the United States. In the news. 811. Debt. Thus, the budget deficit is only a small part of the larger issue of how government policy affects the welfare of different generations. To some extent, forward-looking parents can reverse the adverse effects of government debt. Parents can offset the impact simply by saving and leaving a larger bequest. The bequest would enhance their children's ability to bear the burden of future taxes. Some economists claim that people do in fact behave this way. If this were true, higher private saving by parents would offset the public disavowing of budget deficits. As a result, deficits would not affect the economy. Most economists doubt that parents are so far-sighted, but some people probably do act this way, and anyone could. Deficits give people the opportunity to consume at the expense of their children, but deficits do not require them to do so. If the government debt were actually a great problem facing future generations, some parents would help to solve it. Critics of budget deficits sometimes assert that the government debt cannot continue to rise forever, but in fact, it can. Just as a bank evaluating a loan application. A vicious circle of rising budget deficits and falling investor confidence. As economists often remind us, crises take longer to arrive than you think, but then they happen much faster than you could have imagined. Last week, when the Treasury tried to auction its most recent issue of government bonds, almost no one was buying. The private market will lend us no more. Our national credit card has been rejected. So where do we go from here? Yesterday, I returned from a meeting at the International Monetary Fund in its new headquarters in Beijing. I am pleased to report some good news. I have managed to secure from the IMF a temporary line of credit to help us through this crisis. This loan comes with some conditions. As your president, I have to be frank, I don't like them, and neither will you. But, under the circumstances, accepting these conditions is our only choice. We have to cut Social Security immediately, especially for higher income beneficiaries. Social Security will still keep the elderly out of poverty, but just barely. We have to limit Medicare and Medicaid. These programs will still provide basic health care, but they will no longer cover many expensive treatments. Individuals will have to pay for these treatments on their own or, sadly, do without. We have to cut health insurance subsidies to middle-income families. Health insurance will be less a right of citizenship and more a personal responsibility. We have to eliminate inessential government functions, like subsidies for farming, ethanol production, public broadcasting, energy conservation and trade promotion. We will raise taxes on all but the poorest Americans. We will do this primarily by broadening the tax base, eliminating deductions for mortgage interest and state and local taxes. Employer-provided health insurance will hereafter be taxable compensation. We will increase the gasoline tax by $2 a gallon. This will not only increase revenue, but will also address various social ills, from global climate change to local traffic congestion. As I have said, these changes are repellent to me. When you elected me, I promised to preserve the social safety net. I assured you that the budget deficit could be fixed by eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse, and by increasing taxes on only the richest Americans. But now we have little choice in the matter. If only we had faced up to this problem a generation ago. The choices then would not have been easy, but they would have been less draconian than the sudden, non-negotiable demands we now face. Americans would have come to rely less on government and more on themselves, and so would be better prepared today. What I wouldn't give for a chance to go back and change the past. But what is done is done. Americans have faced hardship and adversity before, and we have triumphed. Working together, we can make the sacrifices it takes so our children and grandchildren will enjoy a more prosperous future. Source: New York Times, March 27, 2011. David Klein. 812 Part 13 Final Thoughts. Would compare a person's debts to his income, we should judge the burden of the government debt relative to the size of the nation's income. Population growth and technological progress cause the total income of the U.S. economy to grow over time. As a result, the nation's ability to pay the interest on the government debt grows over time as well. As long as the government debt grows more slowly than the nation's income, there is nothing to prevent the government debt from growing forever. Some numbers can put this into perspective. The real output of the U.S. economy grows on average about 3% per year. If the inflation rate is 2% per year, then nominal income grows at a rate of 5% per year. The government debt, therefore, can rise by 5% per year without increasing the ratio of debt to income. In 2012, the federal government debt was $11.3 trillion, 5% of this figure is $565 billion. As long as the federal budget deficit is smaller than $565 billion, the policy is sustainable. To be sure, very large budget deficits cannot persist forever. From 2009 to 2012, the federal budget deficit was over $1 trillion every year, but this astonishing number was driven by extraordinary circumstances, a major financial crisis, a deep economic downturn, and the policy responses to these events. No one suggests that a deficit of this magnitude can continue. But zero is the wrong target for fiscal policy makers. As long as the deficit is only moderate in size, there will never be a day of reckoning that forces government borrowing to end or the economy to collapse. Quick quiz: explain how reducing a government budget deficit makes future generations better off. What fiscal policy might improve the lives of future generations more than reducing a government budget deficit? 36-6 Should the tax laws be reformed to encourage saving? A nation's standard of living depends on its ability to produce goods and services. This was one of the 10 principles of economics in Chapter 1. As we saw in the chapter on production and growth, a nation's productive capability, in turn, is determined largely by how much it saves and invests for the future. Our sixth debate is whether policymakers should reform the tax laws to encourage greater saving and investment. 36-6 A pro: the tax laws should be reformed to encourage saving. A nation's saving rate is a key determinant of its long-run economic prosperity. When the saving rate is higher, more resources are available for investment in new plant and equipment. A larger stock of plant and equipment, in turn, raises labor productivity, wages, and incomes. It is, therefore, no surprise that international data show a strong correlation between national saving rates and measures of economic well-being. Another of the 10 principles of economics presented in Chapter 1 is that people respond to incentives. This lesson should apply to people's decisions about how much to save. If a nation's laws make saving attractive, people will save a higher fraction of their incomes, and this higher saving will lead to a more prosperous future. Unfortunately, the U.S. tax system discourages saving by taxing the return to saving quite heavily. For example, consider a 25-year-old worker who saves $1,000 of his income to have a more comfortable retirement at the age of 70. If he buys a bond that pays an interest rate of 10%, the $1,000 will accumulate at the end of 45 years to $72,900 in the absence of taxes on interest. But suppose he faces a marginal tax rate on interest income of 40%, which is typical for many workers once federal and state income taxes are added together. In this 813 case, his after-tax interest rate is only 6%, and the $1,000 will accumulate at the end of 45 years to only $13,800. That is, accumulated over this long span of time, the tax rate on interest income reduces the benefit of saving $1,000 from $72,900 to $13,800 or by about 80%. The tax code further discourages saving by taxing some forms of capital income twice. Suppose a person uses some of his saving to buy stock in a corporation. When the corporation earns a profit from its capital investments, it first pays tax on this profit in the form of the corporate income tax. If the corporation pays out the rest of the profit to the stockholder in the form of dividends, the stockholder pays tax on this income a second time in the form of the individual income tax. This double taxation substantially reduces the return to the stockholder, thereby reducing the incentive to save. The tax laws again discourage saving if a person wants to leave his accumulated wealth to his children rather than consuming it during his lifetime. Parents can bequeath some money to their children tax-free, but if the bequest becomes large, the estate tax rate can be as high as 40%. To a large extent, concern about national saving is motivated by a desire to ensure economic prosperity for future generations. It is odd, therefore, that the tax laws discourage the most direct way in which one generation can help the next. In addition to the tax code, many other policies and institutions in our society reduce the incentive for households to save. Some government benefits, such as welfare and Medicaid, are means tested, that is, the benefits are reduced for those who in the past have been prudent enough to save some of their income. Colleges and universities grant financial aid as a function of the wealth of the students and their parents. Such a policy is like a tax on wealth and, as such, discourages students and parents from saving. There are various ways in which the tax code could provide an incentive to save, or at least reduce the disincentive that households now face. Already the tax laws give preferential treatment to some types of retirement saving. When a taxpayer puts income into an individual retirement account, for instance, that income and the interest it earns are not taxed until the funds are withdrawn at retirement. The tax code gives a similar tax advantage to retirement accounts that go by other names, such as 401, 403, and profit-sharing plans. There are, however, limits to who is eligible to use these plans and, for those who are eligible, limits on the amount that can be put in them. Moreover, because there are penalties for withdrawal before retirement age, these retirement plans provide little incentive for other types of saving, such as saving to buy a house or pay for college. A small step to encourage greater saving would be to expand the ability of households to use such tax-advantaged savings accounts. A more comprehensive approach would be to reconsider the entire basis by which the government collects revenue. The centerpiece of the U.S. tax system is the income tax. A dollar earned is taxed the same whether it is spent or saved. An alternative advocated by many economists is a consumption tax. Under a consumption tax, a household pays taxes only on the basis of what it spends. Income that is saved is exempt from taxation until the saving is later withdrawn and spent on consumption goods. In essence, a consumption tax automatically puts all saving into a tax-advantaged savings account, much like an IRA. A switch from income to consumption taxation would greatly increase the incentive to save. 36-6b Con, the tax laws should not be reformed to encourage saving. Increasing saving may be desirable, but it is not the only goal of tax policy. Policymakers also must be sure to distribute the tax burden fairly. The problem with proposals to increase the incentive to save is that they increase the tax burden on those who can least afford it. 814 Part 13 Final thoughts. It is undeniable that high-income households save a greater fraction of their income than low-income households. As a result, any tax change that favors people who save will also tend to favor people with high income. Policies such as tax-advantaged retirement accounts may seem appealing, but they lead to a less egalitarian society. By reducing the tax burden on the wealthy who can take advantage of these accounts, they force the government to raise the tax burden on the poor. Moreover, tax policies designed to encourage saving may not be effective at achieving that goal. Economic theory does not give a clear prediction about whether a higher rate of return would increase saving. The outcome depends on the relative size of two conflicting forces, called the substitution effect and the income effect. On the one hand, A higher rate of return raises the benefit of saving. Each dollar saved today produces more consumption in the future. This substitution effect tends to increase saving. On the other hand, a higher rate of return lowers the need for saving. A household has to save less to achieve any target level of consumption in the future. This income effect tends to reduce saving. If the substitution and income effects approximately cancel each other, as some studies suggest, then saving will not change when lower taxation of capital income raises the rate of return. There are ways to increase national saving other than by giving tax breaks to the rich. National saving is the sum of private and public saving. Instead of trying to alter the tax code to encourage greater private saving, policymakers can simply raise public saving by reducing the budget deficit, perhaps by raising taxes on the wealthy. This offers a direct way of raising national saving and increasing prosperity for future generations. Indeed, once public saving is taken into account, tax provisions to encourage saving might backfire. Tax changes that reduce the taxation of capital income reduce government revenue and, thereby, lead to a larger budget deficit. To increase national saving, such a change in the tax code must stimulate private saving by more than the decline in public saving. If this is not the case, so-called saving incentives can potentially make matters worse. Quick quiz: give 3 examples of how our society discourages saving. What are the drawbacks of eliminating these disincentives? 36-7 Conclusion. This chapter has considered 6 classic debates over macroeconomic policy. For each, it began with a controversial proposition and then offered the arguments pro and con. If you find it hard to choose a side in these debates, you may find some comfort in the fact that you are not alone. The study of economics does not always make it easy to choose among alternative policies. Indeed, by clarifying the inevitable trade-offs that policymakers face, it can make the choice more difficult. Difficult choices, however, have no right to seem easy. When you hear politicians or commentators proposing something that sounds too good to be true, it probably is. If they sound like they are offering you a free lunch, you should look for the hidden price tag. Few if any policies come with benefits but no costs. By helping you see through the fog of rhetoric so common in political discourse, the study of economics should make you a better participant in our national debates. 815. 1. What causes the lags in the effect of monetary and fiscal policy on aggregate demand? What are the implications of these lags for the debate over active versus passive policy? 2. According to traditional Keynesian analysis, why does a tax cut have a smaller effect on GDP than a similarly sized increase in government spending? Why might the opposite be the case? 3. What might motivate a central banker to cause a political business cycle? What does the political business cycle imply for the debate over policy rules? 4. Explain how credibility might affect the cost of reducing inflation. 5. Why are some economists against a target of zero inflation? 6. Explain 2 ways in which a government budget deficit hurts a future worker. 7. What are 2 situations in which most economists view a budget deficit as justifiable? 8. Some economists say that the government can continue running a budget deficit forever. How is that possible? 9. Some income from capital is taxed twice. Explain. 10. What adverse effect might be caused by tax incentives to increase saving? Questions for review. Advocates of active monetary and fiscal policy view the economy as inherently unstable and believe that policy can manage aggregate demand to offset the inherent instability. Critics of active monetary and fiscal policy emphasize that policy affects the economy with a lag and that our ability to forecast future economic conditions is poor. As a result, attempts to stabilize the economy can end up being destabilizing. Advocates of increased government spending to fight recessions argue that because tax cuts may be saved rather than spent, direct government spending does more to increase aggregate demand, which is key to promoting production and employment. Critics of spending hikes argue that tax cuts can expand both aggregate demand and aggregate supply and that hasty increases in government spending may lead to wasteful public projects. Advocates of rules for monetary policy argue that discretionary policy can suffer from incompetence, the abuse of power, and time inconsistency. Critics of rules for monetary policy argue that discretionary policy is more flexible in responding to changing economic circumstances. Advocates of a zero inflation target emphasize that inflation has many costs and few if any benefits. Moreover, the cost of eliminating inflation-depressed output and employment is only temporary. Even this cost can be reduced if the central bank announces a credible plan to reduce inflation, thereby directly lowering expectations of inflation. Critics of a zero inflation target claim that moderate inflation imposes only small costs on society, whereas the recession necessary to reduce inflation is quite costly. The critics also point out several ways in which moderate inflation may be helpful to an economy. Advocates of a balanced government budget argue that budget deficits impose an unjustifiable burden on future generations by raising their taxes and lowering their incomes. Critics of a balanced government budget argue that the deficit is only one small piece of fiscal policy. Single-minded concern about the budget deficit can obscure the many ways in which policy, including various spending programs, affects different generations. Advocates of tax incentives for saving point out that our society discourages saving in many ways, such as by heavily taxing capital income and by reducing benefits for those who have accumulated wealth. They endorse reforming the tax laws to encourage saving, perhaps by switching from an income tax to a consumption tax. Critics of tax incentives for saving argue that many proposed changes to stimulate saving would primarily benefit the wealthy, who do not need a tax break. They also argue that such changes might have only a small effect on private saving. Raising public saving by decreasing the government's budget deficit would provide a more direct and equitable way to increase national saving. Summary. Quick check multiple choice 1. Approximately how long does it take a change in monetary policy to influence aggregate demand? A 1 month, B 6 months, C 2 years, D 5 years. 2. According to traditional Keynesian analysis, which of the following will increase aggregate demand the most? A. $100 billion increase in taxation, B. $100 billion decrease in taxation, C. $100 billion increase in government spending, D. $100 billion decrease in government spending. Problems and applications. 1. The chapter suggests that the economy, like the human body, has natural restorative powers. A. Illustrate the short-run effect of a fall in aggregate demand using an aggregate demand/aggregate supply diagram. What happens to total output, income, and employment? B. If the government does not use stabilization policy, what happens to the economy over time? Illustrate this adjustment on your diagram. Does it generally occur in a matter of months or a matter of years? C. Do you think the natural restorative powers of the economy mean that policymakers should be passive in response to the business cycle? 2. Policymakers who want to stabilize the economy must decide how much to change the money supply, government spending, or taxes. Why is it difficult for policymakers to choose the appropriate strength of their actions? 3. The problem of time inconsistency applies to fiscal policy as well as to monetary policy. Suppose the government announced a reduction in taxes on income from capital investments, like new factories. A. If investors believed that capital taxes would remain low, how would the government's action affect the level of investment? B. After investors have responded to the announced tax reduction, does the government have an incentive to renege on its policy? Explain. C. Given your answer to part, would investors believe the government's announcement? What can the government do to increase the credibility of announced policy changes? D. Explain why this situation is similar to the time inconsistency problem faced by monetary policy makers. 4. Chapter 2 explains the difference between positive analysis and normative analysis. In the debate about whether the central bank should aim for zero inflation, which areas of disagreement involve positive statements and which involve normative judgments? 5. Why are the benefits of reducing inflation permanent and the costs temporary? Why are the costs of increasing inflation permanent and the benefits temporary? Use Phillips curve diagrams in your answer. 6. Suppose the federal government cuts taxes and increases spending, raising the budget deficit to 12% of GDP. If nominal GDP is rising 5% per year, are such budget deficits sustainable forever? Explain. If budget deficits of this size are maintained for 20 years, what is likely to happen to your taxes and your children's taxes in the future? Can you personally do something today to offset this future effect? 7. Explain how each of the following policies redistributes income across generations. Is the redistribution from young to old or from old to young? A. An increase in the budget deficit. B. More generous subsidies for education loans. C. Greater investments in highways and bridges. D. An increase in social security benefits. 8. What is the fundamental trade-off that society faces if it chooses to save more? How might the government increase national saving? Go to CEngageBrain.com to purchase access to the proven, critical study guide to accompany this text, which features additional notes and context, practice tests, and much more. 816 Part 13 Final Thoughts. 3. Advocates for setting monetary policy by rule rather than discretion often argue that A. Central bankers with discretion are tempted to renege on their announced commitments to low inflation. B. Central bankers following a rule will be more responsive to the needs of the political process. C. Fiscal policy is a much better tool for economic stabilization than is monetary policy. D. It is sometimes useful to give the economy a burst of surprise inflation. 4. Which of the following is not an argument for maintaining a positive rate of inflation? A. It permits real interest rates to be negative. B. It allows real wages to fall without cuts in nominal wages. C. It increases the variability of relative prices. D. It would be costly to reduce inflation to zero. 5. Throughout U.S. history, what has been the most common cause of substantial increases in government debt? A. Recessions. B. Wars. C. Financial crises. D. Tax cuts. 6. Advocates of taxing consumption rather than income argue that A. consumption tax is a better automatic stabilizer. B. Taxing consumption does not cause any deadweight losses. C. The rich consume a higher fraction of income than the poor. D. The current tax code discourages people from saving. 817. Chapter 4 The Market Forces of Supply and Demand Glossary. A. Ability to pay principle. The idea that taxes should be levied on a person according to how well that person can shoulder the burden. Absolute advantage. The ability to produce a good using fewer inputs than another producer. Accounting profit. Total revenue minus total explicit cost. Adverse selection. The tendency for the mix of unobserved attributes to become undesirable from the standpoint of an uninformed party agent. A person who is performing an act for another person, called the principal. Aggregate demand curve. A curve that shows the quantity of goods and services that households, firms, the government, and customers abroad want to buy at each price level. Aggregate supply curve. A curve that shows the quantity of goods and services that firms choose to produce and sell at each price level. Appreciation. An increase in the value of a currency as measured by the amount of foreign currency it can buy. Arrow's impossibility theorem. A mathematical result showing that, under certain assumed conditions, there is no scheme for aggregating individual preferences into a valid set of social preferences. Automatic stabilizers. Changes in fiscal policy that stimulate aggregate demand when the economy goes into a recession without policymakers having to take any deliberate action. Average fixed cost divided by the quantity of output. Average revenue. Total revenue divided by the quantity sold. Average tax rate. Total taxes paid divided by total income. Average total cost divided by the quantity of output. Average variable cost divided by the quantity of output. B. Balanced trade. A situation in which exports equal imports. Bank capital. The resources a bank's owners have put into the institution. Behavioral economics. The subfield of economics that integrates the insights of psychology. Benefits principle. The idea that people should pay taxes based on the benefits they receive from government services. Bond. A certificate of indebtedness. Budget constraint. The limit on the consumption bundles. That a consumer can afford budget deficit, a shortfall of tax revenue from government spending, budget surplus in excess of tax revenue over government spending, business cycle fluctuations in economic activity, such as employment and production. C. Capital, the equipment and structures used to produce goods and services. Capital flight, a large and sudden reduction in the demand for assets located in a country. Capital requirement, a government regulation specifying a minimum amount of bank capital. Cartel, a group of firms acting in unison. Catch-up effect, the property whereby countries that start off poor tend to grow more rapidly than countries that start off rich. Central bank, an institution designed to oversee the banking system and regulate the quantity of money in the economy. Circular flow diagram, a visual model of the economy that shows how dollars flow through markets among households and firms. Classical dichotomy, the theoretical separation of nominal and real variables. Closed economy, an economy that does not interact with other economies in the world. Club goods, goods that are excludable but not rival in consumption. Coase theorem, the proposition that if private parties can bargain without cost over the allocation of resources, they can solve the problem of externalities on their own. Collective bargaining, the process by which unions and firms agree on the terms of employment. Collusion, an agreement among firms in a market about quantities to produce or prices to charge. Commodity, money, money that takes the form of a commodity with intrinsic value. Common resources, goods that are rival in consumption but not excludable. Comparative advantage, the ability to produce a good at a lower opportunity cost than another producer. Compensating differential, a difference in wages that arises to offset the non-monetary characteristics of different jobs. Competitive market, a market with many buyers and sellers trading identical products so that each buyer and seller is a price taker. Complements, two goods for which an increase in the price of one leads to a decrease in the demand for the other. 818 Glossary. Compounding, the accumulation of a sum of money in, say, a bank account, where the interest earned remains in the account to earn additional interest in the future. Condorcet paradox, the failure of majority rule to produce transitive preferences for society. Constant returns to scale, the property whereby long-run average total cost stays the same as the quantity of output changes. Consumer price index, a measure of the overall cost of the goods and services bought by a typical consumer. Consumer surplus, the amount a buyer is willing to pay for a good minus the amount the buyer actually pays for it. Consumption spending by households on goods and services, with the exception of purchases of new housing. Corrective tax, a tax designed to induce private decision makers to take account of the social costs that arise from a negative externality. Cost, the value of everything a seller must give up to produce a good. Cost benefit analysis, a study that compares the costs and benefits to society of providing a public good. Cross price elasticity of demand, a measure of how much the quantity demanded of one good responds to a change in the price of another good, computed as the percentage change in quantity demanded of the first good divided by the percentage change in price of the second good. Crowding out, a decrease in investment that results from government borrowing. Crowding out effect, the offset in aggregate demand that results when expansionary fiscal policy raises the interest rate and thereby reduces investment spending. Currency, the paper bills and coins in the hands of the public. Cyclical unemployment, the deviation of unemployment from its natural rate. D. Deadweight loss, the fall in total surplus that results from a market distortion, such as a tax demand curve, a graph of the relationship between the price of a good and the quantity demanded. Demand deposits, balances in bank accounts that depositors can access on demand by writing a check. Demand schedule, a table that shows the relationship between the price of a good and the quantity demanded. Depreciation, a decrease in the value of a currency as measured by the amount of foreign currency it can buy. Depression, a severe recession. Diminishing marginal product, the property whereby the marginal product of an input declines as the quantity of the input increases. Diminishing returns, the property whereby the benefit from an extra unit of an input declines as the quantity of the input increases. Discount rate, the interest rate on the loans that the Fed makes to banks. Discouraged workers, individuals who would like to work but have given up looking for a job. Discrimination, the offering of different opportunities to similar individuals who differ only by race, ethnic group, sex, age, or other personal characteristics. Diseconomies of scale, the property whereby long-run average total cost rises as the quantity of output increases. Diversification, the reduction of risk achieved by replacing a single risk with a large number of smaller, unrelated risks. Dominant strategy, a strategy that is best for a player in a game regardless of the strategies chosen by the other players. Economic profit, total revenue minus total cost. including both explicit and implicit costs. Economics, the study of how society manages its scarce resources. Economies of scale, the property whereby long-run average total cost falls as the quantity of output increases. Efficiency, the property of society getting the most it can from its scarce resources. Efficiency, wages above equilibrium, wages paid by firms to increase worker productivity. Efficient markets hypothesis, the theory that asset prices reflect all publicly available information about the value of an asset. Efficient scale, the quantity of output that minimizes average total cost. Elasticity, a measure of the responsiveness of quantity demanded or quantity supplied to a change in one of its determinants. Equality, the property of distributing economic prosperity uniformly among the members of society. Equilibrium, a situation in which the market price has reached the level at which quantity supplied equals quantity demanded. Equilibrium price, the price that balances quantity supplied and quantity demanded. Equilibrium quantity, the quantity supplied and the quantity demanded at the equilibrium price. Excludability, the property of a good whereby a person can be prevented from using it. Explicit costs, input costs that require an outlay of money by the firm exports goods produced domestically and sold abroad. Externality, the uncompensated impact of one person's actions on the well-being of a bystander. Glossary 819. F. Factors of production, the inputs used to produce goods and services. Federal funds rate, the interest rate at which banks make overnight loans to one another. Federal Reserve, the central bank of the United States. Fiat money, money without intrinsic value that is used as money because of government decree. Finance, the field that studies how people make decisions regarding the allocation of resources over time and the handling of risk. Financial intermediaries, financial institutions through which savers can indirectly provide funds to borrowers. Financial markets, financial institutions through which savers can directly provide funds to borrowers. Financial system, the group of institutions in the economy that help to match one person's saving with another person's investment. Firm specific risk, risk that affects only a single company. Fiscal policy, the setting of the level of government spending and taxation by government policy makers. Fisher effect, the one-for-one adjustment of the nominal interest rate to the inflation rate. Fixed costs, costs that do not vary with the quantity of output produced. Fractional reserve banking, a banking system in which banks hold only a fraction of deposits as reserves. Free rider, a person who receives the benefit of a good but avoids paying for it. Frictional unemployment, unemployment that results because it takes time for workers to search for the jobs that best suit their tastes and skills. Fundamental analysis, the study of a company's accounting statements and future prospects to determine its value. Future value, the amount of money in the future that an amount of money today will yield, given prevailing interest rates. Game theory, the study of how people behave in strategic situations. GDP deflator, a measure of the price level calculated as the ratio of nominal GDP to real GDP times 100. Giffen good, a good for which an increase in the price raises the quantity demanded. Government purchases, spending on goods and services by local, state, and federal governments. Gross domestic product, the market value of all final goods and services produced within a country in a given period of time. Horizontal equity, the idea that taxpayers with similar abilities to pay taxes should pay the same amount. Human capital, the knowledge and skills that workers acquire through education, training, and experience. Implicit costs, input costs that do not require an outlay of money by the firm. Imports goods produced abroad and sold domestically. Incentive, something that induces a person to act. Income effect, the change in consumption that results when a price change moves the consumer to a higher or lower indifference curve. Income elasticity of demand, a measure of how much the quantity demanded of a good responds to a change in consumers' income, computed as the percentage change in quantity demanded divided by the percentage change in income. Indexation, the automatic correction by law or contract of a dollar amount for the effects of inflation. Indifference curve, a curve that shows consumption bundles that give the consumer the same level of satisfaction. Inferior good, a good for which, other things being equal, an increase in income leads to a decrease in demand. Inflation, an increase in the overall level of prices in the economy. Inflation rate, the percentage change in the price index from the preceding period. Inflation tax, the revenue the government raises by creating money. Informational efficiency, the description of asset prices that rationally reflect all available information. In-kind transfers, transfers to the poor given in the form of goods and services rather than cash. Internalizing the externality, altering incentives so that people take account of the external effects of their actions. Investment spending on capital equipment, inventories, and structures, including household purchases of new housing. J. Job search, the process by which workers find appropriate jobs given their tastes and skills. L. Labor force, the total number of workers, including both the employed and the unemployed labor force participation rate, the percentage of the adult population that is in the labor force. 820 Glossary. Law of demand, the claim that, other things being equal, the quantity demanded of a good falls when the price of the good rises. Law of supply, the claim that, other things being equal, the quantity supplied of a good rises when the price of the good rises. Law of supply and demand, the claim that the price of any good adjusts to bring the quantity supplied and the quantity demanded for that good into balance. Leverage, the use of borrowed money to supplement existing funds for purposes of investment. Leverage ratio, the ratio of assets to bank capital. Liberalism, the political philosophy according to which the government should choose policies deemed just, as evaluated by an impartial observer behind a veil of ignorance. Libertarianism, the political philosophy according to which the government should punish crimes and enforce voluntary agreements but not redistribute income. Life cycle, the regular pattern of income variation over a person's life. Liquidity, the ease with which an asset can be converted into the economy's medium of exchange. Lump sum tax, a tax that is the same amount for every person. M. Macroeconomics, the study of economy-wide phenomena, including inflation, unemployment, and economic growth. Marginal change is small incremental adjustment to a plan of action. Marginal cost, the increase in total cost that arises from an extra unit of production. Marginal product, the increase in output that arises from an additional unit of input. Marginal product of labor, the increase in the amount of output from an additional unit of labor. Marginal rate of substitution, the rate at which a consumer is willing to trade one good for another. Marginal revenue, the change in total revenue from an additional unit sold. Marginal tax rate, the amount that taxes increase from an additional dollar of income. Market, a group of buyers and sellers of a particular good or service. Market economy, an economy that allocates resources through the decentralized decisions of many firms and households as they interact in markets for goods and services. Market failure, a situation in which a market left on its own fails to allocate resources efficiently. Market for loanable funds, the market in which those who want to save supply funds and those who want to borrow to invest demand funds. Market power, the ability of a single economic actor to have a substantial influence on market prices. Market risk, risk that affects all companies in the stock market. Maximum criterion, the claim that the government should aim to maximize the well-being of the worst-off person in society. Median voter theorem, a mathematical result showing that if voters are choosing a point along a line and each voter wants the point closest to his most preferred point, then majority rule will pick the most preferred point of the median voter. Medium of exchange, an item that buyers give to sellers when they want to purchase goods and services. Menu costs, the costs of changing prices. Microeconomics, the study of how households and firms make decisions and how they interact in markets. Model of aggregate demand and aggregate supply, the model that most economists use to explain short-run fluctuations in economic activity around its long-run trend. Monetary neutrality, the proposition that changes in the money supply do not affect real variables. Monetary policy, the setting of the money supply by policymakers in the central bank. Money, the set of assets in an economy that people regularly use to buy goods and services from other people. Money multiplier, the amount of money the banking system generates with each dollar of reserves. Money supply, the quantity of money available in the economy. Monopolistic competition, a market structure in which many firms sell products that are similar but not identical. Monopoly, a firm that is the sole seller of a product without close substitutes. Moral hazard, the tendency of a person who is imperfectly monitored to engage in dishonest or otherwise undesirable behavior. Multiplier effect, the additional shifts in aggregate demand that result when expansionary fiscal policy increases income and thereby increases consumer spending. Mutual fund, an institution that sells shares to the public and uses the proceeds to buy a portfolio of stocks and bonds. N. Nash equilibrium, a situation in which economic actors interacting with one another each choose their best strategy given the strategies that all the other actors have chosen. National saving, the total income in the economy that remains after paying for consumption and government purchases. Glossary 821. Natural level of output, the production of goods and services that an economy achieves in the long run when unemployment is at its normal rate. Natural monopoly, a monopoly that arises because a single firm can supply a good or service to an entire market at a smaller cost than could two or more firms' natural rate of unemployment. The normal rate of unemployment around which the unemployment rate fluctuates. Natural resources, the inputs into the production of goods and services that are provided by nature, such as land, rivers, and mineral deposits. Natural rate hypothesis, the claim that unemployment eventually returns to its normal, or natural, rate, regardless of the rate of inflation. Negative income tax, a tax system that collects revenue from high-income households and gives subsidies to low-income households. Net capital outflow, the purchase of foreign assets by domestic residents minus the purchase of domestic assets by foreigners. Net exports, spending on domestically produced goods by foreigners minus spending on foreign goods by domestic residents. Nominal exchange rate, the rate at which a person can trade the currency of one country for the currency of another. Nominal GDP, the production of goods and services valued at current prices. Nominal interest rate, the interest rate as usually reported without a correction for the effects of inflation. Nominal variables, variables measured in monetary units. Normal good, a good for which, other things being equal, an increase in income leads to an increase in demand. Normative statements, claims that attempt to prescribe how the world should be. Oligopoly, a market structure in which only a few sellers offer similar or identical products. Open economy, an economy that interacts freely with other economies around the world. Open market operations, the purchase and sale of U.S. government bonds by the Fed. Opportunity cost, whatever must be given up to obtain some item. Perfect complements two goods with right angle indifference curves. Perfect substitutes two goods with straight line indifference curves. Permanent income, a person's normal income. Phillips curve, a curve that shows the short-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment. Physical capital, the stock of equipment and structures that are used to produce goods and services. Political economy, the study of government using the analytic methods of economics. Positive statements, claims that attempt to describe the world as it is. Poverty line, an absolute level of income set by the federal government for each family size below which a family is deemed to be in poverty. Poverty rate, the percentage of the population whose family income falls below an absolute level called the poverty line. Present value, the amount of money today that would be needed, using prevailing interest rates, to produce a given future amount of money. Price ceiling, a legal maximum on the price at which a good can be sold. Price discrimination, the business practice of selling the same good at different prices to different customers. Price elasticity of demand, a measure of how much the quantity demanded of a good responds to a change in the price of that good, computed as the percentage change in quantity demanded divided by the percentage change in price. Price elasticity of supply, a measure of how much the quantity supplied of a good responds to a change in the price of that good, computed as the percentage change in quantity supplied divided by the percentage change in price. Price floor, a legal minimum on the price at which a good can be sold. Principal, a person for whom another person, called the agent, is performing some act. Prisoner's dilemma, a particular game between two captured prisoners that illustrates why cooperation is difficult to maintain even when it is mutually beneficial. Private goods, goods that are both excludable and rival in consumption. Private saving, the income that households have left after paying for taxes and consumption. Producer price index, a measure of the cost of a basket of goods and services bought by firms. Producer surplus, the amount a seller is paid for a good minus the seller's cost of providing it. Production function, the relationship between quantity of inputs used to make a good and the quantity of output of that good. Production possibilities frontier, a graph that shows the combinations of output that the economy can possibly produce given the available factors of production and the available production technology. Productivity, the quantity of goods and services produced from each unit of labor input. Profit, total revenue minus total cost. Progressive tax, a tax for which high-income taxpayers pay a larger fraction of their income than do low-income taxpayers. 822 Glossary. Property rights, the ability of an individual to own and exercise control over scarce resources. Proportional tax, a tax for which high-income and low-income taxpayers pay the same fraction of income. Public goods, goods that are neither excludable nor rival in consumption. Public saving, the tax revenue that the government has left after paying for its spending. Purchasing power parity, a theory of exchange rates whereby a unit of any given currency should be able to buy the same quantity of goods in all countries. Quantity demanded, the amount of a good that buyers are willing and able to purchase. Quantity equation, the equation M times V equals P times Y, which relates the quantity of money, the velocity of money, and the dollar value of the economy's output of goods and services quantity supplied the amount of a good that sellers are willing and able to sell quantity theory of money, a theory asserting that the quantity of money available determines the price level and that the growth rate in the quantity of money available determines the inflation rate. Our random walk the path of a variable whose changes are impossible to predict, rational expectations, the theory that people optimally use all the information they have, including information about government policies. When forecasting the future, rational people who systematically and purposefully do the best they can to achieve their objectives. Real exchange rate, the rate at which a person can trade the goods and services of one country for the goods and services of another. Real GDP, the production of goods and services valued at constant prices. Real interest rate, the interest rate corrected for the effects of inflation. Real variables, variables measured in physical units. Recession, a period of declining real incomes and rising unemployment. Regressive tax, a tax for which high-income taxpayers pay a smaller fraction of their income than do low-income taxpayers. Reserve ratio, the fraction of deposits that banks hold as reserves. Reserve requirements, regulations on the minimum amount of reserves that banks must hold against deposits. Reserves, deposits that banks have received but have not loaned out. Risk aversion, a dislike of uncertainty. Rivalry in consumption, the property of a good whereby one person's use diminishes other people's use. Sacrifice ratio, the number of percentage points of annual output lost in the process of reducing inflation by 1 percentage point. Scarcity, the limited nature of society's resources. Screening, an action taken by an uninformed party to induce an informed party to reveal information. Shoe leather, cost, the resources wasted when inflation encourages people to reduce their money holdings. Shortage, a situation in which quantity demanded is greater than quantity supplied. Signaling, an action taken by an informed party to reveal private information to an uninformed party. Social insurance, government policy aimed at protecting people against the risk of adverse events. Stagflation, a period of falling output and rising prices. Stock, a claim to partial ownership in a firm's store of value, an item that people can use to transfer purchasing power from the present to the future. Strike, the organized withdrawal of labor from a firm by a union. Structural unemployment, unemployment that results because the number of jobs available in some labor markets is insufficient to provide a job for everyone who wants one. Substitutes, two goods for which an increase in the price of one leads to an increase in the demand for the other. Substitution effect, the change in consumption that results when a price change moves the consumer along a given indifference curve to a point with a new marginal rate of substitution. Sunk cost, a cost that has already been committed and cannot be recovered. Supply curve, a graph of the relationship between the price of a good and the quantity supplied. Supply schedule, a table that shows the relationship between the price of a good and the quantity supplied. Supply shock, an event that directly alters firms' costs and prices, shifting the economy's aggregate supply curve and thus the Phillips curve. Surplus, a situation in which quantity supplied is greater than quantity demanded. Tariff, tax on goods produced abroad and sold domestically. Tax incidence, the manner in which the burden of a tax is shared among participants in a market. Glossary 823. Technological knowledge, society's understanding of the best ways to produce goods and services. Theory of liquidity preference, Keynes's theory that the interest rate adjusts to bring money supply and money demand into balance. Total cost, the market value of the inputs a firm uses in production. Total revenue, the amount a firm receives for the sale of its output. Total revenue, the amount paid by buyers and received by sellers of a good, computed as the price of the good times the quantity sold. Trade balance, the value of a nation's exports minus the value of its imports. Also called net exports. Trade deficit, an excess of imports over exports. Trade policy, a government policy that directly influences the quantity of goods and services that a country imports or exports. Trade surplus, an excess of exports over imports. Tragedy of the commons, a parable that illustrates why common resources are used more than is desirable from the standpoint of society as a whole. Transaction costs, the costs that parties incur in the process of agreeing to and following through on a bargain. Unemployment insurance, a government program that partially protects workers' incomes when they become unemployed. Unemployment rate, the percentage of the labor force that is unemployed. Union, a worker association that bargains with employers over wages, benefits, and working conditions. Unit of account, the yardstick people use to post prices and record debts. Utilitarianism, the political philosophy according to which the government should choose policies to maximize the total utility of everyone in society. Utility, a measure of happiness or satisfaction. V value of the marginal product of an input times the price of the output variable costs that vary with the quantity of output produced velocity of money the rate at which money changes hands vertical equity the idea that taxpayers with a greater ability to pay taxes should pay larger amounts. Welfare government programs that supplement the incomes of the needy welfare economics the study of how the allocation of resources affects economic well-being willingness to pay the maximum amount that a buyer will pay for a good world price the price of a good that prevails in the world market for that good.